13. Trevor was in a small square room with a high ceiling, lost in the shadows of dawn, a room whose walls were painted shabby gray to match the city beyond. He heard rain hitting the loose panes of the window. Soon would come the sound of doors opening, boys' footsteps in the hall, boys' voices in the early morning stillness, and it would be time to get up, time for breakfast and school, the sameness of another day. He often dreamed that he was back at the boys' home, that he had been handed all those years like penance to do over and over again until he got them right, whatever right would be. Trevor opened his eyes and found himself staring at the back of a neck in extreme close-up. The dark hair at the nape had been recently shaved and stood up in baby-fine bristles. The skin was translucent white, almost poreless. The neck curved down to a bony shoulder. Trevor saw his own hand resting on that shoulder, encircling the sharp knob of the bone. The rest of the body was nestled cozily into the curve of his own. He was amazed that the sensation of another person in bed with him, the slow rise and fall of breathing, the vibration of the curious heart, hadn't kept him awake all night. He was used to sleeping in unfamiliar beds, but always alone. What happened when you woke up in bed with someone? What were you supposed to do? The shoulder moved beneath his hand, and Trevor felt muscles shifting liquidly, bones rotating in their sockets, the smooth texture of skin under his palm. He felt the spine arch and ripple against his chest. He realized he had never thought about how much anatomy you could learn by touching someone. Then Zack rolled over and looked at him with those almond-shaped dark green eyes, those eyes that were the exact shade of a colored pencil Trevor had once worn down to a nub. It was a pencil he used for coloring deep waters and strange shadows, and it had been labeled simply Jade. Zack looked at him and smiled without saying anything. Even yesterday, even before the rain, it had seemed that Zack was seeing too much of him, was perhaps half hearing his thoughts. "I don't mind being in bed with you," Trevor thought, not really wanting Zack to hear it, but perversely hoping he would. "I don't mind being this close to you. I don't seem to mind it at all." Like a dark pulsar from the depths of his subconscious, on the heels of that thought came, yes, you could learn anatomy by touching someone. But Bobby took that method to its worst extreme, didn't he? And that was when he noticed the tiny bits of paper scattered across the blanket, over the pillow, through the tangle of Zack's dark hair. He reached out and took one. Zack turned his head to look, and his cheek barely grazed the back of Trevor's hand. Trevor held the scrap of paper close to his eyes, trying to see it in the poor light. It was less than half an inch square, but its heavy texture felt terribly familiar. He sifted through a few more scraps. Pencil marks, mostly unidentifiable lines and shading. But here and there a detail had survived. A hastily lettered word, a pair of lips sealed around the mouthpiece of an alto saxophone, a dark eye filling with blood. Zack propped himself on one elbow, shook the stuff out of his hair. "What is it?" But Trevor was already up off the mattress, out of the room, running down the hall and slamming into the studio. He had left his sketchbook neatly centered on the drawing table. Now it lay wide open at a crazy angle on the floor, its spiral spine pulled askew by whatever force had ripped out the 5 pages of his story. The sight gave him a sick sensation in his stomach. He picked up the sketchbook. It felt dirty, as if the pages were lightly coated with slime. Trevor supposed they might be. He made himself hold it between the thumb and forefinger of his left hand, made himself walk slowly back down the hall instead of caromming off the walls, beating his head against the door frames or simply throwing himself to the floor and sobbing. Zack's hands were full of the scraps of paper. He was trying to examine them in the watery light from the window. Trevor held up the sketchbook. As Zack made out what it was, a stricken expression dawned on his face. "Not the bird story?" So he had read it, the little snoop. Trevor couldn't bring himself to care much now. Yeah, that's it you're holding. Zack spread his hands and let the fragments flutter to the floor. He rubbed his palms together to dislodge the ones that had stuck, then started brushing them off the pillow and blanket. Were you... He read the question in Zack's face. Zack was wondering if Trevor could have torn up the story himself. The realization didn't even make Trevor angry. He supposed it was a reasonable enough doubt. I was in bed with you all night, he said. You know I was. I could just as well ask you the same thing. But I didn't. I know you didn't. What are you going to do? Draw it again, I guess. Zack started to speak, stopped, then could not seem to help himself. But, Trevor? What? Aren't you pissed? What, that you read my story? No, Zack said impatiently. I'm sorry, but no. I mean, aren't you mad that it's gone? Trevor sat down on the edge of the mattress. He looked at Zack, who was leaning forward, his hands clenched into fists against his bare chest, his muscles tensed, his eyes very wide and blazing. Well, you obviously are. Why aren't you? It destroyed your work and threw it in your face. How can you not be pissed? Trevor took a deep breath. There's something in this house. I think it might be my family. Yeah, I think maybe so too. And you know what I'd do if I were you? I'd say, so fucking what, and get the hell out of here. If it'll tear up your work, it'll hurt you. I don't care. Zack opened his mouth to reply, could not find anything to say, and closed it again. If I hadn't been here, I wouldn't have drawn that story in the first place. Birdland gave it to me. What can I say if Birdland wants it back? Try bullshit. Zack slid across the mattress and laid his hands on either side of Trevor's head, his fingertips pressing gently against the temples. This is your Birdland. And these... He dropped his hands to Trevor's, took away the mutilated sketchbook, wrapped Trevor's hands in his own and squeezed. If you came back here to find something, at least admit what it is. Don't get to thinking you need this place for your art, because you don't. That would be suicide. Maybe I want to commit suicide. Why? Trevor pulled his hands away. Why don't you just drop it? Because your father did? Is that why you think it's so fucking romantic? 'Cause if you do, why don't you shut the fuck up and get your stuff? Maybe you ought to think about this. He just lost his goddamn sense of humor. Zack reached for Trevor's shoulder, maybe only wanting to grab it and shake it to belabor his point. Trevor didn't want to be grabbed. He brought his right arm up to shield himself, and Zack made the mistake of trying to pull it down. Trevor saw his left hand curl into a fist, watched it draw back and piston forward into Zack's still-talking mouth. He felt the skin split warmly against his knuckles, felt spit and blood smear across his hand. It hurt where it had connected with the hardness of teeth and gums, but it wasn't his drawing hand. Zack's head hit the wall hard, and he slid to the mattress, dazed. Above his bloody mouth, his eyes were a more vivid green than ever, wide, stunned, scared. Those eyes begged mercy. It was a wonderful emotion to see in someone's eyes. You could grant it if you wanted, but you also had the power to refuse it. Trevor pulled his fist back to do it again. His other hand curled around Zack's wrist, felt the small bones grind deliciously beneath his fingers. He watched Zack's eyes. This was what they had looked like before they died. This was how it had been on the other side of the hammer. He's right, you know. Trevor stopped. If Bobby couldn't stand to live without his art, okay. Suicide is always an option. But he didn't have to kill them. You didn't have to spend the rest of your life alone. Mama would have taken care of you and Dee Dee. Is saying he lost his sense of humor so far wrong? He'd had such thoughts before, usually late at night in a cheap bed in an unfamiliar city. Now they came again unbidden and made him realize what he had been about to do. He had been ready not just to hit Zack, but to hit him again and again, as many times as it took to shut him up, to kill him. Trevor didn't know. He shoved himself away from Zack, rolled off the mattress, and lay on the floor in the dust and the ruins of his story. Half of him hoped Zack would come over here and beat the shit out of him now. Trevor would lie still and let him do it. But half of him hoped Zack would stay away, because the softness of Zack's lips spreading and splitting open against his hand had felt so damn good. Zack pressed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets and willed himself to disappear into the mattress. He was sure Trevor's fist was going to smash into his face at any moment, and he only hoped that blow would knock him out before the next one came. He knew he should defend himself. He couldn't land a punch, but he could kick. But fighting back was the one thing he could not do. He had a stoic dread of physical pain born of hard experience. You took what you couldn't avoid, but you didn't ask for more. Zack had learned long ago that if you fought back, they only hurt you worse. When the blow didn't come, he risked a look, though he had a particular horror of being punched in the eye so hard that it just squirted out of its socket. But Trevor didn't hit him again. Trevor was halfway across the room, lying on the floor with his arms wrapped around his head. Zack swallowed a mouthful of blood, felt hot, helpless tears spilling over the rims of his eyelids, stinging his wounded lips. Blood dripped off his chin, made deep red blossoms on the bare mattress, ran down his chest, and traced the pale arc of his ribs in vivid scarlet. Zack felt it pooling in his navel, trickling into his crotch. He put his fingertips to his mouth, and they came away slicked, nearly purple. He looked again at Trevor, still curled miserably on the floor. Why bother? I was right all along. The second you make yourself vulnerable to someone, they start drawing blood. Yeah, but if a real vampire came along, you'd bare your neck in a second. Zack almost laughed through his tears. It was true. He was always ready to take the flashy risks, always ready for the rush of impending doom, as long as he could thwart it at the last second. But the slower acting and ultimately more dangerous risk of involving his life with someone's, of laying his soul open to someone, that was just too much. He felt a surge of self-loathing. His whole life had been lived by the Siamese twin philosophies of do what thou wilt and fuck you, Jack, I've got mine. Beyond all his digital daring, he was a coward, unable to fight or love. No wonder he made such a good punching bag. Trevor might be crazy, probably was crazy, but at least he was looking for the source of his craziness instead of running from it. Trevor raised his head. His face was wet with tears, too. He saw Zack looking at him, saw the blood, and his expression of uneasy calm crumbled into fresh woe. You can leave if you want. I won't hurt you. I don't want to leave. Trevor tried to speak, could not make his throat work, lowered his face into his hands again. Trevor? What? He forced back a sob. What? Why don't you get back in bed with me? Amazed, not trusting his ears, Trevor looked up. He saw Zack's face, scared but not angry. Even with blood dripping fresh off his chin, Zack wanted him over there. Trevor couldn't imagine why. He only knew that he did not want to stay here alone on the dirty floor of his childhood room, with his faded drawings staring down from the walls. He crawled across the rough floorboards, through the drifts of torn paper and dust, toward the mattress. When he was halfway there, Zack held out his hand, and Trevor crawled toward that. Zack clasped the outstretched hand and pulled Trevor onto the mattress, into his arms. He pulled Trevor's head into the hollow of his shoulder, buried his face in Trevor's hair. Zack's body felt to Trevor like a reflection of his own. Zack's bones seemed to interlock with his like atoms in the structure of a molecule. Trevor thought he could feel their very souls, their molten cores of pain, flowing together like white-hot metals. How can you know that? Is this falling in love? And if it is, how the hell does anyone survive it? He realized that he was sobbing, and Zack was too, that their faces and throats and collarbones were wet with each other's tears, that their skin was spattered and streaked with Zack's blood. Zack's arms were wrapped tightly around Trevor's chest, and his sharp chin dug into Trevor's shoulder. Trevor turned his head slightly, and his mouth found Zack's jawline, still bloody. Without thinking, Trevor rubbed his lips across the blood, then licked some of it away. Then Zack's mouth moved to meet his, and Trevor supposed this was kissing, this warm, strange, melting thing. He tasted salt and copper and the sharp, smoky flavor of Zack's mouth. Zack's torn lips were very soft against his, surely sore. As they kissed more deeply, Trevor felt the wounds come open again, felt Zack's blood flowing over his tongue. He sucked at it and swallowed it. He had spilled it. Now he could take it into himself. And it tasted so sweet, so full of the twin energies of life and death. Zack's hands traced light patterns across his chest, making the skin shiver into goosebumps. Trevor moved his mouth to Zack's ear, smelled yesterday's rainwater in Zack's hair. "What are you doing?" he whispered. Zack placed his lips against the hollow of Trevor's throat and left them there for a moment before he answered. "Do you mind?" "No, I don't think so. I just don't know." "Don't know what?" "Anything." Zack glanced up, met Trevor's eyes. "You mean you've never—" Trevor was silent. Zack's eyes widened, and he started to speak, but was apparently struck dumb with awe. Finally he said, "What did you do?" "Nothing." "Jerk off?" "Not much." Zack shook his head slowly, marveling. "I'd be dead in a week if I didn't do something. I'd be splattered all over the walls." Trevor shrugged. "Well..." Zack lowered his head so that the longer strands of his hair fell forward and tickled Trevor's chest. Most of his face was hidden, but Trevor saw a fierce spot of color blazing in one pale cheek. "I would show you, if you wanted me to." "Zack?" He looked up. His eyes were full of doubt and desire, enormous pupiled, insanely green. "I don't even know how to say yes." Their hands found each other and intertwined. Zack squeezed Trevor's fingers, brought them to his lips and kissed them. His tongue slid over the ball of Trevor's thumb, soft as velvet. Trevor felt something uncoil deep inside him, some unfamiliar warmth seeping like liquor through his innards. Only it didn't dull his senses, it heightened them. He was aware of every inch of his skin, every hair on his body, every pore and cell. All of them were straining toward Zack, thirsting for him. Then they were kissing again, carefully at first, learning the shape and texture of each other's lips, testing the sharpness of the teeth behind them. Trevor felt Zack's hands sliding down his back and straying beneath the waistband of his sweatpants, cupping his buttocks and squeezing, moving down to the sensitive juncture of his thighs and lightly stroking the downy hairs there. He had an erection for the first time in as long as he could remember, had almost forgotten what one felt like. It felt a hell of a lot better snuggled into the warm hollow of someone's hip bone, that was for sure. "It's too fast," said a panicky voice in his mind, "and too dangerous. He'll drink your juices, taste your brain, crack your soul open like an egg." Hell, I think I want him to do all that. The thought released Trevor, gave him abandon. He sucked at Zack's tongue and pulled it deep into his mouth. You became so used to the texture and mass of your own tongue that you seldom noticed it nestling in the cradle of your lower jawbone, pressing against your teeth. Having another tongue there felt alien at first, like trying to swallow some small slippery animal, a baby eel, or perhaps an energetic oyster. Their hands roamed the plains and hollows of one another's bodies. Now Zack's clever fingers were teasing Trevor's nipples, plugging into unfamiliar nerve endings, webs of sensation that seemed to radiate from his chest up his spinal cord and into his brain, down through the pit of his stomach to his aching penis. Never mind when he had last had a boner. He couldn't remember ever having had one that felt like this. Then Zack's hand slid down to cup it through the soft cloth, and Zack's lips kissed a slow trail down his chin, along the curve of his throat and the hollow of his collarbone, and wrapped hot and wet around his left nipple. Trevor felt his heart lurch. His mind begin to dissolve in pleasure. He choked back a throatful of saliva. "Don't!" Zack's mouth paused, but did not go away. His hand moved to the ridge of Trevor's hip bone and squeezed gently. "Why not?" Trevor caught his breath, searched for a reply. "It hurts," he said at last, though that was not precisely what he meant. "You mean it feels too good?" Silver motes swarmed in the air above his face. His vision was drowning in red filigree. Trevor closed his eyes and nodded. "Sometimes you just have to ride it. But we can slow down." Zack shrugged. "I'll kiss you all day if that's what you want." He lowered his face to Trevor's, brushed his lips ever so lightly across Trevor's. Trevor felt tears starting again behind his eyelids for the kindness of this boy. "Do you want to do this?" he thought. "You were finally able to come back to this house, to come home. You haven't had that damn dream in 2 nights. You're on the verge of finding whatever is left here for you to find. Do you want to add this to the equation?" But he was sick of listening to the voices in his head and the slow settling of empty rooms. There were other things to hear. Zack's breathing and heartbeat, the whisper of Zack's hands against the slight stubble on Trevor's face, the liquid sound their mouths made together. Zack lay half on top of him, holding him loosely, kissing him languorously. It became impossible to think of anything but tastes and textures. They kissed dreamily, then searchingly, then with increasing urgency. Then Zack was nuzzling his neck and chest again, but this time Trevor wasn't scared. He arched his back, twined his fingers into Zack's thick, soft hair. Zack's fingers strayed again to the band of Trevor's sweatpants, found the drawstring, and deftly untied the bow. His lips moved across the concavity of Trevor's stomach, paused just above the cloth. Trevor thought his penis might simply explode soon. He imagined shimmering globules of semen dripping from the ceiling, nestling in Zack's hair like diamonds on blue-black velvet. Zack looked up at Trevor, and suddenly his serious, almost scared face split into a wide, dazzling grin. "This feels so good," he said. "You won't even believe it." He tugged the cloth away and kissed the tip of Trevor's penis, then took the whole throbbing, burning thing into his mouth. He was right. All at once there was no more house, no childhood room, no dirty mattress under Trevor's back. There was only this moment and this boy, only the smooth glide of saliva and fingertips and tongue, only the deep silken tunnel of Zack's throat surrounding him. It was like nothing else ever. He felt a stream of pure white energy blazing along his spine, sending twin bolts into his balls and his brain, filling every cell with light. His scalp and the palms of his hands tingled madly. He felt his pores open and bead with sweat, heard himself moaning, and Zack moaning muffled encouragement back at him. Does he really want me to come in his mouth? Trevor wondered. Can I do that? Can I? Oh, my God! Thought deserted him again. He felt like a man made of television static, of a million roaring, hissing silver dots. Then the stream of energy filled him completely and husked him out clean. A year's pain seemed to leave his body as he came, ebbing from his balls, leaking out of his eyes, expelling from his lungs in short, harsh gasps. For several minutes, Zack stayed where he was, his mouth and hands still working gently. Then he crawled up and rested his head next to Trevor's on the pillow. His lips were swollen, smudged with fresh blood and milky traces of semen. The light sheen of sweat on his face turned his pale skin nearly opalescent. Zack took handfuls of Trevor's hair and pulled it over their faces. The effect was like being inside a sheer tent or a tawny ginger cocoon. Their foreheads and the tips of their noses touched. Trevor could taste his own cum in Zack's mouth when they kissed, a fresh, faintly bitter organic flavor. Was that how Zack's would taste too? He realized he wanted to find out. He pulled Zack close to him and rolled on top. The feeling of Zack's body beneath him was exhilarating. This complex, delicious bundle of blood and bones and thoughts and nerves and muscles captive in his arms, willingly so, gladly so. He laid his head on Zack's chest. The skin stretched tight over Zack's breastbone and ribs like a drum, milk-white, without hair or blemish. Tentatively, Trevor let the barest edges of his teeth graze one pale pink nipple. Ah! Zack stretched like a cat. Do that some more. Can I bite? Hell yes. Trevor's teeth closed on the defenseless bud of flesh. He sucked at it, nipped harder, and made Zack groan. He worried at it, gnawed on it. Surely Zack would yell at him to stop. But Zack only writhed beneath him and gasped appreciation laced with pain. If he wanted his nipples sore, Trevor didn't mind obliging him. They were pliant and tender between his teeth, flavored with the salt of Zack's sweat and the faintly spicy taste of Zack's skin. Arr! Ah! Zack groped for Trevor's fingers. Put your hand on my dick. Please. His dick? The term jarred Trevor for an instant, reminded him of the boys' home, snickers and whispers in health class, scrawled graffiti on toilet walls. It sounded like a word R. Crumb would use, Trevor thought irrelevantly, though Crumb drew penises rather more often than he mentioned them, with plenty of unsightly hairs, popping veins, and oozing cum drops. He realized he was terrified again, but now it was like being on a carnival ride that had started looping out of control. You couldn't stop, so you just had to hang on tight and lean with the curves. Zack had grabbed his hand and was pushing it down, making a weird, urgent growling sound in his throat. He wore only a pair of skimpy black briefs made of some soft silken material. Trevor's fingertips skated over the cloth, and his hand closed on the warm, pulsing shape beneath. He rubbed his face over Zack's ribs and the hollow of his stomach, pressed his lips against the silky cloth. He heard Zack's breath sobbing in and out. Trevor hooked his thumbs into the elastic of the briefs and tugged, and Zack managed to squirm out of them without untangling his hands from their grip in Trevor's hair. Zack's penis, Trevor could not quite bring himself to think of it as his dick, bobbed up and brushed softly against Trevor's lips. Trevor cupped his hands around it, felt Zack's heartbeat throbbing between his palms. The skin of the shaft was textured, slightly rippled beneath the surface. The head was as smooth as satin, as rose petals. Trevor rubbed his thumb across it, squeezed gently, heard Zack suck air in through his teeth and moan as he let it out. He could see blood suffusing the tissue just beneath the translucent skin, a deep, dusky rose delicately purpled at the edges, crowned with a single dewy pearl of cum. It was as intimate, as raw, as holding someone's heart in his hands. Zack's body shifted beneath him. Zack's legs wrapped loosely around him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zack arching his back off the mattress, rubbing thick handfuls of Trevor's hair up across his belly and chest. All at once, it hit him. This was power, too. Just as surely as smashing your fist into someone's face. Just as surely as putting a hammer through someone's skull. The power to make another person crazy with pleasure instead of fear and pain. To have every cell in another person's body at your thrall. And this way, the person was still alive when it was over. "Please suck my dick," Zack said faintly. Trevor searched for the right thing to say. "I'd love to," he whispered at last, and slid his hands under Zack's butt, and very carefully took Zack's penis deep into his mouth. It seemed to nestle against his tongue and the walls of his throat as if it had been made to fit there. He slid one hand up between Zack's legs, cupped his balls and felt them draw tight, felt the skin shivering, seething. Zack was tossing his head and moaning, trying not to thrust too hard. Trevor grabbed his bucking hips and swallowed him deeper, willing his throat muscles to open, to liquefy. He almost gagged, but forced the reflex down. He wanted this in him, this taste, this chance. Chance, he thought. What do I mean by chance? But before he had time to ponder it, Zack screamed, "Oh, Trev!" and snarled his fingers in Trevor's hair so hard the strands felt as if they would rip out of his scalp, and his whole thrumming body surged forward and seemed to pour its energy into Trevor. He felt it spilling hot over his tongue and down the back of his throat, crackling from Zack's fingertips into Trevor's temples and straight through his brain, even emanating from Zack's solar plexus in steady waves. His body was like some kind of big nervous battery. Trevor kept sucking until Zack's penis was soft and slippery in his mouth, until his lips were buried in the crisp, glossy thicket of hair that stood out so black against the juncture of Zack's pale thighs. The taste in Trevor's mouth was much like his own, but had its distinct notes, slightly herbal, slightly peppery. He wondered if his own cum would poison Zack's bloodstream with caffeine. But Zack's body was slowly relaxing into him, twining round him. Trevor slid up on the mattress so that Zack could lie comfortably against him. His fingers traced patterns in the sweat trickling along Zack's spine. He kissed Zack's eyelids and the faint dark smudges beneath his eyes, savoring the tender, crepey texture of the skin against his lips, the feathery brush of the lashes, the small, secret motions of the eyeball. He kissed the graceful arcs of Zack's eyebrows, the slope of his narrow, elegant nose. Then their mouths joined again in a long, lush, sated kiss. It seemed that even with sore lips, Zack could not get enough of kissing him. Trevor had never known it was possible to feel this close to someone, had never dreamed he would want to. "So, what do you think?" Zack asked after a while. "I think it was worth about 1,000,000 drawings." Trevor felt a guilty pang as he said this. But if the bird story hadn't been destroyed, this might not have happened. He knew he had more drawings in his hand, in his brain. Zack was right. He didn't need the house to dole them out to him. Zack shook his head. "If it was enough of an asshole to tear up your story, maybe it'll be sorry. Maybe it'll put the pieces back together." Trevor snorted. "And Scotch taped them." "Yeah, with the magic tape." "Yeah, with 900,000 yards of it." Zack settled into the curve of Trevor's arm. Trevor felt the sweat cooling on their bodies, the damp morning chill that pervaded the room, and pulled the blanket over them. Beneath it, Zack moved yet closer to him. It was like being in a warm pocket of space reserved exclusively for them, like a safe haven, like a womb. "I'm sorry I hit you," Trevor said. It was way past the time for an apology, but he had to say it anyway. "I'm not. It got us this far." Zack yawned, pushed his face into Trevor's chest. "I was scared to try anything with you before." "Why?" "Well..." Zack shifted position, draped an arm across Trevor's stomach, stroked the small, sharp hill of Trevor's hip bone. I don't usually have sex with people I respect. Why not? Because I'm a dumb fuck, I guess. I don't know. Trevor just looked at him. Zack began to talk, much as Trevor had done yesterday, spilling his sordid history, detailing more damage than he probably even realized. The condoms he masturbated with, the empty French Quarter trysts, the obsessive need to feel other flesh against his own, but not to have to think about it. By the end, he was crying again, just a few slow, shameful tears. Trevor cupped Zack's face in both hands and licked the tears away. His tongue darted into the salty corner of Zack's eye, rounded the curve of Zack's cheekbone, slipped back into Zack's mouth. Zack pressed gratefully against him, and Trevor felt himself wanting it all to happen again. He didn't know if it was possible so soon, but Zack seemed to be showing him that anything was possible. It lasted much longer this time. Zack's hands worked him expertly, stroking, squeezing, fingering, and probing, building up a rhythm so exquisite that Trevor thought he would spend his seed between Zack's warm, slick palms. That would have been fine, but Zack began to make his way back down, kissing him everywhere, tracing a wet, glistening maze of spit along his body, then sucking him deep and slow, excruciatingly, maddeningly slow. It was almost painful, yet Trevor wanted it to go on for hours. Zack was sprawled between Trevor's legs, his left arm wrapped loosely around Trevor's waist, his right hand doing something ingenious. Trevor felt Zack's penis growing insistently hard against his thigh. He moved his leg against it, reached down and barely managed to graze it with his fingertips. He wanted to do something to make Zack feel good, too. How do we both... Without breaking rhythm, Zack shifted so that his hips were beside Trevor's head, his boner within easy reach of Trevor's mouth. This position seemed a marvel of physics, but Trevor grasped its advantages immediately. It leaned their weight into each other, pressed the flat planes of their bodies tightly together, and stretched their throats wide open. It seemed as if they could go on for hours this way. And so they did, until their exhausted bodies were all but bound together by a moist web of spit and sweat and semen. Then they slept again, easy, sated sleep that lasted into the afternoon. The house was silent around them. Their dreams were set only to the soft patter of rain on the roof, to the slow, even rhythm of one another's breathing. 14. A tourist from Atlanta was found murdered Tuesday in a warehouse used to store Mardi Gras parade floats. Elizabeth Linhart, 36, had reportedly been mutilated and an attempt made to burn her corpse. An anonymous source stated that the victim's head was found in the mouth of a 10-foot bust of Bacchus, partially chewed. Travis Rigaud of St. Tammany Parish accidentally shot himself while cleaning his collection of handguns, 5 different times with 5 different guns, twice in the left foot, once in the right calf, and once in each hand, severing 2 fingers. "I finally sold the handguns," said Rigaud, "but I still have my rifles, and this bad luck won't keep me home come hunting season, even if I should miss everything by a mile. No, Cherie." A man was pulled over by state troopers near Chalmette with 148 poisonous snakes in his car. Eddie let the newspaper slip to the floor and draped her forearm across her tired eyes. She wore only a pair of black bikini panties. Her armpits were dusted with the fine dark hair she'd allowed to grow since she quit the Pink Diamond. She still wore small silver rings in her nipples, but she had unclipped the delicate chain that usually connected them. She could smell the sweat on her skin, a faint odor of lemons and musk, and thought soon she might get up and take a shower. After the cops left, she had gone straight to the bank, then scored the Tuesday morning and afternoon editions of the Times-Picayune. Now she was lying on top of $7,000 reading every article and squib and photo caption, looking for more clues from Zack. Her fingers were smudged with cheap black ink. She paid special attention to the weird news, but it was midsummer in New Orleans and there was plenty of genuinely strange shit going on. But could anyone really shoot himself 5 times with 5 different guns? Eddie frowned. It didn't seem possible. She picked up the paper again and reread the article, and a bell went off in her head. Zach's mother's maiden name had been something Cajun. She was pretty sure it was Rigaud. The other fake story had had a byline of Joseph something or other. Joseph was Zach's father's name. Eddie thought these obscure references to the people who had spent 14 years abusing him strange, sad, and slightly perverse, but there they were. And this improbable item had his scent all over it, from the jibe at trigger-happy rednecks to the corny patois. Even if I should miss everything by a mile, no Cherie? What the fuck was that supposed to mean? No Cherie. N.C. She got up and pawed through the books Zach and the Secret Service had left, but of course there was no road atlas. Either Zach had never had one, or he'd taken it himself, or they had snagged it, maybe hoping he'd plotted his escape route in yellow highlighter. She should have gotten a map of North Carolina yesterday, when Zach's first clue appeared in the paper. Eddie pulled on a pair of denim cutoffs and selected a black T-shirt from the pile Zach had left behind. An artfully torn rag printed with the Bauhaus-like logo of Midnight Sun, a dreadful Gothic sextet that had played around the Quarter clubs last year, then disappeared into whatever void was reserved for truly bad bands. She couldn't imagine why Zach had the shirt, unless he had fucked one of the band members. Probably he had. They'd all been beautiful and stupid. Those faithful old twin parasites, anger and pain, tried to worm up inside her. Eddie pushed them back down. Never mind who Zach had fucked. She had put up with it and called herself his friend. If she really was his friend, then she had to stay several steps ahead of his enemies, or try anyway. Outside, the daily cloudburst had come and gone, and the streets were still steaming. Trash piles at the back doors of bars and restaurants gave off a melange of smells. Stale beer, rotting vegetables, fish bones touched with grease and cayenne. She passed a bushel basket of oyster shells, still slick with the mollusk's gluey residue, and caught a whiff of the salty seawater odor that always made her wonder for an instant if she needed a bath. I was going to shower before I came out, Eddie remembered. I probably smell a little like old oyster shells myself. But it didn't matter. Nobody was going to get close enough to her to care, and she had more important business to worry about. A few blocks up Charters was a used bookstore Eddie and Zach had often frequented together. They could spend hours in there, enveloped in the delicately dusty, dry, alluring scent of books, poring over leather-bound volumes with gilt-edged pages, stacks of ancient magazines, battered paperbacks whose corners were rounded and softened with age. The proprietor, an old Creole lady who smoked a fragrant pipe and read incessantly, never seemed to mind having them natter and browse. But when Eddie asked for a U.S. atlas, the old lady shook her head. Maps from the 1920s would be useless to you, no, Cher? Try the Bookstar by Jack's Brewery or one of the chains up on Canal. Okay, I guess I will. Eddie turned to go, but the old lady must have seen some fleeting sadness in her face, for she put a wrinkled hand on Eddie's arm and stopped her. The skin of her palm was cool and faintly silken, and 3 gaudy rings sparkled on her gnarled fingers. Where is that handsome young man you come in with? He's, Eddie stared at the old lady's hands, at the stacks of books on the counter. He had to leave town. Love trouble? Law trouble. Ah. The old lady nodded sadly. For him, burn a green candle and a yellow one. Are you in trouble, too? Maybe. For you, take an egg and... Have you been questioned by a policeman? Yes. How many? Well... Eddie tried to tally broad blue backs and sharp gray suits in her head. Just one, she said, reasoning that Agent Cover was the only cop who had really questioned her. Write his name on an egg, the old lady advised her, and throw the egg up on your roof. Make sure it breaks. The police will not return. Okay, said Eddie, genuinely grateful. She needed any edge she could get. Thank you, I will.
Mais non. The poor boy. He is so beautiful, so full of the spirit of life.
Yes, Eddie agreed.
That he is. But always there will be some sort of trouble for him, I think. There is a Creole saying, he has le cœur comme un artichaut.
Eddie fumbled for her high school French.
A heart like an artichoke? Oui. He has a leaf for everyone, but makes a meal for no one.
After a hot, exhaust-choked walk up Peter Street to the bookstore, Eddie cut back through the shady, humid side streets of the quarter, stopping at a corner market to buy a green candle, a yellow candle, and a carton of eggs. Back home, she locked the door behind her and spread out her new book of maps on the bed. She found the state of North Carolina and began scanning it closely, paying special attention to the small towns just off the main roads, noting odd names. Here were places called Pumpkin Center, Climax, Deep Gap, Blowing Rock, Bat Cave, Silk Hope, Fuquay Varina, Missing Mile. Eddie looked back at the newspaper article. Even if I should miss everything by a mile, no, chérie. Missing Mile, North Carolina. That had to be where he was. But why? The first message had implied he was going on to New York. Why had he decided to stay in the South? In a town so small, it must be hard to hide there. And why was he so sure of it that he had sent her a message spelling out its name? Eddie had a sudden flash of paranoia. He's met someone. For an instant she was sure of it. She knew it was true. He's met someone and decided to stay with them 3 days after telling me goodbye forever. But that was silly. There was no way she could know that. And it didn't seem very likely anyway. Still, Missing Mile, North Carolina? She sighed. At least now she knew where he was, or thought she did. Probably tomorrow's paper would have an article telling her he was happily holed up in the East Village. For now, she would do what she could. Eddie took an egg out of the carton she'd bought and inscribed Agent Cover on it in large block letters. Then she went down to the street, took careful aim, and sent the egg hurtling toward the roof of her building. She smiled as she heard a faint wet splat far overhead, and imagined the egg frying on the hot rooftop, just as Cover's brain must be sizzling with anger that Zack had eluded him. This is your brain on voodoo, she thought. Any questions? In his cheerless office on Poydras Street, Absalom Cover appeared to be sitting in his shirt-sleeves paging through an old weekly World News, but in truth he was concentrating on the Bosch case. Cover knew the kid's file by heart, and now he had the myriad outpourings of Stéphane Fetus Duplessis to obsess over as well. Unfortunately, though Duplessis had proved an extremely tender nut to crack, his concrete knowledge about Bosch didn't go far beyond a grudging admiration for all the terrible things he had done. There was a hacker code of ethics, Duplessis explained, consisting of 4 sacred laws. Delete nothing, move nothing, change nothing, learn everything. Zack Bosch blew the first 3 laws to hell every time he turned his computer on. Few others in his electronic circle knew the extent of Bosch's crimes. He was careful, and didn't brag as compulsively as most hackers. He had entrusted Stéphane Duplessis with some of this information because Duplessis was a better hardware techie and could tell him, in purely theoretical terms, of course, probably including diagrams of the theoretical modifications, how to manipulate his system to even greater heights of deviousness. And also, Cover suspected, because Duplessis wasn't above a little bending of the hacker laws himself. Some of the exploits he credited Bosch with were so extreme that the other agents refused to believe them. Agent Cover believed. He was beginning to understand the hacker mindset. It required nerves of steel and could generate feats of flamboyant genius, but it was flawed. It was megalomaniacal. Eventually, it would slip up on its own sheer daring and give itself away. As if to make that very point, Duplessis had also told them about the article Bosch had supposedly planted in the Times-Picayune. Goddess seen in bowl of gumbo. It beat anything in the weekly World News, that was for sure. This headline, for instance. clam of catastrophe, bannering a story about a giant shellfish that ate deep-sea divers or some such shit. What sort of oxygen-deprived mind came up with these things? Cover closed the tabloid wearily, leaned back in his chair, and tugged the knot of his tie loose. At least Bosch had some imagination, if he had really planted that story in the Picayune. The other hacker swore he had, though the reasons he gave for believing so were flimsy at best. He just knew Bosch, Duplessis claimed. This was just his style. And he swore up and down that the girl living in Bosch's apartment, Edwina Sung, had nothing to do with any of it. Agent Cover wondered. Duplessis had obviously known Sung at least long enough to develop a sweaty-palmed, hopeless crush on her. As of this afternoon, Sung's records revealed a bank balance of just over $3,000, not an unreasonable figure for a young Asian American who could afford to live in the French Quarter. Most likely her parents were in some lucrative business and supported her. She had no outstanding credit card balances, owed no taxes, had no police record. Her employment history was spotty. Probably she was just another scrap of bohemian flotsam, adrift on the warm alcoholic seas of New Orleans subculture. But Zach Bosch meant something to her. That much had been plain during today's raid. They might be accomplices, lovers, or even blood relations. In an old school ID photo they'd found overlooked in his desk, Bosch appeared extremely young, defiant, and faintly Asian. But whatever they were, Cover thought the girl cared enough about Bosch to keep track of his movements if she could. Maybe she even knew where he was now. She ought to be questioned again. For that matter, her bank records should be examined more closely. A routine balance check wasn't good enough when a hacker might be involved. They ought to get records of all her transactions for the past month, and see whether she had made any large deposits or withdrawals in the last couple of days. Frank Norton, the stocky, gray-haired agent who had the next cheerless office over, came in and dropped a greasy brown paper bag on his desk. "Here's that sandwich you wanted." "Tuna?" "No, egg salad. It was all the cafeteria had left." "Don't you ever go home?" "Sure, I stopped by a couple days ago." "Thanks, Spider." Norton had had the nickname since his days with the DEA, when he'd managed to get bitten by a tarantula during a drug raid on the docks. He claimed someone had thrown it on him. The drug runners swore the huge hairy spiders lived inside bunches of bananas. Every fool knew that, and Norton shouldn't have stuck his hand in those bananas, even if there were 5-pound bags of cocaine hidden in them. Alone again, Cover unwrapped his sandwich. The sulphurous odor of boiled eggs and mayonnaise floated up to him. He hated egg salad. Eating the putrid mush anywhere was bad enough. Eating it in New Orleans, where you could get some of the best food in the world, was almost unbearable. But his hands were shaking. He was half-starved. He took a bite of the sandwich, and a generous glob of egg salad oozed out from between the slices of stale brown bread, hung precariously for a moment, then fell. It left a long curdy streak down Agent Cover's tie and shirt front. When he tried to scoop it up, half of it plopped onto his pants. Shit, shit, shit! He crumpled the paper bag furiously, hurled it in the direction of the trash can, missed. These fancy suits he had to wear were damned expensive, and Cover had no idea whether mayonnaise would stain the pants. His wife would know. Maybe he should go home for a while, get a decent meal. He could deal with little Ms. Sung tomorrow. Fucking eggs. He hated them anyway. 15. "Let's get some sheets," said Trevor. "That mattress is pretty dirty." "How about a fan?" "Yeah, and a coffee pot." Zach smirked. "Gee, I feel so domestic." "Well, if you don't want to." Trevor looked sidelong at Zach, then stared at the floor in embarrassment. Hey, joking. I've never set up housekeeping with anyone before, is all." "It makes you nervous?" A small line appeared between Trevor's brows as he frowned. It seemed to cost him an effort to understand moods and motivations that would have been immediately obvious to most. Zach guessed Trevor was probably the most weirdly socialized person he had ever met. "It makes me hyper." "Want some Excedrin?" That was Zach's favorite thing about weirdly socialized people. Anything that popped into their heads usually made it out of their mouths. "No, thanks, I'm fine," he said. And they caught each other's eye and started laughing. In the giddy rush that followed waking and more fucking, they had put their clothes on and driven downtown with the idea of getting something to eat. Instead, they had wound up in Potter's store, wandering the dim, dust-scented aisles, browsing through the shelves crammed full of junk and plunder. Zack watched Trevor's hands plunge into a bin of 50-cent clothing, sorting out only the black items and quickly discarding them, finally selecting a single plain T-shirt. Zack thought of grasping those hands, of turning them over and kissing the palms. But Potter's store was full of old rednecks, mostly the reformed drunks from the Salvation Army who ran the place. Zack supposed they were used to trendy kids thrift shopping, but he had no desire to attract extra attention. Hell, these people weren't just Christians, they were probably Republicans. If the right kind of G-man flashed a badge at them, they'd not only tell him anything he wanted to hear, they'd lick his asshole clean while they did it. Goddamn John Wayne-loving, John Birch-worshipping good country people. "What are you scowling about?" "Oh." He looked up into Trevor's face and forgot it all. "Nothing." Their eyes locked on each other, and for a long moment they might as well have been back in bed, tangled in the sweaty blanket, stewing in one another's juices. Then Trevor glanced over Zack's shoulder. "Hey, there's Kinsey. I bet he'd let us take a shower at his house." "Feed us too?" "Maybe. Go for it." Trevor grabbed his coffee pot and Zack his fan, and they slipped through the aisles and homed in on Kinsey's tall form like two hungry cats who know which porch to go to. Kinsey sat at his kitchen table and listened to the shower blasting away. It had done so for 30 minutes now, and though the bathroom was way at the other end of the hall, the kitchen windows had begun to fog up. If they went on much longer, his zucchini mushroom lasagna would be ready to come out of the oven, and he would have to eat it by himself. The house was getting unbearably hot and muggy. He went into the hall and switched on the air conditioning. From behind the bathroom door he could hear water hitting skin, the rattle of the shower curtain, a sound that could have been a laugh or a sob. Were they making love in the steam and spray? Were they crying in there? He did not even try to guess where the nasty-looking cut on Zack's lip had come from, or why Trevor wasn't carrying his sketchbook. Kinsey had been surprised when they came up to him in Potter's store, all rumpled and bright-eyed and reeking of sex, as obviously connected as if they were clutching hands. Of all the things Kinsey might have predicted for Trevor's first week in Missing Mile, getting laid was not among them. But he had sent Zack out there, and now here they were. He wondered if he had averted something, or only made the house dangerous for two boys instead of one. Kinsey hadn't been feeling very good about his own judgment since yesterday, since hearing that Rima had cracked up her car and died on the highway outside of town. It must have happened right after she left the Sacred U. If he hadn't been worrying about the stupid dinner special, if he'd taken the time to talk to the girl, to ask the right questions, or better yet, to listen. "Listen? Ask the right questions?" Terry had raged at him. "You fucking hippie. You caught that bitch with her hand in the fucking till." "But maybe if I'd given her the money, then she would have bought more coke." "Give it up, Kinsey. Give it the fuck up." In his heart, Kinsey knew Rima had probably been a lost cause. But her mindless, meaningless death made him wonder how far his good intentions could reach, how much he could ever do for these lost kids he wanted so much to help on their way. Well, time would tell. This was Kinsey's unofficial philosophy on nearly all matters that did not require his immediate attention. He opened the oven door and poked at the lasagna with a fork. A sullen little cloud of steam rose from its pale greenish surface. It was still a bit wet, but by the time Trevor and Zack finished whatever they were doing in the bathroom, he thought it might be cooked through. Kinsey sliced a loaf of whole-grain bread, spread it with butter, opened a bottle of sweet red wine, and began to brew a pot of strong coffee. He might not be able to help them, but at least he could feed them well. Zack stared at the huge green lump of food on his plate. Trevor was eating automatically, his fork rising and falling, his green lump quickly disappearing, washed down with cup after cup of black coffee. He had grown up in an orphanage. He could probably eat most anything put in front of him. But Zack just couldn't get started. Though he was usually disposed to like things that began with Z, he thought zucchini might be his least favorite vegetable. It was soggy and nearly tasteless, with only a faint, unpleasant flavor like chlorophyll tinged with sweat. If dirty socks grew on a vine, Zack thought, they would taste like zucchini. The casserole, or whatever it was Kinsey had tried to make, reminded him of the food in the comic Calvin and Hobbes that would jump off the plate and hop across the table, or down the kid's shirt making noises like blurp and arg. But Zack was too polite to pull a Calvin face. Instead, he poured himself another glass of wine and wished he were back in the shower, with Trevor's hands reaching around to soap his back, with his open mouth sliding across Trevor's wet, slippery chest. "Can I get you something else?" Kinsey asked him. "No, thanks. I guess I'm just not very hungry." In truth, Zack felt slightly nauseated after staring at the green lump for so long, but the wine seemed to be settling his stomach. He caught an odd look from Trevor, and remembered that asking Kinsey to feed them had been his own idea. It was a mistake he wouldn't make again. "You must eat out a lot in New York," said Kinsey. And Trevor shot him another look. New York? "I try to live cheap," he told Kinsey. "I thought that was impossible in New York." "Rent control," said Zack helplessly, with no real idea whether they had such a thing in New York City. Trevor stared hard at him. "I'll explain later," he thought, trying to telegraph it into Trevor's head, and poured himself more wine. No sooner had they bid Kinsey good night and walked across the overgrown yard to the car than Trevor said, "New York, huh?" Zack's head was spinning from the wine and the joint they had smoked after dinner. He leaned against the Mustang's fender. "I'll tell you about it when we get home." "Tell me now. I don't like being lied to." "I didn't lie to you. I lied to Kinsey." "I don't like lies at all, Zack, if that's really your name." "What? Did I just hear that from the lips of the famous Trevor Black?" Trevor looked away. "Look, I told you I was on the run. I can't just go around telling everyone the truth. Now get in the car." "Can you drive?" "Of course I can fucking drive." Zack pushed himself off the fender and lost his balance, almost fell headlong into the grass. Trevor caught him, and he leaned into Trevor's arms, slipped his arms around Trevor's waist. "Don't be mad," he whispered. "Are you okay?" Trevor asked. Zack hadn't eaten anything all day, and he had drunk most of the big bottle of wine. He imagined it sloshing around in his stomach, mingling with all the cum he'd swallowed, sweet ruby red swirled with salty pearly white. Zack thought again of the green lump of lasagna and almost lost it, but he couldn't stand for Trevor to see him puke. "I'm fine," he said. Muffled against the front of Trevor's shirt, it came out as one slurry word. "I just got a little drunk. It's nothing." He felt Trevor's body stiffen, remembered that Bobby had been drunk on whiskey when he killed the family. To Trevor, the words, "I'm drunk, it's nothing," must sound both stupid and cruel. Well, they'd find ways to deal with these pitfalls and landmines, even if it meant plowing straight through them. Zack wasn't planning to go on the wagon any time soon. And why the hell not, he thought. He liked alcohol, usually, but it wasn't vital to him like pot, wasn't essential to his body chemistry. You're not in New Orleans, where drinking's de rigueur, not anymore. Why not just forget about the stuff and make him happy? "Because I don't want to," his mind raged in the voice of a cranky 3-year-old. "I like to get drunk sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make me beat people or punch them or kill them. It just makes me—" "What?" "Well, get laid, for one." He knew it was true. He had almost always been drunk when he went cruising in the quarter. It helped him gloss over all sorts of things, like the look on Eddie's face when she saw him chatting up some pretty, empty-headed creature of the night, the fact that he would just as soon spit in Death's eye as wear a rubber. The knowledge that he just didn't give a good goddamn about much of anything beyond hacking and having orgasms and watching slasher movies and thumbing his nose at the world. Except that now he did, and it seemed as good a time to say so as any. But just then a vehicle swept around the corner of Kinsey Street and came screeching toward them. A pickup or a four-wheel drive from the sound and size of it, though it was going too fast to tell. Its occupants hung out the windows, all hairy limbs and big bullish heads with John Deere and Red Man caps wedged down firmly over the brow ridge. "Fucking queers," they heard, and a fusillade of silver beer cans sailed out into the slipstream and came clattering around them in the hot, still night. The truck was already disappearing over the next hill. The boys had been drinking beer, Zack observed. A fine fascist-owned beer with a bouquet hinting at toxic waste and a crisp, golden, piss-like undertone. He smelled the warm, stale beer leaking onto the asphalt, saw a submerged cigarette butt dissolving in one of the little puddles, and lost it. He pushed away from Trevor and sprawled headlong over the curb and vomited in Kinsey's yard. It felt marvelous, like the release of some crushing pressure, like vile crimson poison flooding out of his system. He felt the palms of his hands connecting with the earth, felt energy flowing up into his arms and through his body in huge, slow, steady waves. He was plugged into the biggest damn battery of all. When he was able to raise his head, Zack saw Trevor staring at him like some interesting but faintly repulsive bug. Zack crawled away from his puddle of vomit and sat shakily on the curb. He took off his spattered glasses, wiped them on the tail of his shirt. Trevor sat down next to him. "Do you know how many times I saw my dad get sick from drinking?" Trevor asked. "A bunch, I guess." "No, just once. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened, though, if he'd had a few more shots before Mama came home that night. What if he'd made himself sick and passed out? What if Mama could tell somehow that he'd drugged us? It sounds like Bobby was pretty much unstoppable." "Maybe." Trevor shrugged. "But maybe one more shot would have knocked him out. Maybe Mama would have taken me and Dee Dee away. I guess it's possible." More than anything, Zack wanted Trevor to put an arm around his shoulders, wanted to lean into Trevor's solid, comforting warmth. But he wasn't sure if Trevor was mad at him. "I used to hope the same thing when my parents would go on a binge," he said. "I'd think, just a couple more drinks and they'll pass out. They'll shut up. They won't hit me anymore. But once they got on a tear, they usually stayed on it for a while. And you caught the worst of it." "Yeah, unless they had something better to do." "Then how—" Trevor turned to Zack, spread his hands wide. The expression on his face was half disgust, half genuine bewilderment. "How can you drink now? You saw what it did to them. How can you do it too?" "Simple. It doesn't do the same things to me that it did to them." But nothing. Remember what you said last night? The still doesn't have a choice about making liquor. The choice is up to the person who drinks it. Drinking didn't make my parents act like that. They were like that. I'm not. So where does that leave my father?" Trevor's voice was quiet, but deadly. Well, this was the all-important question, Zack sensed. If he answered it wrong, he could forget about drinking around Trevor, which meant he could forget about Trevor because he wasn't going to start letting someone else do his thinking for him. And if he answered it too wrong, he wondered if he might see his blood decorating Trevor's knuckles again. Maybe Bobby was trying to tamp down his anger, he said. Maybe he was trying to make himself pass out before your mom came home. You think so? He wants to believe that. Is it cruel to encourage him? I don't think so. Hell, I'd want to believe it if I were him. It might even be true. I wouldn't be surprised, said Zack. You know he loved you. No, I don't. I know he loved them. He took them with him. He left me here. Bullshit. Zack didn't care about giving the right answer now. This line of reasoning made him too angry to worry about getting hit. He wasted everything they ever could have done, could have been. The only life he had a right to take was his own. He robbed them. But if you love someone, then you want them to be alive. What's to love about a cold, dead body? Zack caught himself before he went too far on that track. Bobby fucked up your life pretty good, but at least he let you keep it. He must have loved you best. If you were dead, 20 years of drawings never could have existed. And I couldn't be loving you, and you couldn't even be wondering about all this. What? I said you couldn't even be wondering. No, the other part. I couldn't be loving you, Zack repeated softly. The words felt so strange in his mouth. They had slipped out before he had even known he was going to say them. But he didn't want to take them back. I love you too, said Trevor. He leaned over and kissed Zack full on the mouth. Zack's eyes widened, and he tried to pull away, but Trevor held him tight. He felt Trevor's tongue sliding over his lips, worrying at the corners, and finally he gave up and opened his mouth to Trevor. They had already exchanged most of their other bodily fluids. He supposed a little puke wouldn't make much difference. At last, Trevor relented and just held him. Zack felt his shakes beginning to recede, the raw burn of bile fading from his throat. So you're really on the run? Trevor asked after a while. Zack nodded. And you told Kinsey and Terry you were from New York? Well, I don't think Kinsey believes me. But that's what I told them, yeah. You want to talk about it? Could we get in the car first? Sure. Trevor reached for the keys, and Zack surrendered them without argument. We ought to get going anyway, before those rednecks decide to come back and kick our asses. Zack laughed. Hell, if they did, Kinsey could just come out brandishing his casserole and scare 'em off. Trevor got a feel for the Mustang quickly. He had once had a brief job driving cars from place to place, reasons unspecified and questions not encouraged by the management. Most of them had been scary old junkers or boring Japanese cracker boxes, but this car was fun to drive. Its engine was loud but smooth, and its wheels chewed up the road like a vicious little wildcat worrying a black snake. There was a sour taste in his mouth, like fruit juice gone bad, the ghost of Zack's recycled wine. To Trevor, it wasn't much different from having the flavor of Zack's sweat or spit or cum on his lips. If you loved someone, he thought, you should know their body inside and out. You should be willing to taste it, breathe it, wallow in it. He got off Kinsey's road, found his way to the highway, then took a side road that wandered off into the country. I like the way you drive, said Zack. What do you mean? Fast? Just talk to me. It has to do with computers, Zack warned. I figured as much, Trevor said darkly. They drove for an hour or more around the outskirts of Missing Mile, past dark fields, deserted churches, and railroad crossings, small, neat houses lit warm against the night. They passed the occasional Brite store or honky-tonk joint, swerved to miss the occasional wet splay of roadkill on the hot blacktop. Zack told his tale without interruption from Trevor, save for an occasional question. When he finished, Trevor's brain was spinning with unfamiliar terminology, with arcane concepts he had never believed possible, but many of which Zack claimed he had already done. You mean you could get information about anybody? And change it? Could you get information about me? Sure. How? Well, let's see. Zack ticked off possibilities on his fingers. Do you have any credit cards? No. Ever had a phone in your name? No. How about a police record? Well, yeah. Trevor shuddered at the memory. I got picked up for vagrancy once in Georgia. Spent the night in jail. I could get that easy. Erase it, too. With your Social Security number, I could probably get your school and social services records. And your standing with the IRS, of course. I doubt the IRS has ever heard of me. Zack laughed softly. Don't bet on it, boyfriend. They took a roundabout route back to Violin Road. By the time Trevor parked the car behind the house, it felt very late. The clouds had blown over, and the sky was a brilliant inverted bowl of stars. Zack saw the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper, and the faint, soft skirl of the Milky Way, which pretty much exhausted his store of astronomical knowledge. But he stared up into the universe until he was dizzy with infinity, and he thought he could see the great bowl slowly revolving around them, order born of chaos, meaning born of void. They pushed their way through the vines and entered the dark living room. The house felt very calm and still. Even the doorway to the hall had gone neutral. It was as if some charge had been switched off, as if some current had been interrupted, though the lights still worked. They brushed their teeth in the kitchen sink, fitted the sheets from Potter's store onto the mattress in Trevor's room, undressed and lay together in the restful dark, their heads touching on the single pillow, their hands loosely joined. "So I might bring ghosts into your life," Trevor mused, "and you might bring feds into mine." "I guess so." Trevor thought about it. "I believe I'd take my chances with the ghosts if I were you." "I was hoping you'd say that." "And I guess I'll take my chances with the long arm of the law," Trevor thought, as he rolled over and fitted himself into the curve of Zack's body. Harboring a fugitive is bad enough. They probably have a special punishment if you fall in love with one. He found that the idea of committing a federal crime didn't faze him much. The thought of being in love still seemed far stranger. Zack had broken all kinds of laws, he supposed, but Trevor had never had much regard for laws. Few of them made sense to him, and none of them worked worth a shit. He had managed to avoid breaking them very often simply because he didn't have many bad habits, and most of the ones he did have happened to be legal. But if any suit-wearing, mirror-shaded zombie dared touch a hair on Zack's head or set foot inside the boundaries of Birdland, Trevor didn't know what might happen then. But he thought there would be great damage and pain. After all, this house had tasted blood before, had tasted it again today. He thought it might be getting a taste for the stuff. Somewhere in the hazy zone between night and morning, Zack opened his eyes a crack and squinted into the darkness. He had no real sense of the room around him, of where he was at all. He only knew that he was still mostly asleep and about half drunk, that his head was throbbing and his bladder was painfully full. He pushed himself off the mattress and stumbled into the hall. At the end of it, a soft light glowed like a beacon. All he had to do was make his way to that light and relieve himself. Then he could fall back into bed and sleep until the headache was gone. Zack shuffled down the hall, naked and barefooted, trailing a hand along the wall for balance, and entered the bathroom. One of the 40-watt bulbs in the ceiling fixture buzzed fitfully, giving off a dim, flickering light. He stepped up to the toilet bowl and urinated into the small pool of dark, muddy-looking water. The sound of his pee hitting the stained porcelain seemed very loud in the silent house, and he hoped he wouldn't wake Trevor. Trevor. Asleep in the next room, in Birdland. Zack was suddenly wide awake and very conscious of where he was. His stream of urine dried up. As he let go of his dick, he felt a single warm drop slide down his thigh. The ghost of cheap red wine still swirled in his brain, making him dizzy, making him aware of just how easy it would be to panic. But there was no need. All he had to do was turn, step away from the toilet, and he knew he hadn't shut the door behind him when he came in. Though he had been mostly asleep, he remembered groping past it, hearing the knob rattle against the wall. The hinges were caked with rust and could not have closed silently. But though Zack had heard nothing, the door was now shut tight. He swallowed, felt his throat click dryly. Well, you live in a haunted house, you're going to have doors shutting themselves once in a while. But that doesn't mean anything in here can hurt you. All you have to do is walk over and turn the knob and you're out of here. And don't look at the tub. That last thought came unbidden. Zack threw himself at the door, clawed at the knob. It slipped through his fingers, and he realized that his hands were slick with sweat. He wiped them on his bare chest and made himself try again. The knob would not turn, would not even rattle in its moorings. It was as if the workings of the lock had fused, or as if something were holding the door shut from the other side. He yanked at the door with all his strength. Though he could feel the old wood bowing inward, nothing gave. He wondered what would happen if he managed to tear the knob clean out of the door. If there was something in the hall, would it come rushing in through the hole and engulf him? Zack let go of the knob and stared around the bathroom. The ancient linoleum had begun to curl at the corners, exposing the rotting wood beneath. The peeling paint was streaked from ceiling to floor with long, rusty watermarks. The bare shower curtain rod was cruelly bowed, the bottom of the tub glazed with a thin layer of filth, the black hole of the drain ringed in green mold. He thought of pounding on the wall, trying to wake Trevor to come get him out of here, but the tub was set into the wall that adjoined their room. He would have to lean way over it, or climb right in. He looked quickly away from the tub, and his gaze fell on the mirror over the sink. It reflected his own pale, sweaty face, his own wide, scared eyes. But Zack thought he saw something else in there, too. Some subtle movement, a rippling in the surface of the glass itself, a strange sparkling in its depths, as if the glass were a silver vortex trying to draw him in. Frowning, he moved closer. The cold lip of the sink pushed against his lower belly. Zack leaned closer until his forehead was nearly touching the glass. It occurred to him that the mirror could simply explode outward, burying razor shards of glass in his face, his eyes, his brain. Part of his mind was cowering, gibbering, begging him to get away. But part of him, the larger part, had to know. One of the taps twisted on. Hot liquid gushed into the sink, splashed up onto his belly, his chest, his hands and arms. Zack jumped back, looked down at himself, and felt his well-trained gag reflex try to trigger for the second time that night. He was covered with dark streaks and splotches of the blood that was still globbing out of the faucet, pooling in the sink. But this was no fresh, vivid crimson like the blood from his lip yesterday. This blood was thick and rank, already half clotted. Its color was the red-black of a scab, and it stank of decaying meat. As he watched, the other tap turned slowly on. A second fluid began to mingle with the rotting blood, a thinner fluid, viscous and milky white. The odor of decay was suddenly laced with the raw, fresh smell of semen. As they came out of the faucet, the two streams twisted together like some sort of devil's candy cane, red and white, and black all over. Wouldn't Trevor love to put this in a story? Zack felt hysterical laughter bubbling up in his throat. Tom Waits's drunken piano had nothing on this bathroom. The sink was bleeding and ejaculating. Great. Maybe next the toilet would decide to take a shit, or the bathtub would begin to drool. He looked back up at the mirror and felt the laughter turn sour, caustic, like harsh vomit on the back of his tongue. But for certain familiar landmarks, his green eyes, the dark tangle of his hair, Zack barely knew his own reflection in the glass. It was as if a sculptor had taken a plane to his face and shaved layers of flesh from the already prominent bones. His forehead and cheekbones and chin were carved in stark relief, the skin stretched over them like parchment, sickly white and dry, as if the lightest touch would start it sifting from the bones. His nostrils and eye sockets seemed too large, too deep. The shadowy smudges beneath his eyes had become enormous dark hollows in which his pupils glittered feverishly. The skin around his mouth looked desiccated, the lips cracked and peeling. It was not the face of a 19-year-old boy in any kind of health. It was the face of the skull hiding beneath his skin, waiting to be revealed. Zack suddenly understood that the skull always grinned because it knew it would emerge triumphant, that it would comprise the sole identity of the face long after vein baubles like lips and skin and eyes were gone. He stared at his wasted image in fascination. There was a certain consumptive beauty to it, a certain dark flame like that which burns in the eyes of mad poets or starving children. He put out his hand to touch the mirror, and the lesions began to appear. Just a few tiny purplish spots at first, one on the stark jut of his cheekbone, one bisecting the dark curve of his eyebrow, one nestled in the small hollow at the corner of his mouth. But they began to spread, deepening like enormous bruises, like a stop-motion film of blighted orchids blooming beneath the surface of his skin. Now nearly half his face was suffused with the purple rot, tinged necrotic blue at the edges, and shot through with a scarlet web of burst capillaries. And there was no semblance of beauty to it, no dark flame, nothing but corruption and despair and the promise of death. Zack felt his stomach churning, his chest constricting. He had never obsessed about his looks, had never needed to. His parents had usually avoided fucking up his face too badly because it might be noticed. He still had faint belt marks on his back and 2 lumpy finger joints on his left hand from breaks that had healed badly, but no facial scars. He'd never even had zits to speak of. He had grown up with no particular awareness of his own beauty, and once he realized he had it and learned what it was good for, he had taken it for granted. Now, watching it rot away was like feeling the ground disappear from under his feet, like having a limb severed, like watching the knife descend for the final stroke of the lobotomy. Or like watching a loved one die and knowing you had a hand in that death. Zack, do you love yourself? The faucet was still gushing, the sink clogged nearly to overflowing with the twin fluids. A small black pinhole had appeared in the center of each lesion on his face. As he watched, the dots swelled and erupted. Pain zigzagged across the network of his facial nerves. Beads of greasy, glistening whiteness welled from the tiny wounds. Zack felt a sudden, blinding flash of rage. What the hell was the white stuff supposed to be? Maggots? Pus? More cum? What kind of cheap morality play was this, anyway? "Fuck it!" he yelled, and seized the edges of the mirror and ripped it off its loose moorings and flung it into the bathtub. It shattered with a sound that could have woken all of St. Louis Cemetery. The faucet slowed to a trickle, then stopped. Zack took a deep breath and put his hands to his face, rubbed them over his cheeks. His skin was smooth and firm, his bones no sharper than usual. He looked down at his body. No huge blossoming bruises, no cancerous purple lesions. His stomach and hips were hollow but not emaciated. Even the spatters of rotten blood were gone. Nothing felt abnormal but his scrotum, which was trying to crawl up into his body cavity. His shoulders sagged and his knees turned to water. Zack put a hand on the edge of the sink to support himself. As he did, he saw movement in the tub, something other than his own motion reflected in the fragments of broken mirror. A swinging motion that seemed to sweep across the glittering shards, then back, then across again. He stared at it, unable to look away, yet terrified that soon his eyes and his mind would piece together the gestalt of all the infinitesimal reflections. He did not want to know what hung there, swinging in the mirror. But if he looked away, it might be able to get out. Behind him, the hinges of the door shrieked. Zack spun around, muscles tensed, ready to fight whatever was coming for him. He saw Trevor framed in the doorway, tousled and sleepy-eyed, his face half bewildered, half scared. "What are you doing?" "How?" Zack swallowed hard. His mouth and throat had gone dry, and it was difficult to speak. "How'd you get in?" "I turned the knob and pushed." "Why did you shut yourself in here?" Speechless, Zack pointed at the sink. Trevor followed the direction of Zack's finger, then shook his head. "What?" Zack stared at the sink. It was empty, stained with nothing but dust and time. The square of plaster above it, where the mirror had hung, was paler than the rest of the wall. Trevor noticed it too. "Did you—" He saw the broken mirror in the tub and frowned. Then his eyes fell on the bent shower curtain rod, and he looked quickly back at Zack, away from the faintest of shadows slowly twisting on the wall. He wrapped his long fingers around Zack's wrist and pulled hard. "Get out of here." They stumbled into the hall, and Trevor yanked the bathroom door shut behind them. He stood for a moment with his eyes closed, breathing hard. Then he shoved Zack down the hall toward the kitchen, grabbing his arm and hustling him along when he didn't move fast enough. "Hey, what? Don't—" "Shut up." Trevor groped for the kitchen light switch, pushed Zack toward the table, then sat down and buried his face in his hands. Zack saw that Trevor's shoulders were trembling. He reached out to massage the tightly wound muscles, but Trevor went even stiffer, then reached up and slapped Zack's hands away. "Don't touch me." Zack felt as if his heart had been plunged into ice water. He backed away from the table, toward the kitchen door. "Fine. You don't want me here. Your ghosts don't want me here. Maybe I'll just get the fuck out." He glanced around the room, trying to locate the bag containing his laptop and Okie. It was leaning against the fridge, and he would have to walk back past the table to get it. His glasses were still in the bedroom, too. So much for grand exits. But Trevor didn't even look up. "I do want you here. I think they do, too. Sit down. Don't tell me what to—" "Zack." Now Trevor raised his head. His face was haggard. His eyes had a dazed, shell-shocked gleam. "Don't give me any shit, please. Just sit down and talk to me." Unmollified but curious, Zack pulled out the other chair. He didn't want to leave, but he hated being pushed away. "What do you want to talk about?" "What did you see in there?" "All kinds of shit." "Tell me." Zack told him everything. At the end of the telling, he found himself angry again, but not at Trevor. He was mad at the house, as mad as he had been when he broke the mirror. Fuck its pathetic funhouse scares. Fuck its cheap moral judgments. He wanted to knock Trevor over the head, drag him out of here forever, then get on CompuServe and score 2 plane tickets to some remote sun-drenched Caribbean island. When Zack had finished talking, Trevor didn't say anything for a very long time. His right hand lay flat on the tabletop, fingers splayed wide. Cautiously, Zack put his own hand over it, and Trevor didn't pull away this time. "What did you see?" Zack asked finally. Trevor stayed silent for so long that Zack thought he wasn't going to answer at all. Then he looked up at Zack. His pupils were enormous, and so very black against the paleness of his eyes. "My father," he said. Neither one of them felt like going back to sleep. They stayed in the kitchen, talking about other things, anything but the silent house around them. Trevor was still visibly upset, so Zack tried to distract him, asking about comics he liked and hated, trying to get him to argue about politics. Zack believed in trying to undermine, subvert, and chivvy away the vast American power structure in as many tiny ways as possible, while Trevor opined that it was best to either go out and blow shit up, or simply slip through the cracks and ignore the system altogether. When Zack mentioned his idea of wiping clean the police records of every drug offender he could find, Trevor interrupted. "Could you— What, you want to smoke another joint?" "No. Could you show me some of that computer stuff?" Zack smiled evilly, flexed his fingers in front of Trevor's face, and assumed a bogus Charlie Chan accent that had always driven Eddie into paroxysms of annoyance. "Where would honorable boyfriend like to go? Citibank? NASA? The Pentagon?" "You can break into the Pentagon?" "Well, that'd take some work," Zack admitted. "Hey, I know what. Let's see if the power's really turned on." "You mean break into the electric company?" "Sure." "But if it's on, won't they notice and turn it off?" "We're not going to change anything. That is, unless you want to. We'll just take a look. First, we need a number." Before Trevor could say anything, Zack had his laptop and cellular phone arranged and assembled on the table. He dialed 411, waited, then spoke. "Raleigh. The number for Carolina Power and Light, please." He scrawled it on one of his yellow Post-its and showed it to Trevor. "But isn't that just their office?" "It isn't just anything. It's a seed of information. Now watch what we can grow from it. Turn off that light. Trevor got up and flipped the overhead switch. Now the kitchen was lit only by the soft silver glow from the computer screen. Zack dialed some more numbers. Then his fingers flew over the keys with a rapid-fire staccato sound. He pointed at the screen. Check this out. Trevor leaned over Zack's shoulder and saw, login, LA 52, password, WC, RA, WC, %. What's that? Cosmos, Zack said reverently. AT&T Central Data Bank. Wow. Yeah. So? Zack typed a few more characters, then entered the phone number he'd gotten from directory assistance. We get a list of all Carolina Power and Light numbers, including their computer dial-ups, including accounts. Even as he spoke, this information was scrolling down the screen. How did you get into Cosmos in the first place? Stolen username and password. Isn't that dangerous? The guy I stole them from doesn't even know I exist. All I stole was information. It's still there for him to use. Zack looked up from scribbling another number. That's the beauty of cyberspace. You can take all the information you want and nobody loses anything. Then how come you're in so much trouble? Well, since they don't even like you ripping off information, just imagine how irate they get when you start siphoning money out of their bank accounts. They? The conspiracy, said Zack darkly. Hang on. He was dialing again, then typing rapidly. Okay, we're in. Now what? Now I figure out how their system works. Zack scowled at the screen, tapped a few keys, snarled his fingers into his hair, and pulled it down over his face. The light from the screen turned his face bluish-white, accentuated the hollows beneath his cheekbones and around his eyes. You can do a search for either a name or an address. Let's try McGee, Robert. I think the bills would have been in Mama's name. Bobby's credit was pretty bad by the time we left Austin. Okay, McGee, Rosina. How do you know my mother's name? Zack looked up. His eyes were wild, his mouth slightly open. Huh? I never told you her name. Oh. Well, I guess I read those autopsy reports in your bag. Trevor grabbed Zack's shoulder and shook it. He felt Zack cringe a little, and the feeling was more gratifying than he wanted it to be. Don't you have any fucking respect for privacy? No. Zack spread his hands helplessly. I'm sorry, Trev, but I don't. I was interested in you, and I wanted to know about you. The information was there, so I looked. I would have shown you. You would now. You wouldn't have yesterday. And I wanted to know then. Great. Trevor shook his head. Welcome to the instant gratification generation. Guilty as charged. You want to look at these electric bills or not? Did you find one? Not yet. Hang on. Nope. Nothing in either of your parents' names, or yours either. But here's the account for the sacred U. Zack gave a long, low whistle of appreciation. Outstanding balance of $258.50. Let's shave off that zero. What do you say? I don't think Kinsey would. Too late. $25.85. That looks better. Let's see. Bucket. Terry. No, he's all paid up. I thought we weren't going to change anything. Oh. Zack looked up at Trevor, grinning like a possum. I'm just raising a little hell. You want to see some real changes? No, just find the damn house. Okay. Don't get your panties in a knot. Rural Box 17, Violin Road, missing mile. Zack typed in the address. Uh-huh. Service cut off 6/20/72. So that means the house is making its own juice. The kitchen suddenly flooded with stark white light, and they instinctively clapped hands over their eyes. Just as they peeked through their fingers and saw that no one was standing near the switch, the room was plunged back into darkness. Then the light again for a few searing seconds. Then black. "Leave it on," Trevor yelled. "God damn it, leave it on!" The kitchen stayed dark. Trevor shoved his chair back so hard that it fell over, crossed the room in 3 strides, and slapped the light switch on. "Leave it," he said. Zack would not have wanted to argue with that voice. He logged off the power company system and shut his computer down. They'd raised enough hell for tonight. "Let's go back to bed," he said. What he really wanted to say was, "Let's get the fuck out of here." But Trevor had been waiting to do this for 20 years, and Zack had only known him for 2 days. If he wanted to be with Trevor, this was where he would have to be. For now, anyway. But this place won't get to keep you, he thought as he crawled back into bed with Trevor, settled his chin into the hollow of Trevor's shoulder, draped his arm across Trevor's bony rib cage. "When all this is done, you're coming with me. That much I swear." 16. All night Trevor felt his father's eyes watching him sleep, trying to infiltrate his dreams and claim them. Bobby's eyes were glazed like pale blue marbles, beginning to cloud over, yet still touched with some last spark of awareness, some hellish half-life. Had Bobby been trapped in there, in that body, condemned to the slow, secret dissolution of the grave? Or in the bathroom, in the peeling yellow paint and cracked porcelain, imprinted on the hot, stale air, woven into the very fabric of time that had stopped there for him? "Why did you leave me?" He wanted to shriek into that dead face. "What were you thinking? Did you think my life would turn out good? Or could you see all the pain, and did you wish it on me anyway?" He held Zack and tried to lose himself in the warmth of solid living flesh, in the small sleeping sounds and shifts of the other body that already felt familiar next to his. But as he drifted in and out of uneasy sleep, Trevor saw again the form hanging from the shower curtain rod, the rope still turning in tiny aimless circles, stirred by some current or by the tiny movements of Bobby's cooling muscles and nerves. He had only seen it for a few seconds, and even then it had seemed to shimmer, as if he were viewing it directly with his brain rather than using his eyes. Nonetheless, all the details he had blocked from that long-ago morning had been driven home again. The lividity of the hands and feet, the toes and fingertips ready to burst like purple-black grapes, slow drops of blood oozing out from under the nails, the stark map of veins across the chest and shoulders, clearly visible through the drained skin, the shrunken, defenseless-looking penis nearly hidden in his father's ginger mat of pubic hair. Suddenly awake, his heart pounding painfully, Trevor clutched Zack tighter. Zack had not seen it. Zack was his talisman, his one thread to any possible life beyond this house. He hadn't questioned Trevor's reasons for being here, hadn't asked to leave even after his experience in the bathroom. He had obviously been terrified when Trevor opened the door. Yet here he was now. Was it because he considered the house some sort of extension of Trevor and trusted that it would not hurt him? If that was the case, Trevor reflected, then Zack had more faith in him than anyone else ever had. Well, anyone since Bobby. "But how do I know it won't hurt you?" he thought, pressing his face against the back of Zack's neck in the darkness, tasting salty skin against his lips, feeling velvety hair against his eyelids. "How do I even know I won't hurt you? Your flesh feels so good in my mouth, between my fingers. Sometimes I just want to keep pulling and tearing and chewing." He fell back asleep, remembering the flavor of Zack's blood on the back of his tongue, imagining Zack's skin splitting beneath his fingers, Zack's heart still beating in his gore-slicked hands. Then suddenly sunlight was streaming through the dirty panes of the window, trickling into the corners of his eyes. His head ached slightly, felt somehow too heavy on his neck. Trevor arched his back and stretched, then rolled his head on the pillow to look over at Zack. What he saw made him suck his breath in hard and squeeze his eyes shut tight. Zack was lying on his back, arms splayed out above his head, his face battered but serene, very pale. In the center of his chest, just above the arc of the ribs, was a ragged, raw-edged crimson hole. Dark blood had bubbled out of it, streaking his stomach and face, drenching the sheet around him. Trevor could not make himself look again. Being a true artist means never averting one's eyes, he remembered Crumb writing, though he was pretty sure the quote had originated elsewhere. But he couldn't open his eyes. Instead, he put out a shaky hand and felt his fingers bump up against Zack's shoulder. Slowly, he ran his hand over the corrugated rise of the ribcage. The skin was damp, nearly wet, but whether the wetness was sweat or blood, Trevor could not tell. He moved his fingers across Zack's chest, exploring it like a blind man, waiting for his fingers to sink into that raw red hole, into that soup of muscle and organ and splintered bone. It didn't happen. Instead, he felt Zack's heart beating strong and steady beneath his hand, Zack stirring and responding to his touch. Zack whole and alive. The relief that flooded through him was as hot as the imagined blood had been, but sweeter. Zack woke with Trevor's hair drifting across his face, Trevor's warm, wet mouth wrapped around his left nipple, Trevor's hand sliding along his thigh and over his hip, gently teasing his already half-erect dick. Thus, he did not immediately recall what had happened in the bathroom. When it did come to him, it felt remote and unthreatening, like a half-remembered bad dream. Trevor slid down and started sucking him, and the last of Zack's low-grade wine hangover dissolved like shreds of a caul and disappeared. Trevor's tongue made his skin ripple and his blood quicken. Trevor was no jaded lover like most of the others he'd had. They knew the same things Zack did. How to satisfy themselves. How to coax universal physiological reactions from whatever body wound up in bed with them. But Trevor was learning how to pleasure him, and Zack was figuring out what Trevor liked. And every time they woke up together, they learned it all over again. It made so much difference. "So what changed your mind, Zachary?" he heard Eddie's voice asking him, a little sad, a little reproachful. "What made you realize you might not turn into a pumpkin if you had sex more than once with somebody you actually gave a damn about?" He didn't know. He could only look back with awe on his life of 3 days ago, his life that had not contained Trevor Black, and wonder how he had ever lived it. What had the world been to him without these feelings, without this insane, brilliant, beautiful boy? It was difficult to remember. Now Trevor's hands were pulling at him, that deft tongue probing him relentlessly. As he grew surer of what he was doing, Trevor was proving to be a near-invasive lover, determined to put his fingers into every fold and hollow of Zack's body, to get every available inch of Zack's flesh into his mouth, to bathe in the juices of sex, and perhaps drown in them. It was almost painful, but exquisitely so, like a cerulean wave crashing and foaming on a pure white shore, like the relief of the swollen vein as the junkie slides the needle in. But suddenly, Zack caught himself thinking of his image in the bathroom mirror before he had shattered it. The light of fever burning in the eyes, straight through to the brain, the emaciated face, those lesions. He thought of all the fluids that had passed between him and Trevor, awash with whatever strange chemicals and subtle poisons lurked in their bodies. Then he put the thought out of his head, as he always did such thoughts. But this time it was harder. In the afternoon, they sat at the kitchen table together, Trevor drawing, while Zack created a bank account in Raleigh just for the hell of it. Then they ventured downtown for dollar plates of eggs and grits at the diner, which served breakfast all day in keeping with the schedules of its clientele. Afterward, Trevor was buzzed on brutally strong diner coffee, Zack on the healing energy of a meal he could keep down. They wandered up the street and stopped into Potter's store to let the air conditioning soothe their sweaty, sex-soaked skin. Zack stopped to play with an old adding machine, lost himself briefly in the sensual texture of keys beneath his fingertips, then looked up and realized he was alone. He found Trevor in the next aisle, looking at something called the Sunbeam Hygienic Cordless Toothbrush. The box was decorated in four-pointed starbursts, the bright colors faded. On its side were the disembodied heads of a wasp family, Mom, Dad, Sis, and Junior, all with gleaming grins, hygienic ones, presumably. Where were those facile 50s faces now, Zack wondered? Those vapid, innocent icons of post-war advertising, those manufactured American archetypes. Whatever happened to those guys? He asked aloud. Trevor looked up from his intense scrutiny of the box art. His eyes were sharp and very clear. The 60s came along and bashed their little heads in. Zack was still turning that one over and over in his head as they left the store. Trevor hadn't had to think about it at all before he answered. His life had been a study in exactly what had happened to that kind of mythical family. They continued down Firehouse Street into the run-down section of town, past papered-over windows, boarded-up doors, abandoned cars sagging on their springs. When they reached the Sacred U and heard drums and a bass beat coming from the club so early in the day, they stopped in to see what was up. It turned out to be a gumbo sound check in full swing. Terry Bucket was on stage with two other guys, a skinny kid with a bowl haircut and Lennon glasses playing bass, and a devilish-looking bleached blonde on guitar. The blonde, Trevor observed, had a tattoo of Mr. Natural on his left bicep, and looked as if he'd been born with a Stratocaster in his hands. He was handsome, too, with a sybaritic face and a lanky, muscular build. Trevor caught himself wondering if Zack had noticed. How stupid, he thought. But the thought didn't go away. The song in progress sounded like a cross between the Cramps and some kind of old surf music. When it ended, Terry got up from behind the drums and crossed the stage to greet them. "I lost my voice," he said in a hoarse, dramatic whisper. "Guess we're playing an instrumental set tonight," added the boy with the Lennon specs. "Me and Calvin can't sing." "Why don't you cancel the show?" Zack asked. Terry rolled his eyes ruefully. "Kinsey needs the money real bad. We do, too. Trevor, Zack, this here's R.J. He's a nerd, but he's my oldest buddy. And this is Calvin." R.J. said, "Hey," and started tuning his bass. He didn't seem especially bothered at being called a nerd. Calvin looked right at Zack, and his face split in a delighted, dazzling grin. He looked as if he would like to eat Zack up right there on the spot. "Howdy," he said. "You new in town?" Zack started to grin right back, but seemed to catch himself. He gave Calvin an uncomfortable half-smile. "Yeah," he said. "We both are." "Well, let me know if you need anyone to show you the sights here." Calvin laid a slight emphasis on the "you," which was obviously meant to be singular. Trevor wanted to drag him off the stage and smash his head like a melon on the sticky floor. Surely he could see that the two of them were together. Could he also see how clueless Trevor was about sex? Could he read some nameless longing in Zack's eyes? Thanks, but I think I've already seen the important ones." Zack turned to Trevor, put an arm around him. "Come on," he urged. "Let's see what Kinsey's up to." They walked toward the back of the club, but in Trevor's mind, Calvin had already suffered all the torments of a particularly cruel hell. On stage, Calvin watched them walk away, and Terry watched him watching. Those evil eyes devoured Zack from the top of his tangled hair to the soles of his high-top sneakers. He was just Calvin's type, Terry knew. Skinny bones and deathsome pallor, but spiced up with a smart-ass twist to his lips. "You leave him alone," Terry warned. "Who's that with him?" "Bobby McGee's kid." Calvin's eyes widened. Is the urge to kill hereditary? You never know. I wouldn't fuck with him. God damn, my throat hurts. Terry grimaced as he picked up his drumsticks. You want to run through battery action again? In the bar, Kinsey greeted Trevor and Zack, then went back to his ledger. Zack ducked behind the bar and helped himself to a National Bohemian and a Coke from the cooler. He tossed the Coke to Trevor, popped open the beer, and dropped $3 on the bar. Kinsey looked up at the sound of the drinks opening, glanced from the open beer to Zack's face. "How old are you?" he asked. 19. Why?" "You can drink that because we're closed. But during club hours, you don't drink alcohol here, understand?" "Huh?" Zack's face registered utter shock. "Why? What did I do?" "Nothing. You're just too young. I don't know what the drinking age is where you come from, but here it's 21. I could get shut down for serving you. But if you want to drink, you can bring in a flask. Don't flash it around, and don't tell anyone I said you could. Those are the rules." "Rules? Don't they have rules in New York?" Zack looked helplessly at Trevor. He ought to say something, Trevor guessed. Zack was evidently so poleaxed by the concept of an enforced legal drinking age that his silver tongue had deserted him. But he never should have told that stupid New York story in the first place. He was about as much a native New Yorker as Trevor was a Hindu from Calcutta. And anyway, he had smiled back at that guitarist. Kinsey could keep him squirming. But Kinsey relented. "You're in the heart of the Bible Belt," he told Zack. "Just be glad you didn't end up in one of the dry counties." Zack shook his head in silent wonder. Kinsey finished adding a column of numbers, unfolded himself from his bar stool, and headed for the back door. Trevor and Zack were left alone in the bar. "I bet you won't even buy for me," said Zack. "You got that right." "Shit." The sound check was winding down. Zack went off to the restroom, and Terry and R.J. passed him on their way into the bar. They grabbed frosty bottles from the cooler and sprawled in a booth, looking as if they had done all this millions of times. "Where's Calvin?" Trevor asked, unable to help himself. Terry pointed down the street, then clutched his throat. "He went to the store to get cigarettes," R.J. translated. "Good. Let him die of lung cancer. Is he coming back?" Terry looked searchingly at Trevor, then beckoned him over. Trevor slid into the booth beside him, and Terry put a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close to whisper. A few days ago, Trevor would have shrunk from the touch out of pure reflex, but now he was able to restrain himself. "Calvin's all right," Terry said. "He thinks he has to flirt with every good-looking kid he sees, but he's all right. Don't let him bother you." "He's not bothering me." "Well, look, if you have to kick his ass, don't break any of his fingers. All the other decent guitarists are out of town." R.J. snorted into his beer. Terry nodded serenely at Trevor. Kinsey came back in, carrying a bushel basket of zucchini, labeled free, and set it on the bar. Trevor wondered whether anyone in this town maintained so much as a passing acquaintance with sanity. But he supposed that was the pot calling the kettle black. Suddenly, from the restroom, they heard Zack's voice raised in song. Apparently he didn't know how flimsy the walls were, or didn't care. All four heads turned as his clear, strong tenor came soaring through the pipes and particle board. "Old man River, he don't like cotton, tired o' livin', scared o' rotten." Then they heard the toilet flush, and Zack came back into the bar, saw them all looking at him. "What?" "I didn't know you could sing," said Trevor. Zack shrugged, trying and failing to hide his pleasure at being the center of attention. "Cajun blood. You're lucky I don't play the accordion." Trevor winced, and Zack realized that he had just given away an important piece of his background in front of Terry, R.J., and Kinsey. He couldn't tell if the others had caught it, but Kinsey looked surprised, then vaguely pleased, as if Zack had only confirmed a suspicion he'd harbored all along. Well, Kinsey hardly seemed likely to call the feds on him. Of course, Clifford Stahl was an aging hippie, too, and he had busted the Chaos Computer Club, a group of German hackers who weren't doing anything but breaking into Mickey Mouse American systems and trying rather half-assedly to sell the information to the KGB. Zack swallowed hard, decided to pretend his slip of the tongue had never happened, and slid into the booth next to RJ. His sneaker found Trevor's under the table and nudged up against it. "I can't really sing," he said airily. "I mean, I've never been in a band or anything." "Would you like to?" rasped Terry. "Well..." He looked across the table at Trevor, who was drawing patterns in the moisture left by the beer bottles on the tabletop. "I don't know how long I'm going to be in town," he said. And Trevor looked up. "How about just for tonight?" RJ asked. "Think you could learn a few songs that fast?" "Sure, if you wrote the words out for me and let me look at them for a few minutes." "Just a few minutes?" "Well, then I could rehearse with you and really learn the songs. But I can memorize the words real fast." "Cool." RJ and Terry nodded at each other. "So you want to do it?" "What kind of music is it mostly?" "It's gumbo," said RJ. "A little of this, a little of that, and a whole lot of good." Zach looked again at Trevor, who just shrugged and looked away with a small smile. Probably he thought the whole thing was pretty silly, maybe even stupid. Zach knew that fronting a locally popular rock band, even for a single night in a club way off the beaten track, might not be the smartest course of action for a wanted fugitive. But he couldn't help it. The idea of clutching a microphone, dressed all in black, getting to slink and snarl around the stage for an hour or two in front of his new lover and a big crowd of hipster freaks, had already seduced him. "Yeah," he said. "I want to do it." The bar phone rang. Kinsey looked up from his account books to answer it, spoke for a moment, then put the receiver down on the bar. "Trevor, it's for you." Trevor got up from the booth, frowning. No one knew he was here. "Who is it?" he asked, but Kinsey just shook his head. Trevor picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "Hi, Trevor. This is Steve Bissett from Taboo." Hi." Taboo was his favorite comics anthology, the one he had meant to submit the Bird story to. Stephen Bissett, a very tasty writer and artist himself, was also its editor-publisher. Trevor had no idea how he could have gotten the Sacred U's phone number, or why he would have wanted it. "Listen, thanks for sending me Incident in Birdland. I think it's a really twisted story, and I like your artwork a lot." "Thank you," Trevor said dazedly. He had never drawn a story called Incident in Birdland, and to the best of his memory had never yet sent anything to Taboo. He thought of calling the Bird story Incident in Jackson, but had discarded that name as too boring, and hadn't titled it at all before it got shredded. "I really loved the ending where the zombie musicians crucify the sheriffs and burn them. I have to admit I didn't see that coming." "Thanks," Trevor said again. He glanced over at the booth. Calvin had come back and was leaning against the table peeling the cellophane off his Marlboros with elaborate casualness, but Zach was looking at Trevor. He raised his eyebrows questioningly. "Anyway," said Bissett, "I'd like to buy the story. I just wanted to make sure I should still send your contract and check to this address." "Could you read it back to me?" He heard papers rustling. "Rural Box 17, Violin Road..." "No. Send it care of the Sacred U." Trevor read the address off a past-due water bill on the bar top. "Great. And listen, I'd like to see more of your work. But don't send your originals by surface mail next time, okay? It's not reliable. Send me copies, or FedEx, or fax them if you want. I can give you the number." "That's okay. I'll send copies." They said goodbye, and Trevor hung up feeling as if he'd just smoked 2 or 3 of Zach's joints all by himself. Dizzy, slightly elated, and disoriented as hell. He went back to the table and leaned over to speak in Zach's ear. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" They walked out through the silent gloom of the club, past the softly gleaming graffiti that said, "We are not afraid." Trevor wished it were true. The sun was high in the sky overhead, but the sidewalk shimmered with the heat of the day. The sky was the color of bleached denim, heavy with unshed rain. Trevor recounted the surreal conversation. Zach's eyes grew larger behind his glasses, and he leaned against the building, shaking his head. This just gets more and more fucked up. Did you see the pieces of the story after that morning? I thought you picked them up and threw them away. I thought you did. They stared at each other, confusion and fear writ large on their faces. At last, Zack said, "Are you sure you want to stay there?" "No, but I have to." Zack nodded. Trevor watched him for a moment, then asked quietly, "Are you sure you want to?" "No." "Are you going to leave?" "No, not now." Zack took Trevor's hands between his own. "But Trevor, you know I might have to leave. And if I do, I won't get much warning." "I know. But I've got to stay. At least until I find out." "What?" "The reason why I'm alive." "Trev." Zack slid his hands up to Trevor's shoulders, put his arms around Trevor's neck. What if there is no reason? What if he was just crazy? Then I have to know that. They stood on the sidewalk, embracing in the hot afternoon. Zack's body felt like a comforting old friend in Trevor's arms by now. His tension ebbed a little. "So are you going to sing with the band?" he asked. "Yeah. Terry's writing out some lyrics for me. You mind hanging out while I practice with them?" "I guess not." "What do you think of Calvin?" "I don't know. I haven't said 10 words to him." "He's okay, I suppose." "I hate him." Zack looked up, surprised, and saw that Trevor meant it. "How come?" "Because of how he looked at you." Zack laughed, then stopped when he saw Trevor's face. "Don't be stupid," he said. "I'm with you. Understand? I'm crazy about you, Trevor. You have zero competition. And because of how you looked at him." "God damn it!" Zack grabbed handfuls of Trevor's t-shirt, pushed his face up close to Trevor's. "Your house attacked me last night. It locked me in the bathroom and made me watch myself dying in the mirror. I don't know what else it would have done if you hadn't come in. Now, if you were just a meaningless fuck to me, do you really think I'd still be here?" "I don't know. How should I know what you're going to do?" Trevor seized Zack's wrists, pulled Zack's hands off his shirt. "I've never been in love with anyone before. Remember?" "Neither have I." Their eyes locked and held. They stood gripping one another's arms, breathing hard, neither giving an inch. This isn't just about having someone to wake up next to, Trevor realized. It's about trusting someone else not to hurt you, even if you're sure they will. It's about being trustworthy and not leaving when it gets weird. Zack's eyes were very wide, intensely green, his face paler than ever. Even his lips had gone pale, but for the vivid streak of his healing scar. He looked mad as hell. He was so beautiful. Trevor realized that he was no longer staring Zack down, but studying him, working to commit his face to memory. At the same time, Zack's anger seemed to dissolve as quickly as it had come. A wide, goofy grin replaced it. "Hey." "What?" "You sold a story to Taboo. That's great." "Yeah," said Trevor. "But I wonder what name I sold it under." 17. Eddie woke up ravenous on Wednesday, went to the Café du Monde for coffee and beignets, read the Times-Picayune without finding any new clues, and returned to find that a grimy slip of paper had been tacked to the door of her apartment. "Eddie," it read, "my parents' house was raided and my system seized. I am cooperating fully with the government on the case of Zachary Bosch, date of birth 5/25/73, Social Security number 283-546781. I know his car, and I read the papers too." It was signed S.D., along with a local phone number. She swore and ripped the filthy thing off her door. The paper felt slimy in her hand, eldritch, unspeakably loathsome. Eddie crumpled it in her hand. She wondered how he had gotten past the street gate, then realized that its security consisted of an electronic keypad. Presumably such a gadget couldn't thwart a fetus of Dagon. I read the papers, too. Had Stefan, the fish-lipped, frog-eyed fanboy, seen the same item she'd found yesterday? The one about the Cajun shooting himself with 5 different guns? Had he wondered about it, and maybe, just as a matter of course, pointed it out to his friendly neighborhood feds? I don't know if there really is a town called Missing Mile, she could hear him whining, but if there is, I think you'd better check it out. Well, if he had, at least he'd made a half-assed attempt to warn her about it. Maybe somewhere in his narky little heart he wanted Zack to have a chance. But, of course, it was up to Eddie to actually give him one. Her brain felt as if it had been dropped into a centrifuge. The cells were whirling dizzily, the synapses separating, short-circuiting. She sat on the bed and tried to steady herself. She couldn't help Zack by getting hysterical. What could she do? First, she needed a way to find Zack and alert him to the danger. She hoped there was a way to do that by phone, but if there wasn't, she guessed she would just have to hie her butt to Missing Mile, North Carolina. Second, she needed a way to help Zack get away for good. Probably he would have to leave the country. She might even go with him. He could hardly refuse her company this time, not after she had saved his ass. And before she could do any of this, she needed a safe phone. Okay, it wasn't quite a plan, but it was a place to start. Eddie grabbed a notebook and a pen to write down numbers. Then she set off to catch the streetcar that wound away from the French Quarter, down St. Charles Avenue and into the city. First, she called the Pink Diamond. She had missed 2 shifts already, so they probably assumed she wasn't coming back. Still, she hadn't been able to call since the Secret Service took her phone out, and she wanted to wrap up her loose ends. That was just the way she'd been raised. She dialed the office, and the manager's slimy voice answered. "Hey, Loop, this is Eddie." "Who?" "Miss Lee." "Oh, yeah, we figured you ran off back to China." She heard the wet, sinus-damaged snort that passed for Loop's laugh. "Hey, you got a message here." "Really?" Her heart quickened a little. "What is it?" "Well, it's kind of weird. I think it must be from some crazy customer. Valerie wrote it down." Valerie was the daytime bartender, and she said the guy spelled it out real careful and swore it was important. "What is it?" she repeated. The phone booth she had found in the parking lot of a seafood shack near the river bend was private, but hot and claustrophobic. Eddie felt the beginnings of a headache. "Well, it says wax jism." "What?" Loop spelled out the 2 words, and Eddie wrote them down in her notebook. Her head was pounding now. She thanked Loop, told him almost as an afterthought that she wasn't coming back to work, then hung up and stood staring at the ridiculous message. Wax jism. It had to be from Zack. But what in hell did it mean? She looked out at the parking lot. Over the green hump of the levee, she could see a sliver of the Mississippi, a tugboat and barge riding on the mighty polluted current. Her eyes slid back to the keypad of the phone, and something clicked in her mind. There were letters on the keys as well as numbers. Eddie looked back at the message. 2 words, 3 letters, then 4. The same configuration as a phone number. Eddie grabbed the unwieldy metal-covered phone book that hung from a coiled cord in the booth. It was battered, but miraculously intact. She riffled through the opening pages, found the listing of area codes for all states. Missing Mile had been fairly near Raleigh and Chapel Hill on the map, and the area code was the same for both places. She dropped in a handful of change, punched in the area code, and with shaking fingers picked out the number. It rang twice, 3 times. Then the receiver was lifted, and a slightly hoarse male voice said, "Howdy, this is the Sacred U." "Hi, you don't know me, but I'm looking for—" "No one's within earshot right now, but we have lots of great shows coming up this week. Wednesday night, it's Vintage Swamp Rock with Gumbo. Thursday..." Eddie leaned her forward against the hot glass, felt hot tears of frustration trickling from the corners of her eyes. It was a recording. "If you'd like to leave a message for me or anyone who works here," the voice was saying, "start talking at the beep. And remember, please come out and support your local bands at the Sacred U." The guy sounded nervous and slightly desperate. At last the accursed machine beeped. "This is a message for a boy named Zach," Eddie said without much hope. She didn't know if he'd be using his real first name, but she was sure he wouldn't be using his last, and she didn't want to give it away. "He's 19, about 5'8", skinny, black hair, green eyes, very pale, very striking. If you know him, will you please tell him he's in terrible danger? My name is Eddie. I have to get in touch with him. I'll try to call back." She checked her watch. "I don't know when. Tell him—" She realized tears were spilling from her eyes, pouring down her face. "Tell him I'm coming to get him." Eddie hung up, swiped at her eyes, composed herself. She had one more call to make, to a local number she knew by heart. She dialed it, listened to the phone ring and ring, then closed her eyes in relief as it was picked up. A rhythmic swat of reggae pulsed in the background, and for a moment she thought it was another recording. Then a deep musical voice said, "Hello?" "Dougal," she said. "This is Eddie. Have you heard what happened to Zach?" "Yeah, man. Busted. Terrible thing." She imagined him shaking his head, long, bright-threaded dreadlocks swaying gently around his face. Eddie closed her eyes and counted to 5. "No," she forced herself to say calmly. "He wasn't busted. He got away, but they're still after him, and I think they're closing in. Do you want to help?" "Oh, yeah, man. I would help Zachary any way I can. Especially against the damn government." She wasn't sure, but she thought she heard him spit. She took a deep breath, felt relief spreading through her. At last, she wasn't alone in this anymore. "Could you start by picking me up outside Liberty's fish camp? I need to tell you all about it. And I need your help, too." "Sweetheart, don't you worry about a thing, here? You just wait right there outside Liberty's. I know the very place." "Are you sure?" "Eerie." Dougal St. Clair's beautiful voice soothed her. "No problem." At the Sacred U, the rehearsal was still blasting away on stage. Kinsey had gone down the street to get pretzels for the bar. As he came back in, he saw that the message light on the answering machine was blinking. But when he tried to play back the message, the machine just emitted a long series of beeps, then made a sound like a car going up a hill stuck in first gear. Kinsey peered inside and saw that it had eaten the tape. The machine had been on its last legs for weeks, erasing as many messages as it took. Now it was finally dead. He picked up the phone to call tonight's doorman and realized with much greater consternation that it was dead too, though he knew it had been on earlier because Trevor had gotten that mysterious call. Kinsey looked at the clock, saw that it was just after 5. Cut-off time. He'd let the bill go too long. Now there was no way to get the phone turned back on until tomorrow, and Kinsey would have to drive the cash all the way to Raleigh. That was if the bar took in enough tonight to pay for it and the other bills too. The phone was important, but water was more so. And in a club, electricity took the highest priority of all. It was what kept the band loud and the beer cold. He had to get that damn power bill paid. Kinsey had always loved summer in Missing Mile, but just lately it was a cruel season. Dougal St. Clair lived in a tree in a secluded corner of City Park. His little wooden house was nestled high among the big oak's spreading canopy of branches, accessible by a long, twisty, terrifying rope ladder that was barely visible against the tree trunk. He parked his car at the nearby fairgrounds, made use of public restrooms in afternoon rainstorms, ate at the city's many fine restaurants with the money he saved on rent, and often relied on the kindness of friends. Dougal had so much slack that it was considered something of a privilege among French Quarter bohos to buy him lunch once in a while. The outside of his treehouse was painted in a drab brown camouflage pattern. The inside compensated with a riot of color. The walls were red, yellow, green, and purple, covered with snapshots of Dougal's American and Jamaican friends, the former a motley cross-section of New Orleans freak society, the latter invariably dreadlocked and grinning. The striped ceiling was not quite high enough for Dougal to stand up straight, though Eddie could do so comfortably. The floor was covered with a woven straw mat. There was a nest of blankets in one corner, a crate of books and a boom box with some tape stacked around it in another. He kept a lot of stuff in his car in case the treehouse was ever discovered, but somehow it never was. "How do you get phone service up here?" Eddie asked, as she settled herself on a gorgeously embroidered cushion. She had told him the whole story on the ride over from the lake. Dougal held up a sleek black cellular phone. "Present from Zachary." "I should have known. Can I use that?" He gave it to her, then pulled a fat straw pouch and a package of rolling papers from his pocket, shook out a generous quantity of fragrant green pot, and started rolling a joint. Eddie dialed the sacred U's number again. It only rang once. Then a piercing electronic tone wailed in her ear, and a recorded voice said, "The number you have reached has been temporarily disconnected. No further information is available at this time. The number you have reached—" Damn it! Eddie nearly hurled the phone across the treehouse. Only the fear that it would fly out the window and go crashing to the ground 50 feet below stopped her hand. Her treacherous eyes filled with tears again, though she was sick of crying. "Our only link to Zach has just been severed. Now what do we do?" "Relax, sweetheart." Dougal handed her the joint, an enormous, tightly rolled bomber. "First we smoke a spleef. Then we think better, and we plan." "Speak for yourself. You must have been smoking this stuff since you were born." "I was smoking it in my mama's womb," Dougal assured her. "But don't worry. This is smart ganja. Relaxes you and clears your head." Eddie regarded the huge bomber glumly. Dougal struck a match, offered her the flame cupped between his pink-brown palms. "Oh, what the hell," she decided, and let him light it for her. The taste was sticky and sweet, almost cloying. But as it swirled through her lungs and out into her bloodstream, she thought she could feel some of the shadows lifting. By the time she'd had 2 hits, she actually believed she might see Zach again, might even be able to save him. Another drag, and she'd probably be imagining them as an old married couple. She handed the joint back to Dougal. "What is this stuff?" "Fresh Jamaican." Dougal wrapped his hand around the joint, brought it to his lips, and produced an enormous cloud of smoke. She noticed that he didn't automatically pass the joint back as Americans did, but let it dangle casually between his first 2 fingers until he was ready to hit it again. When you grew up in Jamaica, Eddie guessed, you always knew where your next joint was coming from. The afternoon light was very clear, sifting through the canopy of leaves and the cracks in the wood, filling the treehouse with green and gold. Eddie leaned back against the wall, beginning to relax. "Where do you get fresh Jamaican around here?" "Got a friend who flies to Jamaica 2 times a month or so. He land at a little strip up in the hills near Negril, on the western coast. Pick it up and fly back to his place in the swamp. Then somebody else pick it up and bring it to New Orleans. No problem." "He has an airstrip in the swamp?" "Yeah, man. Just a little shack and a place to land his plane." Eddie's heart was pounding. "Do you think he might be making a trip soon?" "I think he could be convinced," said Dougal gravely. "I don't believe he would fly to North Carolina. He don't like to fly over U.S. airspace. But if we get Zachary down to the swamp, I think my friend would take him." "I'll drive to Missing Mile. I'll shoot coffee into my veins and drive all night if I have to. I'm not letting them get him." "You want to drive my car? You want me to go with you?" "I guess so. We can't bring Zach back through New Orleans. We'll have to go around it and straight down into the swamp. Do you think your friend—" "My friend will be there," Dougal soothed. "Don't worry. We call him once we get on the road." He was smiling at her, his teeth crooked but very white in his dark face, his eyes the color of warm chocolate. She couldn't help smiling back. "See," said Dougal, "I told you we planned better with our heads cleared out. This smart ganja works every time." Agent Cover maneuvered his white Chevy van through the carbon monoxide snarl of downtown New Orleans. A fruitless visit to the French Quarter had left him staring at a lot of dead ends. Edwina Sung's toothbrush was missing from her bathroom, and it turned out she had withdrawn $7,000 from her bank account yesterday afternoon, several hours after the raid. Possibly she was shacked up somewhere, consoling herself over the loss of her favorite wanted criminal. But Cover suspected his exotic little bird had flown the coop. A short electronic purr came from the region of his armpit. His cellular phone. He wrested it out of his sweaty jacket and thumbed the talk button. Cover. Afternoon, Agent. This is Payne from the DMV. Yeah? Cover perked up a little. A call from the Department of Motor Vehicles could mean good news. Sure enough, Payne went on, we got a trace on that name you gave us. Zachary Bosco Bosch. Well, it took us a while to trace because somebody had changed it in the computer. But we got a registration for him. Plate reads LLBTR 5. It's a 1965 Chevy pickup, color red, down in Terrebonne Parish. Terrebonne? You mean down by Homa? Yep, Homa it is. Shit. You gotta go down there, Agent? Better be careful. Some of them Cajuns don't like cops much. Kinda got their own laws and ideas about things and all. Hot as hell and swampy as an open grave, too. Listen, you need anything else today? No. Thanks, Payne. Cover terminated the call, tugged the knot of his tie loose, and sat in stalled traffic with the air conditioning vents aimed straight at his face. He knew Bosch must have gotten into the DMV computer and messed with the plates. Bosco. Cute. He probably could have deleted his registration altogether, but that might have set off alarms in the computer, and it was more his style to create as much confusion with as few keystrokes as possible. A red 1965 Chevy pickup. It was all wrong. Stéphane Fetus Duplessis knew approximately as much about automobiles as he did about girls, but he swore up and down that he remembered Bosch driving a black Mustang. Duplessis had been of little help so far. He had found articles in the Times-Picayune implying Bosch could be found in, variously, Cancun, Mexico, Bangor, Maine, and Port-au-Prince, Haiti. The newspaper, of course, insisted no hacker could ever violate the sanctity of their system, and every word they printed was 100% genuine. And it turned out they did have a staff writer named Joseph Boudreau, the byline on the goddess in a bowl of gumbo story. Cover had an agent tracking down the reporter to find out if he'd actually written the story. But there was little doubt that Bosch could have cracked the paper's pathetic security. Privately, Cover thought the hacker had grabbed his cache of ready money and left the country, in which case they were most likely fucked. Duplessis said Bosch was part Cajun. It was just possible that he had relatives in Homa and was lying low in some fish camp. But Cover thought he was too smart to have stayed in Louisiana. And from other things Duplessis had said about the Bosch family, Cover doubted the kid would want to stay with any of his relatives. He called in an all-points bulletin on the pickup, though he hoped the damn thing was rusting in a junkyard somewhere and wouldn't be found. He knew it couldn't have anything to do with Bosch. But by the time he made it back to the office, the pickup had already been sighted in Homa, which was only an hour's drive from New Orleans. Cover could think of no excuse that would keep him from checking it out. "Any word on that hacker?" Frank Norton called as Cover strode past his door. "Maybe." "You know, Ab, if you get outsmarted by a 19-year-old, you're really going to have egg on your face." "Fuck you, Spider." The old agent let out an annoyingly hearty belly laugh that followed Cover all the way down the hall. The highway between New Orleans and Homa was precariously close to flooding, as it was much of the year. Cover's tires had thrown off a thin, steady spray of water for the last 40 miles or so. There were cranes in the breakdown lane, big white birds standing on one leg watching his van slush by, or catching frogs in the reeds and cattails that grew right up onto the blacktop. Huge gnarled trees hung low over the road, draped in Spanish moss. God, he hated the look of Spanish moss. The local cop in Homa said the truck was parked in somebody's front yard and looked like it hadn't moved in a while. Cover navigated the joyless streets of downtown Homa, got lost several times, finally pulled up in front of the house. The yard was dotted here and there with scraggly chickens. He disliked chickens. His grandmother had kept a hen house, and even as a little boy the chalky smell of their shit, their scaly feet, and the weird, wobbly red flesh of their combs had filled him with revulsion. The pickup was a sorry sight, sitting on 3 flat tires and a cement block, with an ancient paint job that might have once been red beneath the chicken shed. But there was the license plate, clear as anything. LLBTR 5. The cop was leaning against his cruiser, taking a steady torrent of abuse from a big, black-haired, red-faced man with a flair for dramatic gestures. Relief spread across the cop's ratty little face as Cover pulled up. "Mr. Big Damn G-Man," hollered the Cajun. Cover cringed. He hated being called a G-Man. "Mr. G-Man, maybe you can tell me for why this stupid cop wants to plague me all damn day, hein? I'm just stirring up a pot of gumbo, me, and he come knocking and ask so many questions I done scorched my roo." Agent Cover, this is Mr. Robichaux," the cop broke in. "He says the truck hasn't been driven for about 5 years. "Damn right it ain't. My wife, she made me put on that damn what-you-call-him vanity plate. Was a damn voodoo curse, says me. Supposed to stand for Laissez les bon temps rouler, and it ain't rolled since. Now the chickens roost in there." Agent Cover opened the truck's passenger door. There were 3 frizzly chickens on the front seat, several more nesting in straw on the floorboards. They cocked their reptilian eyes at him and gobbled frantically. As if to cap off the sheer perfection of his day, a single egg rolled off the seat and landed square on the tip of his left tassel loafer. Cover stared down at the golden yolk and milky albumin oozing over the carefully polished leather. Somebody hates me, he thought. He wished he never had to set foot in the sweltering mud of Louisiana again. He wished he never had to interrogate another snotty punk who knew 1,000 times more about computers than he ever would or wanted to. He wished he had the coveted White House detail. But none of that mattered. What was the first thing they had drummed into him at Glencoe? Absalom Cover was a Secret Service agent, and Secret Service agents were granite agents. 18. Trevor sat in the diner punishing a bottomless cup of coffee, sketching and writing in an old spiral notebook he'd found in the back of Zach's car. His hand shook a little, and the glossy black formica of the tabletop was scattered with constellations of white sugar. Only by pressing the heel of his right hand against the table and holding the notebook flat was he able to steady his pen. Eyes, hands, screaming mouths clawed their way across the page and were lost in the drowning pattern. He could never remember drawing this fast, not since early childhood, when he was desperate to get as many things as possible down on paper, because he knew that was the only way he would ever get good at it. His hand began to cramp, and he banged it against the table in frustration. He hated it when his hand cramped. It was like having his mind go blank. Trevor made himself extend and flex the fingers, stretch the muscles of the palm. He flipped through the pages, saw that Zach had noted things here and there in a nearly illegible handwriting full of flourishes and jagged psycho spikes. A trio of phone numbers for Casper, Alyssa, and mutagenic BBS. A bunch of incomprehensible scribblings that looked mostly like this. DEC, =, greater than character, A. YOU, =, greater than character, info, ter. DEC, =, greater than character, all sorts of shit, then A. Or MILNET, WSMR-TAC, NWC-TAC, or crap file, -- greater than, crypt, Unix, less than, file name. A full page of 16-digit numbers followed by month-year dates, labeled simply Amexes. The cryptic notation, 118 1/2 mystery, near racetrack. Trevor studied these random jottings like hieroglyphics, wondering whether he would know Zach better if he could understand them. But all in all, he concluded, Zach was not driven to record his existence on paper as Trevor was. Only 6 years younger, Zach belonged to a generation that preferred to leave its mark in other ways. On memory chips, on floppy disks, and digitized video. Every dream reducible to ones and zeros. Every thought sent racing through fiber optic filaments 1,000th the thickness of a hair. He picked up his coffee cup and drained it, heard the china jitter as he set it back down. The saucer was full of cold coffee that had sloshed over the edge of the cup. Trevor signaled the waitress for a refill, turned to a fresh page in the notebook, and began making a list in the small, clear handwriting he had cultivated for lettering comics. Facts. It makes things appear. Hammer. Electricity. It makes us hallucinate. Bathroom. Bed. Theories. It really tore up my story, then put the pieces back together and instantaneously moved them 1,000 miles to SB's mailbox. It made us hallucinate the pieces. I am completely insane, and the mail is a hell of a lot faster than we think. It can do whatever it wants and is playing a game with me. It can only do a few things and is trying to communicate with me any way it can. He stared at the list, wondering whether he was wrong to ascribe conscious, willful qualities to an it he was afraid to name. What if the house, or what was left there, had no consciousness, no ability to premeditate its actions? What if the events happening to them were like forces of nature, like a recording he and Zack had somehow gotten trapped in? Trevor thought that might be even worse. The bell above the door jangled as Zack burst in and crossed the diner in 3 great bounds, oblivious to the stares he received. He slid in next to Trevor, smelling of sweat and beer and crackling energy. His eyes were bright, his hair wild. "Damn," he said. "I fucking love this." "What, being a rock star?" "Yeah." Trevor started to close the notebook so as not to kill Zack's buzz, but Zack saw the list. "Can I read that?" Trevor pushed it over to him. Zack read it quickly, nodding at each item. "What did you hallucinate in bed?" he asked. "That I had torn your heart out as we slept." So much for not killing his buzz. "Oh." Zack turned those shining jade-colored eyes on Trevor, regarded him for a long moment. "When? This morning?" "Yeah." "But then you woke me up wanting to fuck." Trevor shrugged. "Yeah." Zack thought about it, shook his head, started to say something else, but stopped. Trevor didn't press him. Zack picked up the coffee cup and inhaled deeply of its aroma, then actually took the tiniest possible sip. Trevor saw a shiver run up Zack's spine, watched his throat work and his dark-fringed lashes flutter as the homeopathic dose of caffeine took effect. He leafed through the notebook and found Trevor's drawings. "Won't the lines on these pages show up when you reproduce them?" "I'm not going to reproduce them. These are mine. I don't feel like working on anything else right now." "But, Trev, they're all yours." "I wonder," said Trevor, staring at his hands. "I really do wonder. Well, look, I have to get back. I just wanted to tell you we'll be practicing a couple more hours. You can drive home if you want to. I'll catch a ride with Terry." Zack pressed his key ring into Trevor's hand. Not just the keys to his car, Trevor realized, but to most everything this boy possessed in the world. "Thanks," he said. "No problem. But be careful out there, okay?" Before sliding back out of the booth, Zack leaned over and planted a warm, none-too-hasty kiss on Trevor's mouth. "You're so cool," he said. "See you soon." Trevor watched him leave, then stared at the key ring as if its worn metal could tell him tales of Zack, then glanced around the diner wondering who had seen them kiss. In fact, no one had seen it, but a neatly dressed, pallid old man sitting in a sunny booth by the door nursing his own cup of coffee. The waitresses called him Mr. Henry. He was a lifelong resident of Missing Mile, and until a few years ago he had lived chastely with his younger sister who taught Bible school. They attended Baptist church services every Wednesday and Sunday. Neither had ever married. Since his sister's massive stroke, which had mercifully killed her on the floor of her own tidy kitchen, instead of leaving her to linger in some sterile ward, Mr. Henry had only been waiting to die too, and be buried in his own small rectangle of earth beside her. But that kiss reminded him of a summer's day he had hardly let himself think of in 70 years. A vacation on the Outer Banks. A local boy he had met on the beach, his own age, 12 or 13. All day they swam in the vast expanse of ocean, dozed on the soft, hot dunes, exchanged their deepest dreams and darkest secrets. Far from the ordinary fare of schools and families, they became what they wanted to be. They were unimaginably exotic to each other. They were only lying in the sand embracing when his father found them. But his father had been a deacon of the Baptist church, a self-styled Old Testament patriarch who, finding himself trapped in the immoral whirlwind of the early 20th century, had become a domestic tyrant. His father had beat him so badly he could not walk for 5 days, could not stand upright for a week. And his father had told him he never deserved to stand upright again, for he was no man. Mr. Henry had been believing that for 70 years. But seeing the two beautiful boys' lips meet, and the tips of their tongues press quickly together, reminded him how sweet it had been to kiss the briny mouth of that golden-skinned creature in the dunes, though he knew if his father had caught them kissing, he would have killed them both. Now they could do it in public if they wanted to, with the nonchalance of any young couple in love. He wished he had been born in such a time, or had been brave enough to help make that time come. Trevor saw the old man staring. He flushed to the roots of his hair, and returned to his notebook, scowling fiercely. But as he began to draw again, he could still feel those faded eyes on him. He was sick of this place anyway, with its odor of grease and boiled coffee grounds, with its rotating fans that emitted a loud, steady ratcheting sound but did not cool the air. He got up, left a generous tip on the table to make sure his cup would be kept full again next time, and gave the old man what he imagined was a polite but sardonic nod as he left the diner. To his surprise, the old man smiled and nodded back. Trevor thought of driving out Burnt Church Road to the graveyard before he went home, but decided against it. The grave of his family had felt too peaceful, too final when he visited it on Sunday morning. It contained no answers for him, only crumbling bones. The answers were in the house, in its dampness and rot, its 20-year-old bloodstains and shattered mirrors. And also, perhaps, in its strange sylvan sensuality, its lushness of green vines twining through broken windows. In the home it was becoming to him and Zack, more than it had ever been his alone. In the succession of shady days and sweaty nights that seemed as if it would go on forever, though they both knew it could not. Even in the galaxies of dust that swirled through late afternoon sunlight like golden notes descending on a saxophone, there in Birdland. Trevor parked the car at the side of the house, went inside, and got a Coke from the refrigerator. He stood in the kitchen drinking it, looking at Zack's stuff on the table. Zack seemed to have chosen this as his room, and insinuated himself here. His post-its were stuck to the edge of the table like some bizarre yellow fringe. On the refrigerator he had plastered a bumper sticker that read, "Fuck 'em if they can't take a joke." His laptop computer, surely an expensive machine, sat in plain view, as if he trusted the house to protect it from thievery or harm. He thought of Zack breaking into the electric company last night, just skating right in as pretty as he pleased, as if anybody could call up and read the whole town's power bills any time they wanted to. What a silly kid, Trevor thought. What an amazing genius. But that reminded him of the kitchen light snapping on, off, on again, with no hand near it. And that reminded him of his story. Incident in Birdland. He finished his Coke and walked slowly down the hall, past the bedrooms, into the studio. The light in here was clear, green, pure in a way that only late afternoons in summer can be. He ran his hand over the scarred surface of the drawing table. He stared at the drawings tacked to the wall. Then, without quite knowing he was going to do it, Trevor thrust out both hands and tore two of them down and started ripping at them. The paper crumbled between his fingers, dry, brittle, helpless. Destroying artwork was a taboo almost as strong to him as murder. The sensation was heady, intoxicating. "How do you like it?" he yelled into the empty room. "How do you like seeing yourself torn apart? Do you even care anymore?" The silence was deafening. The last crumbs of paper sifted from his hands. Trevor suddenly felt very tired. He went into his bedroom and laid down on the mattress. The light in here was dim, more blue than green, the kudzu so thick it was like having the shades drawn. The rumpled blanket and pillow were permeated with a unique blend of his scent and Zack's, a third scent that had never existed in the world before yesterday morning, a scent part musk, part herb, part salt. He touched his penis. The skin felt stretched, tender, nearly sore. The things he had done with Zack were like nothing he had ever imagined. He loved the raw physical intimacy of it, the utter sense of connection. He thought about having Zack inside him, wondered if it would hurt, and realized that he didn't care. He wanted it anyway. Hugging the pillow to him, imagining his lover's body linked inextricably with his own, he slept. At the Sacred U, Gumbo was running through the last few songs of their set. As promised, Zack had memorized the lyrics Terry had written down for him, then learned to sing them, with R.J. singing along softly to cue him. R.J.'s voice wasn't awful, but it was a flat kid's voice that had never been meant to front a band. Zack decided his own voice had been meant for just that purpose. On the songs he hadn't learned, he made up his own words. Terry gave his cymbals a final crash and brandished his sticks in the air. "Let's knock it off," said R.J. "It's not going to get any better than that." Zack had shed his T-shirt at some point during the rehearsal. His chest was streaked with sweat, and his own grimy fingerprints where he had clawed at himself with one hand while he clutched at the mic stand or gesticulated wildly with the other. He had snarled his hair around his fingers as he sang, pulled at it until it stood out in 100 directions. He saw Calvin looking at him and grinned. "What do you think?" Calvin's eyes were brazen. "About what?" "My highly original vocal style, of course." "Of course." The guitarist let his gaze slide from Zack's face to his chest to his midsection, then back up again just as slowly. "I think it's very attractive." "How old are you?" 23. "Will you buy me a beer and pour it in a cup?" "Why, of course I will." Calvin grinned evilly. "But only if you buy the next round." "Hell, I'll buy this one." Zack pulled a 5 out of his pocket and held it out to Calvin. "Leave the change for Kinsey." Calvin waved the money away. "My treat." Terry came over to the edge of the stage, toweling his hair dry with his bandana, sucking some kind of throat lozenge. The sharp odor of menthol hung around his head like an invisible cloud. "That was some heavy mind groove, Zack. You're quite a crazed frontman." "Thanks. You guys are pretty crazed yourselves." "Yeah, we try. You want to come over for a shower and a toke? I can drop you off afterward." Calvin came back with 2 sloshing plastic cups. Their fingers touched damply as he handed Zack one. "Where are y'all going?" "To my house," Terry told him hoarsely. "Can I come?" "No. Go home and take a nap. I know you were up until dawn eating mushrooms last night." "That's okay. I'm going to eat them again tonight." Terry rolled his eyes. "Great. Can you wait until after the show?" "Maybe." Calvin's gaze sought out Zack's, fairly sparkling with wickedness. "It depends on what's happening after the show." For the first time, Zack felt a spark of annoyance toward Calvin. He was cute as hell. He played a mean guitar, and he obviously entertained a healthy lust for Zack. But he also obviously didn't give a damn about Trevor. Well, maybe Calvin just hadn't picked up on the fact that they were together. Zack didn't mind the attention or the free beer. Calvin probably meant no harm, and if he did, that was too bad. But Zack saw no reason to piss off his new bandmate if he didn't have to. Calvin might even have extra mushrooms, Zack thought, and be willing to share or sell some. And he was awfully cute. Trevor woke alone in the dark bedroom. For a moment he could not feel the mattress under him, could not even be sure he lay on a solid surface. He might have been spinning in some directionless black void. Then, gradually, the dim square of the window became visible, and the larger rectangle of the closet. He became conscious of the empty space on the other side of the mattress. Zack hadn't come back yet. If it was nearly full dark, the time must be well after 7. Trevor wondered where Zack was, what he was doing right now. Was he still at the club, enjoying the cheerful, rowdy company of the other musicians after having spent so many intense hours with Trevor? Was he wishing he had hooked up instead with exotic Calvin, who played the guitar and wore silver charms in his ears, who would not have needed showing how to make love? What if he has? What if Calvin offered him a ride home, and their eyes met in some perfect understanding that I could never fathom, and halfway here they pulled off the road and Calvin gave him a blowjob in the car? What if it's happening right now? His hands twined in Calvin's bleachy fine hair, his back arching just like it did for me, his smooth, sweet boner fitting as perfectly in Calvin's mouth as it did in mine. What if he never comes back? Trevor brought his left hand to his lips, sank his teeth into the fold of skin at the wrist. The pain cleared his mind a little, made the paranoid fantasies stop racing faster than he could talk himself out of them. He knew Zack wasn't with Calvin, but he also knew that, under other circumstances, Zack might have been. Irrational as it was, that hurt too. Faintly, he heard a car pulling up outside, a single door slamming. Then Zack's footsteps were crossing the porch. Zack was feeling his way across the dark living room. Trevor heard him bang into something, curse, and stop. "Trev?" he called uncertainly. "You don't have to answer. You could just leave him standing there, alone in the dark." "Stop it," he ordered himself. Where in hell had that thought come from? "In here," he called. Light flooded the hall, sliced across the bedroom. Zack came in, sat on the bed, and hugged Trevor through the blanket. Trevor rolled over and hugged back. Zack's hair was damp, and he smelled of soap and shampoo and deliciously clean skin. "You took a shower?" "Yeah, at Terry's. He's got a cool bathtub, this big old-fashioned deal up on claw feet." Obscure relief flooded through Trevor as he remembered Terry's claw-footed tub. Trust, he reminded himself. But trust had not been a part of his life for 20 years. It wasn't going to come unconditionally in a couple of days. Zack's hands strayed beneath the blanket. "I don't have to be back at the club for a couple of hours." "You never slow down, do you?" "No," Zack admitted. "Not if I have a choice." "Could you just come under the covers here and hold me?" "No problem." Zack kicked off his sneakers, slid out of his clothes, and snuggled in next to Trevor. He draped an arm across Trevor's chest, rested his head on Trevor's shoulder. His body was relaxed and very warm. "Oh," he moaned, "you feel so good. Don't let me fall asleep." "You can if you want to," Trevor told him. "I just got done sleeping. I'll wake you up in an hour." "Are you sure?" "I've never had trouble keeping awake." "Will you stay here and hold me?" "Absolutely." Zack heaved a deep, contented sigh. "I love you, Trev. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me." He drifted quickly into sleep, and Trevor was left staring into the dark, facing down that thought. He didn't see how he could be the best thing that had ever happened to anyone, let alone someone like Zack. His life had been starred with disaster. He was probably crazy. He couldn't lean on anyone. He couldn't be strong enough for anyone to lean on. Maybe Trevor McGee could have been, but Trevor Black could not. Still, Zack had said it, and Trevor didn't think Zack had been telling him lies. He wondered what would happen if Zack had to leave. Would he want Trevor to go with him? And if he did, could Trevor go? Though he had returned to the house thinking he might die here, he found that he no longer wanted to die at all. But he still hadn't found what he had come looking for. Or had he? You came back looking for your family. Maybe your mistake was assuming that meant Bobby, Rosina, and Dee Dee. Kinsey and Terry took you in, showed you more kindness than any strangers ever have. And who is this you hold in your arms now, if not family? I don't want him to go. I really don't. Then Trevor had a thought that made his heart miss a beat, made the spit in his mouth dry up. That thought was, maybe Bobby thought Mama was getting ready to leave with me and Dee Dee, and maybe he didn't want us to go either. Then why did he leave me alive? Why did he let me go? Because he knew you were an artist. That's it, somehow. He knew you would come back. Artists always come back to the places that created them and ruin them. Take Charlie Parker. He could have lived out his middle years in France, where American jazz musicians were treated like royalty, where racial prejudice was almost non-existent, where the heroin was strong and clean and there were no hassles from the law. But Bird couldn't. He had to fly back to the tawdry lights of 52nd Street, to the clubs where he could no longer play, to the great sprawling hungry land that had made his name a legend, but would kill him at 35. He had to come back. He had to see and hear everything. He was an artist. Okay, he thought, I'm here, but I'll draw what I damn well want to draw, and I won't hurt Zach, not ever again. As if in response, Zach moaned in his sleep and pushed his face into Trevor's shoulder. Trevor stroked his hair and the smooth curve of his back, wondered what haunted Zach's bad dreams. Was it a heavy grip falling on his shoulder? A set of steel bracelets dragging him away to bloody rape and death in prison? Was it his mother's limpid eyes and cruel tongue, or his father's hands? Or was it something less concrete, an image glimpsed in a mirror, a shadow flickering on a wall? The night was very quiet. Trevor heard the small, secret sounds of the house, the distant thrum of traffic on the highway, the insects shrilling and sawing in the long grass outside. But closer than any of that, as close as his own, he heard Zach's breathing and Zach's heartbeat. He held Zach tighter and thought about all the things he would not give up. 19. The Sacred U was already crowded when Trevor and Zach arrived. A warm rain had begun misting down, but kids were still milling about on the sidewalk, basking in the humid summer night. Zach saw lots of black and ragged denim, buzz cuts and long braids, and hair dyed all colors. Most of the faces were young, pale, and rapt. Sick with joy, Zach thought, watching their lives unfurl before them, a myriad of roads. The doorman on duty was a slight, reedy teenage boy with a facial bone structure as sharp and delicate as a bird's. His long, dyed black hair straggled into his face, lightly beaded with rain, and for a moment Zach wanted to swoop the poor starved-looking thing into his arms and give him a jolt of the energy and love crackling through his body. He managed to restrain himself. The boy stopped them as they entered the club, and Zach spoke the 4 talismanic words as easily as if he had been saying them all his life. I'm with the band. What's your name? Dario. The kid found the name on his list and scratched it off, then nodded at Trevor. What about him? He's with me. Okay. The kid picked up a rubber stamp and pressed it into a red ink pad, then against the backs of their left hands. The design was a scary-looking tree with many spreading branches, rather like the mythic Yggdrasil with its roots in hell. They moved from the warm night into the heat and half-suppressed excitement of the club. Dario? Trevor inquired. It's my stage name, after Dario Argento. Then they were in the thick of the crowd, and talk became impossible. Zach grabbed Trevor's hand and led him toward the tiny graffiti-covered room at the back of the stage. Terry and RJ were lounging on a broken-down sofa. A cooler full of the ubiquitous Natty Bohos sat atop a blown-out, gutted amp, and Zach took one. So, Ghost gets on the phone, Terry was telling RJ, and says, What's going on? Did you get a new singer? No shit. Yeah, and he goes, Well, watch out. Somebody's after him. And then Steve gets back on, and he says, Ghost dreamed the FBI or something was looking for your singer. Huh. Hey, Zach. Hey, Trevor. Terry got up and greeted them with a hug. Zach, our psychic friend, dreamed the FBI was after you. Say it ain't so. Zach tried to laugh.
Not unless they know about all those cattle mutilations. Trevor squeezed his hand. So, Terry said, you ready to go? Hell yes. I thought we'd play 2 sets. Everyone will buy beer during the break, and Kinsey will make more money. And we can get stoned backstage, said Calvin, coming in. Zach wondered if he had been listening at the door. Calvin was wearing a pair of black cotton leggings and a skimpy rag that might once have been a t-shirt. Nearly the same outfit Zach had on, but tighter and rattier. Zach saw that one of his nipples was pierced with a silver ring. Calvin beamed at Zach and offered him a slender black object, an eyeliner pencil. Want some? Slinking about the stage, his eyes smeared with wanton coal. May I? Calvin pressed the pencil into Zach's hand and turned away, flexing his fingers. He seemed to have toned his act down a little. In fact, the whole atmosphere backstage had suddenly become brisk, excited but efficient. These guys were ready to have fun, but they also had a job to do. Terry and RJ were standing, stretching. Zach felt the first flicker of nervousness, like a wing brushing the inside of his stomach. He peered into the tiny, lightless mirror Kinsey had thoughtfully provided and began outlining his eyes in black. Trevor watched him strangely. What are you doing? Putting on makeup, Zach finished, smudged the corners a bit, then looked up at Trevor. Do you like it? I think I better go back into the club. Okay. Why? Trevor leaned in close. Because if I stay here, he whispered in Zach's ear, I'm going to fuck you right in front of the band. Great. Now he was going on stage with a boner. Wait till after the show, he whispered back. I'll ruin you for life. Promise? Trevor's lips covered his. Trevor's arms slid around him and hugged him tight. Then Trevor looked back at the other musicians. I hope you have a good show, he said. They all realized they had been staring, smiled a little too widely, and offered a ragged chorus of thanks. The backstage door swung shut, and Trevor was gone into the crowd. Terry glanced at the others. Ready? A round of nods, a moment of silence. Then Terry spoke 3 more of rock and roll's talismanic words. Let's do it. Trevor was standing at the very center of the dance floor when Gumbo hit the stage. He felt the crowd pushing him forward, let himself surge closer to Zach. Zach was already smiling at the audience as if he wanted to eat it alive. Calvin and RJ picked up their guitars, slung the brightly colored hippie-weave straps over their shoulders. Terry sat down, leaned forward, and spoke hoarsely into the small mic mounted on his drum set. Howdy, we're Gumbo. A spatter of whistles and applause. Thanks. You'll notice that tonight we're 4 instead of 3. Say hello to Dario, our special guest vocalist appearing in a limited engagement of One Night Only. A drumstick kissed the edge of a cymbal. Dario, a genuine Cajun maniac straight from New Orleans. Over the forest of waving, fluttering hands thrust up by the crowd, Trevor distinctly saw Zach mouth the word shit. But he recovered fast and ripped the microphone off its stand as Terry gave the 3-beat intro to the first song. Calvin unleashed a fast and dirty flood of guitar noise, and RJ backed him with a bass line that made Trevor think of wheels blasting down an open highway. Zach stood with the mic clutched to his chest, arched his back, and speared the audience with his glittering eyes. Trevor thought Zach was looking straight at him as he began to sing. In fact, Zach had left his glasses in the dressing room and couldn't see much beyond the first 4 rows of people. But he could feel Trevor in the crowd, could feel a long invisible strand of electricity flowing between them, tapping into the web that connected Zach with Terry, RJ, and Calvin, sending tendrils through the audience and infecting them as well. It was a silver-blue energy, as galvanizing as a slug of moonshine, as effervescent as a champagne chaser. He opened his mouth and felt the energy come blazing up his spine as he let the words fly. He barely knew what he was singing. His photographic memory gave him back the lyrics, and his reptile brain translated them into pure emotion without ever processing their meaning.
He twisted the syllables, stretched the long sounds, pushed his voice way down deep to match the bass, then sang with the guitar, high and hoarse and clear. The crowd pushed right up to the stage. A few kids up front were already dancing. Zach let their movements tug at him, flow over him. Soon he was dancing harder than any of them, remembering to breathe, keeping his voice strong, letting the music control him. The young upturned faces were sweaty, eyes half closed, lips parted as if in ecstasy. This was like making love to an enormous room full of people all at once, like taking control of all their pleasure centers and squeezing hard. It was his best fantasy gone one better. No one was jealous. Everyone was getting off, and getting him off. And somewhere right in the middle of it was his one true love. "I got a bad reaction," he moaned, lips brushing the mic, letting his voice crack a little, thinking of Billie Holiday. "Got a bad reaction to you. Gotta suck your poison every night. Gotta swallow, too." He was improvising on the lyrics now as the song ended. Calvin caught his eye and gave him a very dark smile. The next number on the set list read simply, "Funky Blues Jam." Terry had told him to vamp around, make up his own lyrics if he wanted. His shirt was already soaked. He peeled it off as the band eased into a slow, sexy groove. The crowd whistled and hooted. Zach closed his eyes and tilted his head back and just stood swaying at center stage for a long moment, leggings riding low on his hips, lights playing over the sweat on his face and chest and rib cage. He felt them looking at him, and he let them look. Slowly, he brought the mic up and started singing again, letting his voice skitter and scat over the music, only gradually beginning to form whole words and lines. "Where the bars never close, and the neon screams, and the smell of whiskey gets in your dreams." A boy was dancing front and center, head thrown back in abandon, red gold hair shaved close on the sides and spiked with sweat, pale skin flushed. His eyes met Zach's and held them, almost defiant. Zach knew that look, had seen it plenty of times in the quarter. It said, "I am as beautiful as you, and I know it." The boy wore a thin white t-shirt and loose, low-slung faded jeans. The edge of the shirt pulled up as he danced, revealing a maddening stretch of flat, hairless belly, a heartbreaking curve of hip bone. "Where the gutters run red by the break of dawn, and the boys get paler as the night wears on." Suddenly he saw Trevor in the crowd, not dancing, just standing still in the sea of bodies, letting himself be jostled, gazing up at Zach. His face was intent, but calm. He was taking all this in now to be remembered, and maybe drawn later. Zach lost the thread of his lyrics, wailed and sobbed wordlessly for a while. He felt like a torch singer in some smoky little dive in 1929, high on Prohibition liquor and the reefers they were rolling backstage. He gave Trevor his most smoldering smile, put the mic back on the stand, and ran his hands over his face, through his hair. Trevor smiled back a little uneasily, as if afraid people would notice where Zach was looking. But his gaze never wavered. He had to take everything in. The artist as eyeball, thought Zach. Lidless, as raw to the touch as an exposed nerve, but seeing and processing all. The next couple of songs were gumbo standards with a country Cajun flavor. Zach whined his way through them, thinking of Hank and Patsy and Clifton Chenier, wishing he had a bottle of bourbon, a pair of black steel-toed cowboy boots, and a bushel of Tabasco peppers. Terry wailed his skins without mercy, and R.J. moved his feet for the first time that evening. Zach could tell this was the stuff they really loved. They played the blues fine, but they were country boys. Next came another jam, R.J. and Calvin getting into a riff that was something out of an old spy movie, sinister and slinky, Octopussy. Terry laughing behind the drums, striking up a strip club beat. Zach hung on the microphone, tilted his face to the lights, and closed his eyes. The world was red and gold, sweat and smoke, pain and joy. The first set was over too soon. Zach stared over at the crowd, unwilling to turn them loose even for 20 minutes. Trevor caught his eye and pointed toward the bar. Zack held up his open hand. "Be there in 5," and reluctantly left the stage. Entering the backstage room was like walking into a sauna. The other 3 musicians were as sweaty as Zack, and as buzzed. The little cubicle was saturated with their energy. The smell was like an electrical storm in a locker room. Terry slung an arm around him. "Good show. Man, you really know how to work a crowd." "It feels great." "You're a natural," RJ told him. Terry could sing Bad Reaction for the rest of his life and never get him riled up like that. "Oh, fuck you," said Terry. "I'm just a drummer working overtime. Zack's a singer." Basking in the praise, Zack started to grab a natty boho, then realized he had finished his first one on stage and his bladder was full. "Is there anywhere I can take a piss back here, or do I have to fight my way to the restroom?" "Yeah, if you go way back behind the stage, there's a little bitty john in the far corner. Nobody's supposed to know about it because it doesn't have a sink, but you can piss there." Zack took off in the direction Terry had pointed him. A narrow, L-shaped hall hooked away into the bowels of the backstage area, virtually lightless. Zack trailed his hand along the wall to keep his bearings. The cinder blocks felt cool and moist beneath his fingers, as if he were descending into an underground cave. Eventually, he came to an open door, felt around until he found a light switch, and beheld the dankest, saddest little water closet he had ever laid eyes on. It was clean, and that almost made it worse. A bathroom this desolate needed roaches and mildew to liven it up. He hated to imagine Kinsey back here scrubbing the toilet. Zack peeled his leggings down. The stream of pee sounded very loud going into the rusty water, and he realized his ears were ringing. As he readjusted himself, a knock sounded at the door. "I bet I know who that is," Zack thought. "Yeah?" "It's Calvin." "Bing! You win the trip to Acapulco and the set of steak knives, too." He opened the door a crack and saw a sparkling eye, a shock of bleached hair, half of a grinning mouth. "Just wanted to see if you were done. I gotta go, too." Zack let Calvin in and turned to leave. Calvin stepped right up to the toilet, tugged his pants down, and let fly. Huh, Zack thought. So he really did have to piss. But as Zack was halfway out the door, Calvin said, "Hey, Dario?" "Yeah?" "That was a fucking brilliant set. You look great on stage." "Oh, hell, I just like to sing. You guys are the musicians." "Yeah, right. You're about as humble as me." Calvin flushed the toilet, pulled his leggings up to a point just above the line of his pubic hair, then turned and in one smooth motion grabbed Zack and pinned him against the wall. His chest pressed against Zack's, slick with sweat. His hand slid up Zack's rib cage, and his thumbs grazed Zack's bare nipples, then tweaked them gently. Zack found himself instantly, crazily aroused. Calvin's lips brushed Zack's. "Do you want this as bad as I do?" he whispered. "Well, yeah, but—" Calvin's mouth closed over his, hot and lush, full of the golden taste of beer. His tongue slid, searched, teased its way into Zack's mouth. For several seconds they kissed with sloppy abandon. Calvin's unshaven face scoured him, abraded him. It would leave scratches. Zack didn't care. He felt Calvin's hips nudging against his own, Calvin's dick getting hard against him, pushing into his bare stomach. Almost automatically, Zack moved his hips so that their hard-ons were pressed together, separated only by 2 thin layers of cotton. The concrete wall was rough and cool against his back. The noise of the club was a dull, subliminal roar far away. He suddenly wondered why in hell he was doing this. The question was jarring. It made him realize that since the moment he'd said, "Yeah, but," and Calvin had stopped his mouth with a kiss, he hadn't had a single thought in his head. Not for Trevor, not for himself, not for anything but his own damned mindless pleasure. Zack knew he had often used sex like a drug, but until now he'd never consciously known that he used it to make himself stop thinking. The shame of that knowledge washed over him like a caustic wave. But on its crest came a second realization. Being with Trevor didn't make him feel that way. Didn't short-circuit his thought processes or cut off his emotions. When they made love, Zach's perceptions intensified, and his consciousness seemed to expand. Before, fucking had always been like slamming a door on the world. With Trevor, it was like opening 1,000 doors. And that meant he wasn't getting anything here that he couldn't get 1,000 times better at home. Zach felt a pang of regret as he broke the kiss and pushed Calvin away. Calvin was what he used to think of as a sweet catch, a beautiful bad boy with a guitar. And in the old days, Zach would have loved to take an all-night tour of Calvin's personal heavens and hells. But whether he liked it or not, those days were gone for him. He couldn't do this to Trevor. Furthermore, he didn't even want to. "Sorry," he said. "I can't." "Sure you can." Calvin tried to push back against him. His eyes were wild, his breath coming fast. He was obviously horny to the point of pain, and Zach felt for him. But there were plenty of adorable boys out there, fairly stewing in their own juices. A handsome blonde guitarist could take his pick. "No, I can't. I'm with somebody, and you knew damn well I was." "Hey." Calvin twitched one shoulder in the most insouciant of shrugs, but his eyes were hurt. "Saw you looking, was all. Just trying to show the new kid a little hometown hospitality." "I know I was looking. Of course I was. You're gorgeous." Calvin's eyes softened a little. "But I'm with Trevor, okay? We're solid. I love him." Calvin sniffed. "You fall in love pretty fast, don't you?" "Not really. It took me 19 years. Aren't you scared he'll freak out and murder you in your sleep?" Zach laughed. "No. If Trevor decides to kill me, he'll make sure I'm awake for it." Calvin considered this dubiously. "Whatever," he said at last. "You want to kiss me one more time?" "Yes," Zach told him honestly. "But I'm not gonna." He ducked under Calvin's arm and left the guitarist staring after him. As he fumbled his way back along the hall, the noise and the energy of the club grew stronger with every step he took. He felt the invisible thread of his lover pulling him, drawing him. Zach had done plenty of things he was proud of. Survived on his own since he was 14, hacked his way into systems that no one else could crack, bailed his friends out of jail and wiped their records clean. All of that was fine, but he couldn't remember the last time a decision not to do something had made him feel so good. "I sold a story to Taboo," Trevor shouted over the din of the bar. Kinsey's slightly harassed expression became an enormous grin. "That's great. Have a Coke." "Hell, have 2 Cokes." He slapped them down on the bar in front of Trevor, then held up an apologetic hand and hurried away to serve the customers lining up for beer. Trevor pulled a $5 bill out of his pocket and dropped it into the tip jar while Kinsey's back was turned. Zach had given him a wad of cash this morning. "Just in case you need anything in town," he'd said, pressing it into Trevor's hand. When Trevor protested the amount, over $100, Zach only looked disgusted. "Money is just stuff you trade for things that you want," he had told Trevor, with the air of a person explaining that 2 + 2 = 4. "When you need more, you get it. It may not grow on trees, but accessing a bank account is a hell of a lot easier than climbing a tree." Trevor looked around the crowded bar, but saw no sign of Zach. Probably he was still backstage getting stoned with the band. Trevor didn't think Zach would mind if he joined them. To his own surprise, he was actually beginning to develop a taste for pot. Possibly because it was such a vital component of Zach's body chemistry. But maybe, Trevor thought, he was also ready to start altering his consciousness instead of just exaggerating it. He grabbed his 2 Cokes and started making his way back toward the stage. Halfway there, he passed Calvin going the other way. Trevor just nodded, but Calvin reached out and stopped him, put his hands on Trevor's shoulders, and leaned in to speak loudly in Trevor's ear. "You've got a real sweet boyfriend. He sure does love you." Better hang on to him. Then he was gone into the crowd. What was that all about? Trevor wondered. But Calvin had fucked with his head enough. He didn't care what the guitarist thought of him. Terry and RJ were better musicians anyway. Calvin's playing had plenty of glitter and flash, but none of their southern soul. Trevor let himself into the dressing room, and Zack was there, bare-chested, sleek as a seal, resplendent, taking a long toke on a fat, fragrant joint. The room was already crowded with friends of the band, but Zack saw Trevor right away. He held the smoke in his lungs as he passed the joint, crossed the room, put his lips against Trevor's, and exhaled a long, steady stream of smoke into Trevor's mouth. A shotgun. Trevor abandoned his cokes and ran his hands down the curve of Zack's spine. His fingertips came away slick with sweat. He touched them to his mouth, tasted salt. "Do you want to go somewhere?" Zack whispered in his ear. Trevor nodded. Zack pulled him through the door, along a dark passageway, into a tiny, ill-lit bathroom. They slammed the door and leaned against it, groping and squeezing and clawing at each other, kissing madly. Then Trevor was kneeling on the hard cement floor, licking Zack's stomach, using his teeth to pull down the leggings, gripping Zack's hip bones like handles. It only took about 90 seconds. "Oh, Trev," Zack gasped as he came. "Oh, God, I needed that. Thank you. Thank you." "Sure." Trevor wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. Can't be a real rock star without a backstage blowjob. Someone knocked. Trevor felt Zack's body stiffen. He got to his feet. Zack tugged his leggings up and backed away from the door. "Who is it?" "Us," said a chorus of sheepish voices. Zack opened the door. Terry, his girlfriend Victoria, RJ, and Calvin were standing just outside, looking embarrassed. "Sorry," said Calvin, "but the break's almost over, and we thought you might want some of these." He held out a plastic bag half full of mushrooms. They were pale brown, streaked with iridescent blue, the psilocybin, and gave off a crumbling, earthy smell. Trevor saw Zack's hand start to reach forward. Then he paused and looked uncertainly back at Trevor. "I like mushrooms a lot. Have you ever done them?" Trevor shook his head. "Well, they'd give you plenty of ideas, that's for sure." Zack stared at Trevor, then back at the bag. "Can I have some for later?" he asked. Calvin pulled the bag back. "You can buy some. I'm not giving them away if you're not going to do them with us." Zack's eyes met Calvin's. Though these two probably were attracted to each other, Trevor realized, that wasn't exactly what was going on between them. It was rather that they understood each other, as any creatures of the same species will, especially if it is a dangerous species. "Okay." Zack pulled out a handful of 20s. "How much?" "Well, oh, fuck it." Terry, RJ, and Victoria had all started staring at Calvin reproachfully as soon as he mentioned money. "I don't care. Just take a handful." Zack was nearly laughing as he reached into the bag. "Thanks, Calvin. That's real nice of you." Their eyes were shooting silver daggers at each other, but on another level they seemed to be positively enjoying the exchange. Trevor had spent the past 2 days diving into Zack's character like an unfamiliar river, eager to let it flow over him, to let its current carry him along. Now he was beginning to realize that it had secret tributaries and strange deep pools he might never fathom. Zack wrapped his mushrooms in a twist of toilet paper and gave them to Trevor to hold. Trevor stowed the little bundle deep in his pocket, then wiped his fingers on his shirt. He wasn't at all sure he wanted to eat those nasty-looking things. Bobby had liked his hallucinogens, Trevor knew, but gave them up soon after he stopped drawing. And Crumb had done all sorts of drugs, though he claimed in a recent Comics Journal interview that they had affected his draftsmanship. But what had Trevor thought earlier? Hyping his consciousness with caffeine had helped him prowl around the edges of his past, but he had not yet penetrated to the heart of it. Maybe it was time to start altering his brain, laying open his very cells. Maybe then he would know enough so that he could leave with Zack, if Zack had to go. Gumbo kicked off the second set with a thrash-tempo version of the old Cajun song, Paper in My Shoe. Zack shouted what lyrics he knew over a pile-up of guitar and drum noise and made up the rest, grinning between the rapid-fire lines. He had never been able to stand Cajun music when he lived in New Orleans, but singing this song here in this club was like going home again. The crowd was dancing hard. From the stage they looked like nothing but a seething, bobbing mass of heads, waving hands, blissed-out faces. Zack noticed that the beautiful red-haired boy was still at front and center, but he had switched his attention to Calvin. The guitarist kept making eye contact with the boy, playing to him. The boy was dancing so hard that his white shirt had gone transparent with sweat. Zack could see the pink points of his nipples through the drenched cotton. "See," Zack felt like telling Calvin, "you're a knockout. You have drugs, you play guitar in a hot band. You couldn't go home alone tonight if you wanted to." They eased into another jam, this one slow, dark, and nasty. The V-neck of the boy's shirt had slipped down, exposing one pale shoulder. Several girls in front were wearing skimpy tank tops, and as they danced, their slender arms swayed in the air like branches. Zack found himself thinking about skin. It could be a fabulously erotic substance, smooth under the hands, salty against the tongue. Its color could inspire hatred. It could be flayed and tanned. He gripped the microphone, leaned forward until his lips were almost touching it. Dressing up at night in his suit of skin, cured her ribs in the barn, fried up her heart in a skillet, put her old hands in a jar. He caught Trevor laughing in the audience, eyes squeezed shut, mouth wide open, a completely unself-conscious moment. Zack let his lips brush the mic. "Ooh, Ed," he moaned, "what did you do with her head?" The kids loved it. Zack hung on the mic stand, threw in a few sultry bars of Summertime. "Gonna spread your wings, take to the sky." Too soon they came to the last song. Zack threw himself into it hard, ended up on his knees clutching the mic, howling into it, forcing every bit of air from his lungs, reaching deep into his soul for those blues. Who knew when he would sing for an audience again? He had to make this time good enough to last. Then it was over. He was backstage, listening to the roar of the crowd through the thin wall. Terry, R.J., and Calvin were slapping his back, congratulating him, assuring him of a gig if he decided to stick around town. After they got high again, the others went out to start packing up their equipment, and Zack found Trevor standing alone at the edge of the crowd. They lingered in the bar for a while. Soon the other band members drifted in to bask in the post-performance attention. Friends milled around, hoping to be drawn into the circle. Kids approached them with compliments, smiles, hungry eyes. Zack saw Calvin talking to the boy who had been dancing in front of the stage. The boy's face was as delicately shaded as a watercolor painting. Eyelashes the same red gold as his hair, pale pink lips, the faintest of lavender hollows above and below his eyes. He made a grand gesture with his hand, lowered his eyelids disdainfully. "I don't know," Zack heard him say. "Last time I did mushrooms they were old and made me sick." "These are real fresh," Calvin assured him. "I grew 'em myself." "Well?" The boy's eyes tilted up to meet Calvin's. "I guess I will." He smiled. "Come on backstage with me. We'll do you up real good." Zack watched them leave the bar together. The thought of those two exquisite creatures having mad hallucinatory sex made him happy for some reason. He looked at Trevor sitting next to him and thought about having some mad hallucinatory sex of his own. "You want to get out of here soon?" he asked, and couldn't help laughing when Trevor looked absurdly grateful. 20. Back at the house, Trevor and Zack sat at the kitchen table drinking tap water from freshly washed glasses. Only a rusty trickle had come out of the faucet at first, but when they left it running for a few minutes, it turned into a clear, steady stream. Zack couldn't help remembering the rotten blood and ropey sperm gushing from the bathroom tap, but the kitchen water looked and tasted fine. The mushrooms lay on the table in front of them, next to the computer, still half swathed in a twist of sacred yew toilet paper. Both boys kept glancing at them from time to time, Trevor with intrigued trepidation, Zack with a sort of patient lust. As soon as they got home, they had gone through the house turning on lights in all the safe rooms, the kitchen, the big bedroom, Trevor's bedroom, the studio. Even the hall light was burning. Though it was well past midnight, the house felt almost cozy. Zack couldn't stop talking about the show. As soon as I hit that stage, he told Trevor, I felt like I was born there. I haven't felt born to anything since the first time I touched a computer. What am I going to do, Trev? Maybe I could disguise myself and become a famous rock star, like the guy in that movie Angel Heart, but in reverse, without amnesia. It'd be the perfect cover. But the guy in Angel Heart sold his soul to the devil. I don't have a problem with that. Zack fingered a mushroom cap, watched a few dark spores sift onto the tabletop. You know, I really want to eat some of these. Eat 'em, then. Are you going to do any? Well, Trevor shifted in his chair. What exactly happens? Is it like getting stoned? No, it's much more intense. Scarier your first time. But you'll see all kinds of beautiful hallucinations, and feel all kinds of weird physical sensations, and have fucked up thoughts and ideas. Sounds kind of like sex. We can do that too. Do you think it could make me see things that are always here, but that I can't see now? Like what? You mean here in the house? Trevor nodded. Zack took a deep breath. Trev, I don't think we ought to stay in the house too long after we dose. I thought we could go over to Terry's. They ate theirs at the club, so they'll be up all night. And I bet Terry would let us use his spare room. I don't know if I'm into tripping here. Trevor just looked at him. What? Said Zack at last. This is a hallucinogen we're talking about, right? A mind-expanding, consciousness-altering drug? Zack nodded. Okay, then. Keeping in mind what I came here for, what I'm living in this house for, do you really think I'd consider doing it anywhere else? I guess not, Zack said quietly. But Trevor, I think it's a real bad idea. What do you mean? You know I'm going to have to leave soon. And I know you must have at least thought about going with me. So? So maybe it doesn't want you to leave. Maybe I don't want to. The words stung like a slap. If you stay here, Zack began, then had to stop and take a deep breath. His voice had nearly cracked. If you stay here, it'll be hard to get back in touch with you. I might not be able to do it. You could leave a message for me at the club. If they find out I was ever in this town, they could tap the club's phone. They could make trouble for Kinsey. They could tap Terry's phone. They could harass the fuck out of you. A lot of real scary people are after me, Trev. I've already left too many traces here. I have to disappear for good now, and you might never be able to find me again. Is that what you want? Trevor had been staring stubbornly at the table. Now he looked up at Zack. His eyes shimmered with tears about to spill over. No, neither do I. Is it true? Thought Zack. Am I telling him this in good faith? If I'm going on the run forever, do I really want to take someone with me? And the answer was a resounding yes, because he not only wanted to, he had to. If he didn't take Trevor, he might as well leave his brain or his heart behind. It was that simple. That was how deeply people became grafted into you when you loved them like this. A part of Zack still hated that. A part of him was grateful that he had at least found the right Siamese twin. And a part of him rejoiced that this was possible after all. Their fingers intertwined on the tabletop. They gripped hands tightly for a moment, both fighting back tears. "You could stay here for a while, then go over to Terry's," Trevor said. "I wouldn't mind being alone." "No way. You don't want to trip alone in this house." "I don't mind." "You would." Zach pulled back to look into Trevor's eyes. "Believe me, you would. You may be able to deal with the house, but I know psilocybin. I'm not letting you do that." "Then stay." "Okay." Zach let his head fall back onto Trevor's shoulder. "I've just agreed to trip on mushrooms in a haunted house," he thought. The Grand Adventures of Zachary Bosch. Reel 3. "So," said Trevor, "how do we do it? Do we just eat them?" "Yes. And I warn you, they taste fucking horrible." Trevor picked up a blue-streaked stem and nibbled experimentally at it. "They don't seem to taste like much of anything. Just you wait." Zach got up and refilled their water glasses, then began to portion out the mushrooms. There were 7 caps and 5 stems. The caps were the most potent and shittiest tasting part. He put 3 caps and 3 stems in one pile, 4 caps and 2 stems in the other. "Now what?" Trevor asked. "Getting nervous?" "No." "Then let's eat." Each of them picked up a cap, put it in his mouth, and began to chew. Zach's cap splintered and grew soggy in his mouth. The dry, dead flavor trickled between his teeth, over his tongue. He washed it down with a gulp of water. "I see what you mean," said Trevor, after a few seconds. "You don't have to chew them all the way. Just soften them up a little and swallow the chunks." "Now you tell me." Trevor drained his water glass and got up for more. "God, that's disgusting. It's like chewing on mummified flesh." "Better lose that thought. You've got 5 more pieces to eat." Crunching, grimacing, and swigging water, they choked down the rest of their mushrooms, then brushed their teeth at the sink. "How long does it take?" Trevor asked. 20-30 minutes. Shall we smoke a joint and get in bed?" "Are you sure we ought to be stoned?" "Yes." Zach nodded vigorously. "Under the circumstances, I'm very sure." Trevor felt the first tickling tendrils of the drug 20 minutes later. Zach was lying half on top of him with his head on Trevor's chest. They had been talking in the darkened bedroom, a meandering conversation with pools of calm, clear silence here and there. It was during one of these silences that the sensation seemed to begin in Trevor's stomach and spread, shivering through his guts, swirling slyly through his blood, up his spine, into his brain. He felt Zach's lips move against his chest. "Do you feel it?" "Yes." "Are you hallucinating?" "I don't think so." Trevor looked at the shadows cast on the ceiling. Veins of pink and purple light were pulsing through them, beginning to creep down the walls. "Well, maybe." He pulled Zach up to him, cupped Zach's head between his hands, and kissed his closed eyelids. The smudges of shadow beneath Zach's eyes were dark with eyeliner and fatigue. Trevor brushed his lips across them, felt Zach shiver. He kissed Zach's forehead, the narrow bridge of his nose and its elegant pointed tip, his willing mouth. Kissing soon became a hallucinatory experience in itself. The interplay of their tongues was like a dance. Zach's mouth tasted of mint toothpaste and pot smoke, and what Trevor had come to think of as his lover's own flavor, peppery and faintly sweet. Zach's very skin seemed to undulate against him at every point of contact. Trevor imagined it becoming soft as warm caramel and flowing over him, surrounding him. Whether Zach's body was taking him in or being assimilated itself would not matter. Their flesh would mingle, their bones would merge into one complex cradle surrounding the stew of their viscera. What a drawing it would make! Now Zach was running his tongue along the arc of Trevor's collarbone, leaving a trail of warm wetness that quickly turned cold as it evaporated. He rubbed his face on Trevor's chest, pressed his lips into the hollow just below Trevor's ribs. Trevor felt that bright band of energy connecting them again, as elusive and yet as constant as the particles and waves that made up light, sound, matter. The room was swarming around him. His drawings waved gently from the walls. The mattress felt insubstantial under his back, as if it were suspended above a great gaping hole that went through the floor and the foundation of the house, as if it could dissolve at any moment and leave him plunging forever, alone in a numb black void, a blank universe. Trevor gasped and clutched Zack tight. It was beginning in earnest. "It's okay," Zack soothed him. "These are strong shrooms, that's all. Keep hanging on to me and you'll be fine." Can you... Trevor had no idea what he wanted to ask. His teeth began to chatter. "Trev, just relax and go with it. Look at the lights. Everything feels good. I love you." "I love you too, but it's so strange. It's supposed to be strange. That's why we do drugs. They make us feel different. Don't fight it." Zack stroked Trevor's hair, rubbed his arms and shoulders until the muscles began to unbunch. Trevor's hands had curled into loose fists. Zack coaxed them open, kissed the mirror image maps of the palms, the pencil calluses, the intricate whorls of the fingertips. He took a finger into his mouth and sucked softly, heard Trevor's breath catch. "Your tongue feels like velvet. Your hands taste like seawater." Zack kissed the fold of Trevor's left wrist, then ran his tongue along the forearm and into the soft hollow of the elbow. Trevor sighed and relaxed just a little, though his pulse still beat like a frightened bird against Zack's tongue. The veins of the inner elbow, the junkie veins, the veins to sever if you wanted to bleed to death. Zack slid his mouth down Trevor's arm and kissed the raised white lines of his scars. He had hesitated to do this before, unsure if Trevor would mind. Now the scar's rippled texture was so appealing that he couldn't help himself. Zack imagined the razor going through Trevor's flesh, smooth as butter, Trevor's icy eyes screaming out of his impassive face as he watched the blood well up. Trevor made a soft moaning sound deep in his throat. Zack sucked harder at the tender flesh, and the scar he was kissing opened against his tongue like a torrid kiss. The coppery taste of fresh blood spilled into his mouth. Trevor felt a silvery, stinging sensation in his arm, then another, and another, then three at once, a deep, bone-shivering pain. He raised himself on his right elbow, saw the old cuts on his left arm opening, parting like little red mouths. Zack stared up at him in confusion, then in horror as he realized Trevor was seeing the blood too. Deep, wet crimson ringed his mouth and streaked his face, shocking against the whiteness of his skin. "Trev? What?" Trevor felt weirdly serene. The open wounds hurt no more than they had when he'd made them. It was, rather, a way of draining off pain. He remembered the feeling so well now. "It's nearly here," he said. "What?" "Birdland." Zack's pupils were enormous, glittering. His mouth hung slightly open. Trevor took his hands, pulled him up, and held him, smearing Zack's body with blood. He kissed Zack's sticky lips. "Don't be scared." "But aren't you bleeding?" "Only for a little while." "Trevor, have your stigmata then, God damn it, but don't pull this mystical shit on me." Zack pounded the mattress. "Don't you dare die. If you die, I swear to God I'll come after you. I'll hunt you down and haunt your damned ghost." "I'm not dying. Come here. Hold me." He wrapped his arms tighter around Zack, felt the blood flowing between them, trickling down Zack's spine. "I have to go," he thought. "You're the only thing that will bring me back." But that would just frighten Zack worse, so he didn't say it. He didn't know where he was going, or even how. He knew it would be Birdland, the true birdland that lay paradoxically far beyond the house and deep within it. But Trevor was realizing that birdland wasn't just the place of his past, the place in his childhood where he had found his talent, his dreams. It was also the place where his dreams could find him, and some of them were very bad. It was a place of scars and of wounds that had never healed. "Just don't leave me here," Zack murmured against his chest. "I promise." Trevor remembered lying in bed this afternoon, imagining Zack's body inextricably linked with his, remembering his fantasy of Zack's flesh flowing over him, surrounding him. He pressed his body up against Zack's, wrapped his legs around Zack's skinny hips. "I want you to fuck me," he said. "Huh? Now?" "Yes, now." Emotions were warring in Zack's face. Confusion, fear, sorrow, frustration, arousal. Trevor felt Zack's penis growing cautiously hard against the back of his thigh. He reached down and cupped Zack's balls, ran his hand up the silky shaft, streaking it with blood. Zack shuddered, took a deep breath. "Are you sure?" But apparently he could see the answer in Trevor's face. His eyes never left Trevor's as he wet his hand with saliva and rubbed it up and down his penis, then lifted Trevor's knees and spread his legs and eased in. The sensation was not so much painful as completely alien. Trevor felt his asshole trying to contract, his whole body trying to tense up. He sought Zack's mouth and sucked at his tongue. He would have this boy inside him any and every way he could. It was time. Then his intestines were loosening and warming, his muscles melting in concentric rings around Zack, drawing him in deep. He linked his hands at the small of Zack's back. Blood ran down his arms, dripped over their bodies, began to soak into the mattress. "Ah!" Zack's teeth closed on Trevor's shoulder, a tiny, exquisite pain. "You're so tight. It almost hurts." "You can fuck me hard. You can open me up." "Yeah?" Zack scrambled to his knees, put his hands on Trevor's thighs and pushed them up and back, driving in still deeper. His face was streaked with blood, his expression poised between pain and ecstasy. "Like that? Does that feel good?" "Yes, but harder." Trevor groped for Zack's hand, guided it to his penis. When Zack closed his fingers around the head and began to stroke, Trevor put his hand over Zack's and squeezed brutally. "Trev, I don't want to hurt you." "Harder," Trevor sobbed. "I have to get there." "Where, damn it?" Zack grabbed Trevor's chin with his free hand, forced Trevor to look him in the face. Zack's eyes were huge, wild. "What are you making me do to you?" The pleasure and the drugs overloaded Trevor's synapses with towering sensation. But he felt a vortex beginning to open in his brain. His consciousness swirled around the edges of it, began to be drawn into it. He drove his hips up hard against Zack, impaling himself. The area between his asshole and his balls and the tip of his penis felt like one huge raw nerve. Zack's heartbeat throbbed deep in his guts. Light poured out of the vortex, sparkling, swarming. Beyond that vortex was birdland. If he was ever going to be with Zack again, he had to go there now. Trevor let himself go. "Trev? Trevor? God damn it, Trevor!" Zack punched the pillow beside Trevor's head. Trevor didn't move or seem to hear. Zack had felt Trevor's back arching, Trevor's cum welling into his palm and dripping between his fingers, and he had nearly come too. But then Trevor had stopped moaning, and his eyes had gone blank, and he had fallen back on the mattress. Zack's heart lurched painfully. He felt for Trevor's heartbeat, listened for his breathing. Both were strong and steady. Trevor's eyes were half open, blinking slowly. But they were unfocused and did not flicker when Zack passed his hand before them or peered into them.
Zack shivered. Trevor's eyes looked abandoned. "Trev," he whispered, "remember, you promised not to leave me." No response. "Trevor? Please?" Zack pressed his mouth against Trevor's slack lips, kissed hard. Again, no response. He didn't think Trevor was in there. Or perhaps Trevor had gone so deep that he couldn't hear. A word rang in Zack's mind like the tolling of a deep, dissonant bell. Catatonia. The thought scared him so badly that he grabbed Trevor by the shoulders and shook him hard. Trevor's head rolled bonelessly on his neck. A silvery thread of saliva leaked from one corner of his mouth. There was nothing in his eyes, nothing in his face. Zack clawed at his own face, bit his fingers viciously, sobbed in frustration and dread. Why had he ever thought it was a good idea to feed Trevor mushrooms? Why had he thought either of them could handle such a heavy-duty mindfuck within these cursed, malicious walls? Suddenly he remembered what Trevor had said right before passing out. "I have to get there." Had Trevor used the shock of orgasm to detach himself from his body somehow? Was his spirit careening around the house, unable to communicate with Zack, unable to get back in? Or worse, was Trevor no longer here at all? What if he went crashing into the spirit world, demanding his explanation for being alive, and Bobby decided to keep him there? What if Bobby just wanted to finish the job he'd left undone before? Embodied or not, Trevor was still tripping his ass off, and that made him more vulnerable than he already was. If Trevor had gone somewhere else, Zack knew he had to follow. But how in hell was Zack supposed to leave his body? He was used to having orgasms. No matter how intense they were, his spirit did not separate from his flesh, did not extrude on some umbilical thread of ectoplasm, did not detach. He had never thought about how solidly mired in his body he was until now, when he wanted to get out of it. He concentrated furiously, tried to project himself into Trevor's brain. He'd gotten in once, but it seemed the password had been changed. Zack tried to imagine what the new one might be, tried to feel around the edges of Trevor's blown consciousness. He forced himself to go limp, surrender to the drug, think about anything but projecting. He tore at his hair and his scalp, trying to rip his own ghost out of his skull. None of it worked. Zack collapsed back on the mattress, hugged Trevor, and sobbed into his chest. A thin sheen of sweat had come up on Trevor's skin. It rippled with opalescent colors and smelled faintly of coffee. Coffee. Zack had a dangerous idea. He tested Trevor's heartbeat again. It remained even and strong. He kissed Trevor's cheek, spoke into his ear. "I love you, Trev. I'm coming to get you. Just try not to go too far in." He pushed himself up, nearly passed out himself as the blood rushed to his head. Tried to let it happen, but recovered. He crossed the bedroom and edged into the hall, refused to look toward the bathroom or at the doorway into the living room, would not glance over his shoulder as he entered the kitchen. He had never felt so unsafe in this house. Zack opened the refrigerator, squinted into the dazzling light, took out the bag of coffee Trevor had bought. He carried it over to the coffee maker from Potter's store and shook a generous amount into the filter basket, then ran tap water into the pot and poured it through. A few seconds later the machine began to bubble, and a dark, rich scent filled the kitchen. The odor nauseated him. He knew what he was probably going to have to do. Zack couldn't wait for the pot to fill. As soon as a cupful had collected, he yanked it out and splashed it into a mug. The stream of brewing coffee sizzled against the hot plate. Zack's nerves twitched in sympathy. He thrust the pot back in, flipped the switch off, grabbed the steaming mug, and hurried back to the bedroom. "Trev, want some Joe? Come on." He slid a hand behind Trevor's neck and propped his head up, wafted the mug back and forth under Trevor's nose without much hope. As he had feared, Trevor made no response. He was gone, all right. Zack looked into the mug. The black surface of the coffee shimmered, as full of subtle, sinister colors as an oil slick. To Zack, it looked like the surface of death.
His heart twinged, and Zack apologized to it in advance for what he was about to do. He took a deep breath and blew on the Demon Joe, the drug that bore his father's name. He said a prayer to his various gods, steadied his hand. Then he raised the mug to his lips and drank the bitter brew straight down. 21. Trevor felt himself rising through the syrupy air of the room, through the ceiling and the roof, out into the night. The sky arched above him like a great black bowl pricked with diamonds. He saw the kudzu swarming over the roof, the sturdy little car parked behind the house, the willow tree in the yard where he and Zack had talked that first day, fronds wavering in the terrible razor-edged moonlight. He was rising and rising. He could see the streets of Missing Mile in the distance, dark and still. The house was far below him now, a toy rectangle he could almost forget. This isn't where I'm supposed to be, he realized. Got to get back to Birdland. All at once, it was like a film being run in reverse and speeded up. He was falling in a dizzy spiral back toward the roof, through the sucking vines, back through the ceiling and into the rooms, and melting down the walls and crackling through the power lines and dripping from the faucets and disappearing down the drains into the broken fragments of the mirror. He was there. The thought filled him with a cold excitement that was almost fear. Whatever, wherever Birdland was, he was there now. The sensations of his body returned. He opened his eyes and found himself standing on a street corner in a city he could not name. It was like a composite of every city he had ever been in, the rundown sections and shady neighborhoods, ashen buildings squirming with illegible graffiti, broken and boarded windows, ragged posters stapled to telephone poles, peeling from brick walls. The few splashes of color in the landscape seemed somehow wrong. The sidewalk and the street were empty, though the slice of sky above him was an unhealthy purplish color that reflected back the city's light and masked any moon or stars. It seemed very late at night. Trevor saw no signs of life in the buildings around him, heard no traffic, no voices. But the place did not feel threatening. He thought he recognized it, and he was sure it recognized him. Trevor chose a direction at random and started walking. He thought he heard the wail of a saxophone in the distance, though it kept fading in and out until he couldn't be sure it was there at all. He passed the dark maw of a parking garage with a length of chicken wire stretched across it, a stretch of vacant lots seeded with broken bottles, a row of pawn shops, laundromats, storefront churches of holy light, all closed. Everything had a stark, slick, compressed look, more than 2 dimensions, but not quite 3. The buildings were solid enough. He could feel the sidewalk under his feet, the cool night air blowing his hair back from his face, the bones in his fingers moving as he stuck his hands in his pockets. Pockets? He had been lying naked in bed with Zack. Trevor looked down at himself and saw that he was wearing a black pinstriped suit jacket with wide-notched lapels, 1940s-style lapels. Underneath it was a black silk shirt with a loud checkered tie knotted loosely at the collar. His trousers matched the jacket, and on his feet were a pair of scuffed but obviously expensive black loafers. He had never worn clothes like this, but he'd seen hundreds of photos of Charlie Parker in just such a get-up. Trevor kept walking. Once he smelled the aroma of coffee, rich and strong, but he couldn't trace its direction. After a few minutes, it was gone. Soon he came to a row of bars that seemed to be open. The block was lit with old-fashioned wrought-iron gas lamps on each corner. The bars were dark, but neon flickered far in their depths, fitful chartreuse, cold blue, lurid crimson. The narrow alleys between the bars were darker still. A yeasty perfume drifted from them, the smell of 100 kinds of liquor dregs mingling, brewing a noxious new poison. A few cars were parked along the curb, humpy sedans and Finn dragsters, all empty. But there was still no one else on the street, and the windows of the bar were opaque, throwing back distorted reflections. The street was full of puddles that rippled with strange light and seductive colors. All at once, Trevor realized what was wrong with the colors here. The place was like a black and white photograph tinted by hand, overlaid with color rather than permeated with it. It had an appearance at once faded and garish. Bobby's comic had always been drawn in black and white. He remembered Dee Dee coloring in a page of it with crayons once, just scribbling in a swath of red here, a streak of blue there. That had looked sort of like this place. Trevor stood uncertainly on the sidewalk, reluctant to enter any of the dark bars, hesitant to leave the signs of life behind him. The street seemed to grow darker in the distance, the buildings larger and more industrial-looking. Already the air was tinged with a faint scorched odor, part chemical, part meat. He didn't want to get lost among the factories and slag heaps of Birdland. So, where was he supposed to go? He stepped into the street to get a better view of the bars, scanned their tattered awnings and tawdry lights, looking for some clue. He found none. But suddenly someone lurched out of one of the alleys, and Trevor's quick step backward was all that kept the scrawny figure from plowing right into him. The guy gripped the lapels of Trevor's jacket with spidery fingers, stared imploringly up at Trevor. His face was gaunt, his huge burning eyes set in sockets so deep they looked like they'd been scooped out with a spoon. His flesh had a fibrous texture. His long black coat hung on his shoulders like a pair of broken wings. Its baggy sleeves had slid up over his wrists as he grabbed Trevor. Fresh needle marks ran up both stick-like arms as far as Trevor could see. "Please give me some credit," he hissed. "I got a big old shiny rock coming in." It was Skeletal Sammy, Bobby's quintessential junkie character, all hustle and twitch and promise, animated by his addiction. This was the character Trevor had been trying to sketch at the kitchen table the day he learned he could draw. He remembered Bobby leaning over his shoulder and kissing the top of his head, whispering in his ear, "You draw a mean junkie, kiddo." He reached up and encircled Sammy's skinny wrists, gently removed Sammy's skeletal claws from his lapels. He felt an odd tenderness for this character. "Sorry, Sam," he said. "I don't have anything." "What do you mean? You're the man, aren't you? You got these, don't you?" Sammy seized Trevor's hands, held them for a long moment. His flesh was cold as morgue tiles. Trevor felt something gouging his palm. When Sammy let go, Trevor found himself holding a small, glittering jewel. It looked like a diamond, but with a faint blue glow at its core. He rolled it over his palm, watched its facets catch the light. "That's all I got," said Sammy. "I know it ain't much, but I'll make good later." He reached into the folds of his coat and pulled out a syringe wrapped in a dirty handkerchief. The plunger was depressed, the barrel empty. The needle gleamed dully beneath a thin film of dried blood. "Just give me a little," begged Sammy. "I don't have anything, I swear." Skeletal Sammy peered at Trevor, as if one of them must have gone crazy, and he wasn't sure which one it was. "I do know you, right?" "Well," Trevor wasn't sure how to answer. "You are an artist, right?" "Yes." "Then come on. I'll pay you double tomorrow. I'll suck your dick, anything. Just be a pal and roll up your sleeve." "What for?" "The red, baby." Sammy clutched at Trevor's sleeve. "That sweet red flowing in your vein." "You want my blood?" Skeletal Sammy stared him in the eye and nodded slowly. The naked, wretched need in Sammy's face was like nothing Trevor had seen before. He remembered a phrase from William S. Burroughs. Sammy's face was an equation written in the algebra of need. Trevor had never been any good at math, but he did know that there were two sides to every equation. If the inhabitants of this universe, or dimension, or comic, or whatever the hell it was, could get high on his bodily fluids, maybe he could extract something from them, too. He put his hand over Sammy's, forced the diamond back into Sammy's palm. "What if I give you some?" he asked. "Do you know where Bobby McGee is?" Again that slow nod. Will you take me there?
Course I will,
Sammy said.
He's been expecting you.
The junkie tried to smile. It was a ghastly sight. Okay, then. Sammy led him into one of the dark bars. The interior was both garish and squalid, with walls of filthy purple velvet and a floor unwashed for so long that Trevor felt the soles of his shoes peeling softly away from it as he walked. A sign advertising a brand of beer he'd never heard of flickered green and gold above the bar. Reflected in a dirty mirror on the opposite wall, it made a dizzy tunnel of light spiraling away into infinity. There was no bartender, no customers. The place was silent. They sat at one of the rickety little tables. Trevor took off his pinstriped jacket, rolled up the left sleeve of his silk shirt. He saw that his scars were still open, oozing slow tears of blood. The stains didn't show on the black cloth, though the sleeve was wet with it. Sammy's eyes honed in on the blood. He looked as if he would like to lap it right off Trevor's arm. Instead, he reached into his voluminous overcoat, pulled out a length of rubber tubing, and tied it around his own arm inches above the elbow.
If I tie off ahead of time, he explained, I can shoot it while it's still good and hot.
He reached over and stroked Trevor's hand. His touch was ambiguous, not quite sexual.
You ready?
Clean your needle first. You're not sticking that dirty thing in my arm.
No, that ain't where you like to stick dirty things, is it?
Before Trevor could fully process this remark, Sammy got up from the table, slipped behind the bar, and came back with a glass full of neat whiskey. He took out his syringe, immersed the needle in the amber liquor, and swished it around several times. Then he pulled out a cheap cigarette lighter, ran its flame along the needle, and let it linger on the tip. The alcohol flared up clear blue, burned off fast. Sammy glanced at Trevor.
Satisfied?
Trevor had no idea if this procedure really sterilized the needle, but at least the scummy-looking crust of dried blood was gone. He nodded, feeling as if somewhere during this transaction he had lost the upper hand. Sammy bent over Trevor's arm and slid the needle into the open scar closest to the elbow. For a moment he probed, and a scintilla of pain shot through the soft meat. Then the needle found a vein and sank in deep. Sammy pulled the plunger slowly back. A dark flower of blood welled into the syringe. Trevor felt the needle shivering with each beat of his heart. Sammy kept hold of his hand, idly stroking his wrist and playing with his fingers. But as soon as he had a full hypo, Sammy yanked the needle out of the wound. With absolutely no wasted motion, he pulled up his own sleeve, stuck the needle deep into the flesh of his inner elbow, and pushed the plunger. Trevor's blood seemed to rush into his vein as if his own blood were sucking hungrily at it. Trevor saw Sammy's eyelids fluttering, the pinkish rag of his tongue glistening in his mouth.
Oh, that's the sweet red.
Then Sammy's hands spasmed, and his eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed face first on the table. The hypo fell out of his arm and rolled off the edge of the table, the inside of the barrel still coated with a thin film of blood. Sammy's right hand hit the glass of whiskey and sent it spinning to the floor. Its harsh reek filled the bar. Trevor grabbed a handful of Sammy's hair and lifted his head off the table. It felt as light as a hollow gourd. The junkie's face had gone a sick blue beneath the already gray cast of his skin. His eyes were closed, his chin slicked with spit. Then the handful of hair separated from Sammy's scalp like dead grass ripping out of dry dirt, and Sammy's head smacked against the tabletop and split open as easily as an overripe melon. Shards of his fragile skull went skittering away, much of it simply sifted to dust. His brain looked like burnt hamburger meat, desiccated and crumbling. Trevor saw a thing like a cloudy marble trailing a length of red string roll to the edge of the table. One of Sammy's eyeballs. It teetered for a long moment, then plopped moistly to the floor. There was very little blood. The tabletop quickly became littered with teeth the color of old ivory, drifts of hair gone ashen gray, dust that smelled like a freshly opened mummy case, faintly spicy, faintly rotten. Trevor stared dumbly at the wreckage he had made of his father's cartoon character. The running joke about Skeletal Sammy had been that he could shoot anything. Morphine, Dilaudid, straight H, you name it. Junk peddlers had tried to poison him with battery acid and strychnine when he got too deep into them for credit, but Sammy just pumped these noxious substances into the old vein and came back for more. It had taken the son of his creator, his brother in a way, to give Sammy the kick he couldn't get twice. And if Sammy had ever known where to find Bobby, he wasn't telling now. Trevor squeezed Sammy's thin wrist. The skin flaked away beneath his fingers until he found himself clutching little more than bone. Once more, he was alone in this place that felt as empty as a junkie's promise. Trevor rolled down his sleeve, put his jacket back on, and walked out of the bar. The street was still deserted. He chose a side street that ran alongside the factories, but didn't seem to lead directly into them. He had no tears left for Sammy. He kept walking. Zack managed to drop the empty coffee mug and curl up next to Trevor before the pain slammed into his chest. For several seconds it rendered him quite unable to breathe, and he thought that was it. He'd killed himself, quick and neat, with a single dose of a socially acceptable drug used by billions of people without a second thought every day of their lives. Then his lungs hitched, and he was able to suck in a shallow, agonizing little breath, then another. His heart was beating so hard it made his limbs tremble and his vision throb. He rolled closer to Trevor, hooked an arm across Trevor's chest, made sure their heads were close together on the pillow. Every muscle in Zack's body felt pulled in too many directions, stretched too thin. He imagined the fibers pinging and snapping one by one. The pain was exquisite, electric. It burned and jittered and screamed. The mushrooms in his system only upped the ante. A red curtain began to draw across his vision. Zack let his eyes unfocus, felt himself slipping. It occurred to him that if he blacked out and had frightening dreams, the stress on his heart might kill him before he could wake up. I don't care, he thought. If I can't find Trevor, I don't have a hell of a lot of reason to come back. The pain lessened, then disappeared. He felt as if his weak flesh and his confining brain were dissolving, releasing him. All at once, Zack found himself hovering somewhere near the center of the room, staring down at the two bodies on the bed. Their limbs were intertwined, anchoring each other. They looked defenseless, as fragile as the cast-off husks of locusts that would shatter at a touch. This is real, thought Zack. I'm having an actual out-of-body experience. He tried to quash the thought, afraid it might jolt him back into his flesh. Instead, he suddenly felt himself skimming along the ceiling, on the verge of being pulled through the wall. Zack dug in his psychic nails and fought to stay in the bedroom. He was afraid to lose sight of their bodies. And on the other side of that wall was the bathroom. But he was already through, circling madly near the ceiling, so close he could count the cracks in the yellowed paint and the cobwebs that clogged the light fixture. The room whirled faster, faster. Now there was no ceiling, no floor, nothing but a nauseating blur of toilet and tub and sink that looked stained again with rotten blood, though it might have been the shadows. Zack felt dizzy with centrifugal force and terror. He was in a vortex, being sucked toward the tub. For a moment he thought he would go spinning straight down the black orifice of the drain. But then he saw the glittering shards of mirror and felt himself swirling into them, fragmenting. It was like being forced through a screen, like falling into a kaleidoscope edged with razor blades. Zack recognized the next place he saw. It was a place he knew well. It was his cradle, his home, his most addictive drug. It was cyberspace. The writer Bruce Sterling defined cyberspace as the place where a telephone conversation seems to occur. This could be extrapolated to include the place where computer data was stored, and the place a hacker had to travel through to get the data. It had no physical reality, Yet Zack had an image of it as vivid and sensibly laid out as the streets of the French Quarter. Cyberspace was part cosmos, part grid, part roller coaster. Right after leaving his body in the bedroom, Zack had felt very light and slightly damp, like a breath of water vapor or a spare scrap of ectoplasm. Now he was utterly weightless, without physical properties. He was composed of energy, not matter. He was a creature made of information. He was traveling through cyberspace at a very high speed. Then, suddenly, he wasn't, and it knocked the wind out of him. Zack sat up with a deep burning sensation in his solar plexus, pressed his hand to his chest, and touched crisp cloth. He seemed to be wearing some kind of suit. He was reclining in a padded chair, hard, sticky floor under his feet, lurid light assaulting his eyeballs. As he became accustomed to it, he was able to make out rows of seats around him, slumped bodies and nodding heads, bloody images flickering across a wide screen. A movie theater. The film appeared to be a composite of any number of works by Italian splatter film directors, but with an all-male homosexual cast, set to a screeching saxophone soundtrack. A boy carefully rolled a condom onto another's erect penis, raised a pair of huge gleaming scissors and snipped the whole thing off, then pressed his mouth to the raw hole and drank the fountaining blood. A white man masturbated over a prostrate black man, ejaculated a pearly stream of maggots into the straining, glistening ebony back. Zack saw that most of the other film-goers were seated in pairs. Here and there a head bobbed gently in a lap, half concealed by a dirty overcoat. Zack watched the movie for a few more minutes. Just as he was starting to get interested, someone slid into the aisle seat next to him and put a warm hand on his leg. He turned with a well-rehearsed "fuck off" on his lips. This was a situation he'd encountered at the movies ever since he could remember, and he wasn't enough of a slut to let some anonymous pervert jack him off, hardly ever. But instead of letting the words fly, Zack just stared. The person sitting beside him was Calvin. The guitarist wore a charcoal suit with a black turtleneck sweater underneath. His gaunt, grinning face seemed to float on the gloom of the theater. His blond hair was slicked back, giving him a vulpine look. The pressure of his fingers increased. He leaned over to whisper, and his lips brushed Zack's ear. "Do you want this as bad as I do?" "No, I just want Trevor," thought Zack. He opened his mouth to say so, and what came out was, "Hell yes." Then Calvin's mouth was attacking Zack's. Calvin's hand was sliding up to his crotch, tugging at his zipper, freeing his eager, treacherous dick. Calvin's fingers squeezed and stroked him expertly. Zack wrapped his arms around Calvin's neck and kissed back hard. Their tongues exchanged molten secrets. This was all we ever wanted from each other anyway, Zack thought. A down and dirty, no-strings-attached fuck. What was so wrong with that? He couldn't remember why they had stopped the first time. The skin of his balls was tightening, his dick aching and throbbing. Zack broke the kiss and gasped for breath. Over Calvin's shoulder he caught a glimpse of the movie screen. A hand was sliding up and down the shaft of a penis he recognized as his own. The camera panned back until he could see a tangle of naked limbs, including an arm whose bicep was tattooed with a little cartoon character Zack could just make out as Crazy Cat. He guessed Mr. Natural hadn't been invented yet in this universe. Well, he thought incoherently, Crazy Cat was a fag. The camera zoomed back in on the hand. Its quickening rhythm matched Calvin's. Zack felt himself getting ready to let go hard. The screen filled with glistening purple flesh, huge, slippery fingers. Then cum was pulsing from the enormous lips of the movie penis, and from his own aching dick as well. But Zack saw only what was happening on screen. The cum made a deadly rainbow arc in the air, landed on the hand, and began to dissolve the skin. Tiny holes appeared where it hit, sizzling and spreading, reducing the layers of flesh and muscle to blackened lace. The matter dripped off the framework of the bones, oozed down the shaft of the penis. Still the huge skeletal fingers stroked. And still Calvin's hand moved in his lap. Calvin leaned in for another kiss, and Zack saw his face, no longer just gaunt, but emaciated. Zack shrank back against the seat as Calvin's skin blossomed with purple lesions like the ones he had seen on his own face in the bathroom mirror. Calvin's tongue was a dead, dry sponge thrusting between his lips, questing toward Zack's mouth, seeking moisture. Then it wasn't Calvin at all. It was the clerk from the convenience store in Mississippi. Leaf. Those elegant cheekbones were hideously exaggerated now. Those honey-colored eyes were like chips of topaz set in a ruined mosaic. His lips twitched as he leaned toward Zack. He stroked Zack's thigh with a disintegrating hand. "Oh," he whispered, "just come over here and let's fuck." Then he was the person before that. And then he was the person before that. And then she was the person before that. And they just kept changing, and they just got worse. Zack shoved himself out of his seat and stumbled backward down the row. He tripped over a tangle of feet and turned to apologize, but the pair of faces that tilted up to him were blotched with purple, horribly withered. He saw his lover pushing itself up, supporting itself on the seat backs, making its way slowly toward him. Above the blaring soundtrack, Zack heard labored breathing, dry, painful coughing. All over the theater other figures were beginning to stir, to rise. Zack turned and ran. He vaulted over the tangled legs, sprinted up the aisle, and burst out into the lobby. A set of glass doors led out onto the street. At the last second before he grasped the handle, Zack knew they would be locked. He would be trapped here in the lobby with the zombies coming for him, and when they got him, they would smear him across the glass like a crushed strawberry. He had seen enough movies to know what happened when the zombies got you. But the doors weren't locked, and Zack slammed through them at high speed. On the far side of the street, pausing to push his glasses up and catch his breath, he glanced across at the theater. Its facade was lavishly decorated in Art Deco tiles and marble, deep crimson, jade green, jet black. The marquee was wrought of fluted, gleaming chrome, like a 1930s dream of the future. On its side was spelled out, in red block letters, a foot high, "The Garden of Earthly Delights." "Cute," he snarled, and started walking fast, looking behind him every half block or so. The street remained empty. He guessed the zombies were quarantined in the theater. Zack held his hands up in front of his face and stared at the palms. The lines in them were dark pink, healthy-looking enough, though slightly damp with sweat. He had always heard that if you were really sick, the lines in your palms turned gray. But he felt fine. Was the place trying to scare him with its rotting mirror images and its wankhouse zombies? Or was it trying to warn him of something? If he ever got out of here, Zack decided, he was going straight to the nearest health clinic and getting a blood test. He didn't want one, but he thought maybe it was time to start considering things other than what he wanted. Soon he was far from the theater. The deserted streets felt half familiar. This place wasn't New Orleans, but Zack thought New Orleans had been used to flavor it like a spice. He could see it in the gas lamps on the corners, the high curbs, even a cast-iron balcony or a gate leading into a shadowy courtyard here and there. The night air was cool on his face, though it smelled nothing like the alcoholic haze of the French Quarter. The odor here was more like Toxic Alley, the poisonous stretch of the Mississippi River between New Orleans and Baton Rouge, a faint ghost of chemicals and burning oil. He saw a fountain bubbling fitfully in a tiny concrete park and stopped to rest. The fountain struck him as odd, and after a moment Zack realized why. There were no coins on the bottom, not even pennies. He had never seen a public fountain without pennies on the bottom. Instead, there seemed to be a few small faceted jewels, so translucent in the clear water that Zack could hardly be sure they were there at all. Well, you're in a hallucination now, he thought, and it isn't even your own. Better get used to seeing some weird shit. He stared at his feet, and suddenly registered that they were clad in shoes he'd never seen before. Two-toned wingtip loafers polished within an inch of their lives. For the first time, he thought to check out the rest of his outfit. Some kind of suit, he'd thought in the theater. But what a suit! It was woven from nubbly textured cloth of the palest shell pink, cut loose and baggy, with vast lapels. Underneath he had on a cream-colored shirt and an extravagant red silk tie with a tiny paisley figure. Zack felt something on his head, reached up to investigate. A beret. Wouldn't you just know it? Even the lenses of his glasses seemed to have taken on a smoky hipster tint. Birdland might try to fuck with you at every turn, Zack thought, but at least you got to dress cool. He heard a ripple of music nearby. The clear voice of a saxophone, leisurely rising, then descending. The sound was getting closer. By this time, Zack would not have been surprised to see Charlie Parker, or his zombie, come swaying round the corner, eyes shut tight and forehead wrinkled, blowing the horn as he walked. Bird used to come on stage like that, Trevor had told him, after the rest of the band had already been playing for an hour or so. He would start somewhere way off in the bowels of the club, and the other musicians would gradually fall in with him as they heard his approach, until by the time he walked on stage, Bird was leading the band. But what rounded the corner instead was, in the most literal sense of the term, a solo instrument. Walking on four multi-jointed, chitinous-looking legs, depressing its own keys with two equally insectile three-fingered hands, brass gleaming through a web of scuffs and scratches, came an unaccompanied alto saxophone. "Oh, now," Zack muttered, "this is just silly." The music stopped, and a low fluting voice spoke out of the instrument's bell. "Hey, cat, you in a cartoon, dig? Cartoons is supposed to be silly. Here, have a stick of tea, and you be getting silly, too." Zack could see no speaking apparatus anywhere on the thing, nothing that vaguely resembled lips or vocal cords, yet the voice did not sound synthesized. The alto reached one of those spiny claws deep into the curve of its bell and pulled out a fat, twisted cigarette. This it tossed to Zack, who caught it eagerly. "Pick up on that tea," the sax advised him. "Don't be letting zombies bring you down. They ain't cool or viperish neither. Not like us." "Hey, thanks." "De nada," said the instrument suavely. "Any descendant of Hieronymus is a friend of mine." It began to noodle off down the street, playing a few bars of ornithology. "Wait!" Zack stuck the joint in his pocket and hurried after it. "Do you know where any of the McGees are? Trevor? Bobby?" The alto switched to Lullaby of Birdland, but did not otherwise reply. It had a half-block start on Zack, and it always seemed to stay just a little too far ahead of him, dropping to all fours and scuttling like a roach on those barbed legs, still playing itself with its spiky little hands, the gay tune spiraling behind. Zack's fancy new shoes pinched his feet when he tried to hurry. He could not catch up. Eventually the thing disappeared down an alley and lost him altogether. Now Zack was in a narrow street, lined on both sides with dark buildings that seemed to lean forward over the sidewalk, swaying slightly. Many of the buildings had old-fashioned stoops and stairs leading up to recessed entryways that might have once been elegant, but all were in a state of advanced decay. He saw fanlights with the stained glass broken out, only a few shards remaining like jagged multicolored teeth in the frames. Overhead he could barely make out a purple slice of sky. The place was deserted. Zack reached into his jacket, knowing somehow that there would be a streamlined silver lighter tucked in a pocket. There was. He leaned against a stoop, stuck the joint in his mouth, and lit up. An acrid, bitter taste filled his mouth, nothing remotely like marijuana. He burst out coughing. "A stick of tea," the alto had said, and Zack assumed it was talking beatnik slang. Now he remembered a panel from Birdland of cat-headed smugglers at a river dock, unloading bales of Darjeeling and Earl Grey under cover of darkest night. It really was tea. Well, fuck it. Caffeine had started him on this journey. Maybe it would preserve him. Zack took another hit off the stick of tea and found himself getting a delicious dizzy high, as good as that from the sticky green bud Dougal used to sell in the French market. He felt a sudden wave of homesickness, wondered if he would ever see New Orleans again. But if he didn't get his ass moving and find Trevor, he might never even see Missing Mile again. Zack took a couple more tokes, bent over to snuff the joint on the sidewalk. And then, all at once, a premonition hit him, stronger than any he'd ever had before. Get the fuck out of here. Now! Zack began to straighten up, heard a door slam and heavy footsteps pounding down the stairs behind him. He dropped the joint, but before he could turn, a hard shove sent him sprawling across the sidewalk. He managed to get his hands under him and his chin up fast enough not to break any teeth, but he felt the healing cut on his lip burst open, saw fresh blood spatter the cement. His palms screamed agony. He felt sidewalk grit working its way into raw subcutaneous layers of flesh. You stupid fucking kid. Leave you alone for 5 minutes and I find you smoking dope on the street corner. A boot ground into the small of his back. The voice was familiar, deep and faintly gravelly. Shit, no, please, no, thought Zack. Make me fuck a zombie. Let me watch my own face rotting in the mirror. Please, anything but my dad. Zack twisted away from the boot. A large hand wrapped around his wrist and hauled him up. He found himself staring up into the pale, exasperated face of Joe Bosch, and remembered one of the scariest things about his father. Even when he was beating the crap out of someone, usually his wife or son, his face never lost that wide-eyed, slightly harassed expression. It was as if he sincerely believed he was inflicting this damage for the good of all concerned, and was only pissed that they couldn't see it that way. When Zack left home, his father had been a foot taller than he, skinny but muscular. Since then, Zack had grown 6 inches and gained 30 pounds. Joe must have kept growing too, for he still seemed just as big. Zack had always looked very much like his mother. He had her pallid coloring, her slender bones, her narrow nose and sulky underlip and thick blue-black hair. The almond shape of his eyes was hers too. Joe didn't look so different. He was fair-skinned and dark-haired with sharp, intense features, and could have been Evangeline's brother. But Evangeline's eyes were Cajun black. Joe's were the color of jade. His father's relentless stare bored into him, dissected him, mirrored him. Zack could not even try to pull away. He remembered the consequences of evasive action all too well. The trick of being beaten up was to take what you couldn't avoid, and show just enough pain to appease their anger, but not enough to make them want more. If you awaken their lust for pain, they would make you bleed, break, burn. But there was one thing Zack had never been able to control, one thing that had gotten him hurt more times than he could remember, and that was his smart mouth. He looked straight into Joe's eyes, wondering if there was anything of his real father in there, or if this was a phantom like Calvin in the movie theater, a distillation of birdland and mushrooms and his own fear. I know you can kick my ass, he said, but can you talk to me? Talk? Joe sneered. Zack saw a gold tooth, remembered a night when he was 4 or 5, his father staggering in with blood pouring from his mouth. It looked as if he had been vomiting the stuff. He'd been in a bar fight over some woman, and Evangeline had screamed at him all night. Sure, Zachary. His mother had named him after her own grandfather. Joe hated the name, always spoke it that way, with a taunting twist to his lips. We can talk. What do you want to talk about? I've got all kinds of shit I want to talk about. Zack had never dared say these things to his father. If he didn't say them now, he never would. Tell me why you hate me so much. Tell me why I have belt scars on my back that haven't faded in 5 years. Tell me how come I could leave home and support myself at 14, but you couldn't even deal with your fucking life at 33. He tensed, expecting to get slapped. But Joe only smiled. It turned his eyes brilliant and dangerous, You want to know all that? Then take a look at this. Joe stuck his free hand into his shirt pocket and pulled out a used condom. Holding it by the rim with thumb and forefinger, as if his own seed were distasteful to him, he thrust it in Zack's face. The reservoir tip was split open, and a long thin string of cum dangled from it, glistening in the purple light. The Bosch family heirloom. "This is why I hate you," said Joe. "I didn't want a kid any more than you want one right now. I could have done anything with my life. Your mama didn't want you because she was scared of being pregnant and too lazy to take care of you once you got there. But I had a future and you killed it." "Bullshit!" Zack felt his face flushing, his eyes burning with anger. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm just your excuse for being a failure. Nobody made you—" Joe jammed the rubber between Zack's lips and deep into his mouth. The thing slithered over his tongue, squeaked nastily against his teeth. Zack was so startled that he almost sucked it right down his throat. For a moment, his father's fingers scrabbled over his tongue, hard and dirty. Then they withdrew, and there was only the slimy feel of the rubber, its latex and dead fish flavor. Zack felt bile rising in his throat. He twisted his face away from Joe's hand and spat the thing out on the sidewalk, where it lay like a severed skin in a pool of spit. The taste of Joe's cum still filled his mouth, like sulfur and salt and murdered dreams. "Swallow it," Joe told him. "It could have been you." Zack felt his mind beginning to drift away on a thin tether. "This isn't happening," he said. "You aren't real." "Oh, yeah?" said Joe. "Then I guess this won't hurt." He cocked his right arm. Zack saw the flash of a big gold ring an instant before the fist smashed into his face. The pain was like a sunburst exploding through his head. Zack inhaled a freshet of blood. Behind his eyelids he saw a sudden flare of electric blue. He'd read that when you saw that color, it meant your brain had just banged against the inside of your skull. Joe hit him again, and his lips smeared wetly across his teeth, soft skin splitting and shredding. This made the time Trevor had punched him look like a love tap. Joe let go of his arm, and Zack crumpled to the sidewalk. He couldn't open his eyes, though hot tears were searing them. He curled into a fetal position and wrapped his arms around his head. His father was screaming at him, half sobbing. "You goddamn smart-ass brat! Always thought you were smarter than me. You and that cunt with your pretty faces. How pretty are you going to be now? How smart are you going to be with your fucking brain stomped into the sidewalk?" Joe's boot connected with the base of Zack's spine, sent a hot wave of pain up his body. "He's going to kill me," Zack thought. "He's going to kick me to death right here in the street. Will my body back at the house die too? Will Trevor wake up next to me with my head bashed in and think he did it?" The idea was unbearable. Zack rolled over, saw the boot drawing back to kick him again, grabbed his father's ankle and yanked hard. If Joe went down, Zack knew in that instant he wasn't getting up again. Zack would kill him if possible, with a bottle or a chunk of brick if he could grab one, with his bare hands if he couldn't. Fuck not fighting back. All bets were off. But Joe didn't go down. Zack managed to throw him off balance, and he stumbled, then recovered with a great roar of rage and drove the toe of his boot into Zack's shoulder. The muscles instantly contracted into a shrieking knot of agony. Well, that's it, Zack thought through the pain. That was my chance, and I blew it, and now he's just going to kill me worse. He could already taste the dirty boot heel plowing into his mouth, his teeth splintering, blood spraying over his tongue. But instead of stomping his face, Joe reached down, grabbed Zack's arm, and pulled him back up. It was obvious that Joe would be perfectly willing to yank his shoulder out of its socket if Zack resisted. "You're smart enough to get into places, but not smart enough to know when you're not wanted," he hissed into Zack's face. His breath was scented with peppermint and rot-gut gin. "You're meddling here, and I'm going to stop you. Don't fight me or I'll put out one of your eyes, I swear it." Zack believed him. He remembered a time just before he had left home for good that Joe had thrown him against the wall and held a lighted cigarette less than an inch from his right eye, threatening to burn it if he blinked. Evangeline had snatched the cigarette, taken a slap across the face that knocked her down, then cussed Zack to ribbons for having provoked his father with some smart-ass remark. Later he had noticed that his eyelashes were singed. Joe pulled out the poor man's weapon he had always carried on the streets of New Orleans, a knotted sock half full of pennies. The black wool was stiff with dried blood. He slapped it against his palm thoughtfully, then grinned and swung it around his head, winding up for the blow. "Trevor," Zack promised silently, "if I see you again, no, when I see you, I'm taking you away to the cleanest, whitest, bluest, warmest beach you ever saw. And I'll buy you all the paper and ink you want. And we'll keep each other as sane as we want to be and love each other as long as we're alive. We'll let go of our pasts and start making our future." Then his father's slap plowed into his skull. Joe hit him so hard that the sock split right open. In the instant before his mind went out, Zack saw its contents raining down around his head, shimmering, sparkling. Not pennies, tiny diamonds. Trevor kept following the street he had chosen. It led him deeper into the factories, where he wasn't sure he wanted to go, but there were no cross streets anymore, and he would not return the way he had come. There was nothing in those bars for him, nothing but the bottles frosted with dust and filled with poison, nothing but skeletal Sammy's crumbling bones. He passed a shining, bubbling pool of black liquid enclosed by a chain-link fence, a vast decrepit building with white steam billowing from hundreds of broken windows, a rail yard where rusty boxcars lay scattered like children's blocks. There was a weird toxic beauty to the landscape, like alien terrain, Trevor thought at first, but this desolation was peculiarly human. His fingers itched for pencil and paper. He could actually feel the satisfying sensation of the graphite tip gliding over the page, the slight textured catch of the paper's grain, the minute sympathetic vibration in the bones of his hand. He thrust both hands into his pockets and walked on. The street began to curve away in a strange perspective, as if the horizon line didn't quite mesh with the sky. He saw the corner of another empty lot up ahead, then realized it wasn't empty after all, as the edge of a building became visible, set back farther from the street than the others. Something else was odd about the building, and after a moment Trevor realized what. It was made of wood. The structure he saw was a wooden porch, here in this industrial wasteland of steel and concrete. It cast a flat black shadow on the ground, the shadow of a peaked roof and spindly railings, like any of a million porches on a million rambling old farmhouses. You saw them plenty driving around rural areas of the South. You didn't see them much, though, in the industrial sections of vast, gray, deserted cities. A few more steps, and his conscious mind saw what his back brain had known all along. It was the house from Violin Road, set down stark and solid in the middle of this necrophiliac dreamscape, the same as it had ever been, hardly looking a part of the world it now inhabited. If not the seed of Birdland, the house was surely its rotten core. If not an actual part of this dead world, the house was surely its source. Trevor knew he was going back in there now. If he died this time, it would be as if he had never lived these 20 years. If he didn't, then the rest of his life belonged to him. And to Zack, if he still wanted any part of it. "It's the house where you lost your virginity after a quarter-century, too," Trevor reminded himself. But that was another source of its power over him, as visceral as the deaths. "Remember," he thought dreamily, "you still have plenty of time to get down to Birdland." But now there was no more time. Now he was all the way down. Without its yard full of weeds and green veil of kudzu, the house looked stark, broken-backed, sculpted of splinter and shadow. The windows rippled with opaque colors, reflecting some light Trevor could not see. As he crossed the featureless lot, they flared violet, then faded to bruise. He mounted the steps, pushed the listing door open, and went in. The living room was just as he remembered it. Ugly chair and sofa sagging, but not completely gone to mold and mildew. The turntable surrounded by crates of records. His heart missed a beat as he saw another figure in the dim room. Crouching near the hall doorway was a slender woman in a loose white camisole and a red skirt with matching elbow-length gloves. Long black hair spilled over her shoulders and down her back, rippling with unearthly blue highlights. Her head swiveled, and her face tilted up to him, pale, sharp-featured, startlingly lovely. Her enormous dark eyes were slightly tilted, smudged with shadows. Trevor realized three things at once. The woman looked just like Zack. She was holding something in her cupped hands, and she was wearing only a white one-piece shift, no gloves. The skirt was so stained with blood that he had thought it a separate piece of clothing. Her arms were swathed to the elbows in gore. She raised her hands and showed him what she held. Trevor saw a gelatinous glob of blood shot through with dark veins, the black dot of an eye, 5 tiny curled fingers. "I didn't have the money for a doctor," she said, "so I hit myself in the stomach until it bled. I just wanted the damn thing out of me. Do you hear? Out!" Trevor advanced on her, stared her down. A quick, hot vein of anger pulsed in his head. Zack had suffered unforgivably at the hands of this woman. "You did not," he said. "You didn't want him, but you had him anyway, and you two tortured him as long as you could get away with it. That was 19 years ago, and your baby's doing fine. Where are you now, you fucking evil bitch?" The woman crumpled back against the doorframe. The bloody mess slid out of her hands. Trevor had to resist the urge to scoop the lonely detritus into his own hands and sob over it. That mangled thing wasn't Zack. Couldn't be. It was only a never-born phantom. He remembered that Zack's mother was named Evangeline, like the poem. "Go away, Evangeline," he said. "Get out of my house. I hate you." Her huge, stricken eyes settled on Trevor. He couldn't tell if she was hearing him. She hadn't responded directly to anything he said. "You're a ghost," he told her, "and you're not even the right one." Her head fell back. Her hands curled into claws. A shudder went through her, and for a moment the outlines of her body blurred, as if she were passing through some unseen membrane. Then, all at once, her hair was turning to corn silk shot through with streaks of darker gold, matted with blood. Her features grew softer, rounder, her breasts heavier. Her arms hung by her sides, a mass of blood and bruise. Trevor found himself looking at his own mother, Rosina McGee, as he had discovered her that morning. He remembered the first day he had come back to the house, when he switched on the light in the studio and saw Bobby's drawing of this scene, identical to the one Trevor had done on the bus. At the time, Trevor thought maybe Bobby had drawn it before her death, as a sort of dry run. But it was too exact. With Rosina struggling, he never could have landed the blows as precisely on her flesh as he had done on paper. No. He had killed her, and then he had sat down here with his sketchbook and drawn her. Then he had tacked the drawing to the studio wall before he went in and killed Dee Dee. Trevor had no proof of this sequence of events, but he could see it all too clearly. Bobby hunched on the floor before her broken body, hand flying over the paper, eyes flickering with manic intensity from Rosina's dead face to the page and back again. But why? His mother's eyes were open, the whites filmed with blood. There were deep gouges in her forehead, her left temple, the center of her chest. All had bled heavily. From the head wounds had also trickled some clear substance, cerebral fluid, he supposed, that cut pale tracks through the blood. Trevor noticed that, unlike himself and Skeletal Sammy, Rosina was not in 40s noir costume. She wore the same embroidered jeans and cotton dashiki top she'd had on the night she died. What the hell did that mean? What the hell did any of it mean? He suddenly wanted Zack here with him as badly as he had ever wanted anything. Zack could unravel intricate patterns of logic, perhaps explain them. And if there was no logic in Birdland, then Zack could hold him, give him somewhere to hide his face so he would not have to keep looking into his mother's bloody eyes. No. This was what he had come for. He had to see everything. Rosina's body blocked half the doorway. Trevor edged by, careful not to let his leg brush her. He could picture the stiff sprawl of her limbs if he were to knock her over, could hear the hollow sound her head would make hitting the floor. When he was nearly past, he could also imagine how it would feel if she reached out and wrapped a hand around his ankle. But Rosina remained motionless. He could not believe that she would ever harm him. He pushed open the door of Dee Dee's room and looked through the crack, but did not enter the room. There was a tiny body sprawled on the mattress. Even in the dim light, Trevor could make out the dark stain surrounding the head. Had Bobby drawn Dee Dee after killing him too? Maybe, but Trevor didn't think so. It would have been getting very late by then, and Bobby didn't want to see another dawn. But where had he gone next? Straight into the bathroom with his rope? Or somewhere else? So many questions. Trevor was suddenly disgusted with himself for asking them when there seemed to be no answers. What the fuck did it matter what Bobby had done? What difference could it make to him now? He should never have eaten those mushrooms, should never have catapulted himself over into Birdland. He had left Zack behind, and he didn't know how to find his way back, and everything here seemed like a senseless dead end. Maybe he was hallucinating it all. This world seemed as tangible as the other. He had felt the sting of Sammy's needle going into his arm, smelled the fresh blood and raw sewage stink of the bodies. But he was on an unfamiliar drug. Who knew what could happen? Maybe he would enter his bedroom and see his own body asleep on the mattress, curled around Zack. Maybe he could get back through. You came for answers, he reminded himself. Did you think they would be written on the walls in blood? Are you really ready to go back to the real house? To the empty house? Are you ready to stop trying to fit yourself like an odd piece into the puzzle of your family's deaths? To fly away with Zack? To start your own life? He didn't know. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between him and all he saw, as if the house were letting him look but not touch, telling him, "You were never a part of this," as if he needed to hear it again. The dead were linked in a terrible intimacy, and Trevor was the living, the outsider. You never had anything to do with it. Bobby left you out completely. They all left you. Go back to the one person who cared enough to stay. Trevor found himself standing before the closed door of his own room. He felt as if he were walking a thin line between his past and his future. If he fell, he would have neither. Balance was everything. As if in a dream, Trevor saw his hand reaching out, his fingers closing on the knob. Very slowly, he opened the door. The man sitting on the edge of the bed looked up. His eyes locked with Trevor's, ice-blue irises rimmed in black, pupils hugely dilated. His gaunt face and his bare chest were smeared with blood. His ginger hair was matted with it. In his right hand he held a rusty hammer, its head glistening thick, sticky red, its claw a nightmare of tangled blonde hair, shredded skin, pulverized brain and bone. Slow rivulets of blood ran down the handle, coursed in dark vein-like patterns over his arm. Trevor was dimly aware of someone else in the room, a small, still form on the mattress, breathing deeply, shrouded in covers. But he could not focus on it. The membrane seemed to shimmer and grow opaque at that point, like a wrinkle in the fabric of this world. For a long, long moment, he and Bobby simply stared at each other. Their faces were more alike than Trevor had remembered. Then Bobby's trance seemed to break a little, and his lips moved. What came out was a broken whisper, hoarse with whiskey and sorrow. "Who are you?" "I'm your son. Dee Dee and Rosina. You killed them. You know me, Bobby." Trevor advanced a few steps into the room. "You better know me. I haven't stopped thinking about you for 20 years. "Oh, Trev." The hammer fell out of Bobby's hand, landed with a heavy thunk on the floorboards less than an inch from his bare toes, but Bobby didn't flinch. Trevor saw tears coursing down his face, washing away some of the blood. "Is it really you?" "Go look in the mirror if you don't believe me." No, I know who you are." Bobby's shoulders slumped. He looked ancient, desolate. "How old are you? 19? 20? 25. Do you still draw?" "God damn it!" Trevor remembered the drift of shredded paper on the mattress, the pillow, their bodies. "You ought to know." Very slowly, Bobby shook his head. "No, Trev. I don't know anything anymore." He looked up again, and Trevor saw by the naked pain in Bobby's face that it was true. A terrible suspicion drifted like a cold mist into his mind. "Why didn't you kill me?" Trevor asked. He had been waiting so long to say those words. Now they sounded flat and lifeless. Bobby shrugged helplessly. Trevor recognized the gesture. It was one of his own. "I just kept sitting here," Bobby went on, "looking at your drawings on the wall, wondering how in hell I could hit you with that thing, wondering how I could bury that chunk of metal in your sweet, smart brain, thinking how easy they'd been compared to you. They were like anatomy lessons. The body is a puzzle of flesh and blood and bone. You understand?" Trevor nodded. He thought of the times he had wanted to keep biting Zack, to keep pulling and tearing at Zack's flesh, just to see what was under there. Then he thought of fighting at the boys' home, of slamming the older kid's head against the tiles of the shower stall, of tendrils of blood swirling through warm water. "And when you kill the people you love, you watch what your hands are doing. You feel the blood hitting your face, but all the time you're thinking, why am I doing this? And then you get it. It's because you love them, because you want all their secrets, not just the ones they decide to show you. And after you take them apart, you know everything." "Then why—" Trevor could hardly speak. It was true what he had suspected all along. Bobby hadn't loved him enough to kill him. "Why did I leave you out?" "Because I had to. Because I sat here watching you sleep, thinking all that. And then you came in just now. And I can't do it, Trev. If I have any talent, any gift left at all, it's in you now. I can kill them. I can kill myself. But I can't kill that." He picked up the hammer again, stood, and walked toward Trevor. "Wait!" Trevor put out his hands, tried to touch Bobby. Bobby stopped just out of reach, and his hands closed on air. "Are you seeing... is this..." He didn't know how to articulate what he wanted to ask. "What about Birdland? What happened to it for you?" "Birdland is a machine oiled with the blood of artists," Bobby said dreamily. His tone was as detached as if he were giving a lecture. He came closer, held out the dripping hammer. "Birdland is a mirror that reflects our deaths. Birdland never existed." "But it's right outside that window," Trevor yelled. "It's where I just came from." "Yes," said Bobby, "but I stay in here." He pressed the hammer into Trevor's hand. Then he spread his arms wide and wrapped Trevor in an embrace that felt like warm, damp fog. His outlines were blurring. His flesh was softening, melting into Trevor's. "No, don't go! Tell me why you did it! Tell me!" "You don't really want to know why," he heard Bobby's voice say. "You just want to know what it felt like." Trevor felt the viscous fog seeping into his bones, curling up in his skull, blotting out his vision. He felt blood running down the hammer handle, coursing warm and sticky over his fingers, mingling with the blood from his own scars. From the corner of his eye he saw his drawings fluttering on the wall like trapped wings. "Tell me," he whispered. "You're an artist," the voice whispered back. It was deep inside his head now. "Go find out for yourself." Then the world blinked out like a blown bulb. 22. Zack was plummeting through cyberspace. Imagine, he thought dazedly, I never needed a computer at all. You can get here just by drinking a cup of coffee and having someone hit you in the head hard enough to knock your eyeballs out. He was going faster and faster, at the speed of light, of information, of thought. Beyond that there was no consciousness, no identity. There were no federal spooks, no United States, no New Orleans or Missing Mile, no one named Zachary Bosch. There was no such thing as a crime, no such thing as death. He felt himself dissolving into the vast web of synapses, numbers, bits. It was complex, but unemotional, easy to understand. It was comforting. It was so cold. Zack struggled against the web in sudden panic. No! He didn't want to stay here and be assimilated into cyberspace, or Birdland, or the Void, whatever it was. He did not want to become a small part of a greater good or evil, a streamlined fragment of information that meant nothing on its own. He wanted his troublesome individuality, with all its attendant difficulties and dangers. He wanted his body back. He wanted Trevor. With every particle of will left in him, Zack strained toward the waking world. He felt a cold electric flash, became aware of his body's weight and the mattress under him, felt his heart hammering in his chest. He was uncomfortably sure that it had just started back up. Blood was draining from his nasal cavities into his throat, nearly choking him. His head buzzed and throbbed. His hands felt as if someone had gone at them with coarse sandpaper. Either everything he remembered had really just happened, or this was one intense motherfucker of a trip. Zack forced his eyes open and saw Trevor sitting on the edge of the bed, staring vacantly at the opposite wall. His tangled, sweat-soaked hair streamed over his naked shoulders and down his back. His arms and hands were still bloody, but the scars seemed to have closed. Clutched in his right fist was the hammer, glistening with blood and other matter. Zack knew Trevor hadn't hit him. If all that gunk was his, he wouldn't be breathing now. But what had Trevor done? And what did he think he had done? He propped himself up on one elbow, felt his head spinning, his vision going blurry. He realized he had lost his glasses somewhere. "Trev?" he whispered. "Are you okay?" No response. "Trevor?" Zack's hand felt rooted to the mattress. He managed to lift it a few inches, extend it for what seemed like miles. His fingers just brushed Trevor's thigh. The flesh felt cold and smooth as marble. Zack's fingertips left 4 parallel smudges of blood on the pale skin. He had scraped the hell out of his hands. There was nowhere in the house he could have done that. Of course not, he thought. It happened falling on the sidewalk in Birdland, trying not to bust your teeth out on the curb. Joe pushed you, remember? And if he had met Joe, what had Trevor seen? He pushed himself closer to Trevor, tried to sit up. "Trev, listen. You didn't hurt me. I'm fine." A wave of dizziness washed over him, threatened to become nausea without further notice. Are you okay? What's going on?
Trevor turned. His eyes were like holes drilled in a glacier, black gouges going down deep into the ice. His face looked hollow, haggard, used up. His skull seemed to be trying to wear right through the skin. "He saw me," said Trevor. "He saw me in here."
"Who? When?"
"My father." There was recognition in Trevor's eyes, but no warmth. Looking into them was like falling through the void again. "He saw me come in here that night. He talked to me."
"Oh, man," thought Zack. "Bad trip. Bad trip." "Where were you?" he asked cautiously.
"Birdland."
"Of course. Where else?" "No, I mean..." What the hell did he mean? "I mean, where were you on the space-time continuum? When were you?"
"This house. That night. I saw my mother dead. I saw my brother dead. Then I came in here and Bobby was alive. Was sitting on the bed deciding whether to kill me. He saw me, spoke to me, and decided he couldn't do it. It was my own fault."
"I don't understand. You mean you woke up and talked him out of it?" "No. He saw me the way I am now. He talked to me now, and then he went and hung himself. Look at this, don't you see?" Trevor gestured wildly with the hammer. A tiny gobbet of gore hit Zack's already bloody lip. He shrank back against the wall and surreptitiously wiped it away. "He talked to you at age 25?
"Yes."
"He was haunted by your ghost?"
"Yes."
"Shit."
Zack's head was beginning to clear a little. It almost made sense. He thought of loops, which were computer programs designed to repeat a set of instructions until a certain condition was satisfied. Zack had previously suspected that hauntings, if they existed, might operate on much the same principle. This was borne out by most of New Orleans' famous ghost stories, in which the ghost usually appeared in the same place and repeated the same actions again and again, such as pointing at the spot where its bones were buried, or rolling its decapitated head down the stairs. The idea still seemed to make sense somehow. This was one hell of a complicated program, but maybe Trevor had managed to break into the loop. A drop of blood landed on Zack's chest, trickled in a wavy line down his ribs. Then Trevor reached out and laid the head of the hammer ever so gently against Zack's face. He traced the curve of Zack's jawline with it, stroked the underside of Zack's chin with the claw. The metal felt cold, slightly rough, horribly sticky. Trevor's face was exalted, nearly ecstatic. "Trev?" Zack asked softly. "What are you doing?" "I'm getting ready." "For what?" "The puzzle of flesh." "Whatever that means." "Okay, I'll help you with that if you want. But could you put the hammer down?" Trevor just looked at him with those drilled ice eyes. "Please?" Zack's voice was little more than a hoarse whisper now. Very slowly, Trevor shook his head. "I can't," he said, and raised the hammer high. His eyes never left Zack's. They were full of lust, pleading, naked terror. Zack saw clearly that Trevor didn't want to be doing this, hated doing this. He saw just as clearly that this was the only thing in the world Trevor wanted to be doing. He also saw the trajectory of the hammer. Next stop, Zack's own beloved pineal gland, the spot where his third eye would be. Zack slid off the other side of the mattress, scrambled around the bed, and tried to get to the door, but Trevor followed and blocked him. The hammer crashed into the wall, tore through a drawing. Brittle fragments of paper sifted to the floor. "What are you doing?" Zack yelled. "I'm finding out what it feels like." "Why?" "Because I'm an artist," Trevor said through gritted teeth. "I need to know." He caught Zack's right arm and forced him back against the wall. Trevor was only slightly bigger and stronger,
but he seemed to have the mother of all adrenaline rushes pumping through his veins. He raised the hammer again. "Trevor, please, I love you." "I love you too, Zach." He heard genuine truth in Trevor's voice, saw the hammer descending, and flung himself sideways. The blow glanced off his shoulder, and the muscles sang with pain. Trevor pulled the hammer back. Zach got his left arm up, grabbed Trevor's wrist, locked his elbow, and held Trevor's arm away with all his strength. It was slippery with sweat and blood, hard to hang on to. He stared deep into Trevor's eyes. "Listen to me, Trev." His heart felt like a ripe tomato in a blender. He gasped for breath. Trevor strained against him. "Why do you need to know how it feels to kill somebody? You have an imagination, don't you?" Trevor blinked, but did not stop shoving his body against Zach's. "Your imagination is better than Bobby's. He might have had to do it to find out how it felt. You don't." Trevor hesitated. His grip on Zach's arm eased the slightest bit, and Zach saw his chance. "Fight back for once," his mind screamed. "Don't think about what he'll do to you if you fuck up. You'll be dead for sure if you don't try, and so will he. Just do it." Zach let out a long, wordless howl and drove his knee straight up into Trevor's crotch. At the same time, he shoved Trevor's arm backward as hard as he could. The angle of the knee thrust was bad, but it caught Trevor by surprise and threw him off balance. Zach twisted Trevor's wrist brutally, and Trevor lost his grip on the hammer. It sailed across the room, hit the opposite wall with a loud crack, thudded to the floor. If Trevor went after it, Zach decided, he would make a break for the door and try to get out of the house. Maybe Trevor would follow him. Maybe things would be saner outside. Trevor's eyes were very wide, very pale. He stared at Zach with something like admiration, something like love. His gaze was hypnotic. Zach could not make himself move. "Fine, then," Trevor said softly. "I always imagined doing it with nothing but my hands." He lunged. Zach dodged aside and managed to get to the door, then through it. Trevor was right behind him, blocking the way out, driving him down the hall. He tried for the studio, thinking he could go out a window. Trevor caught a handful of his hair and yanked him off his feet. Zach's neck snapped back. He stumbled heavily against Trevor, and Trevor pinned his arms. "I just want to know how you're made," Trevor breathed in his ear. "I love you so much, Zach. I want to climb inside you. I want to taste your brain. I want to feel your heart beating in my hands." "It can only beat in your hands for a few seconds, Trev. Then I'll be dead, and you won't have me anymore." "Yes, I will. You'll be right here. This place preserves its dead." Like hitting a save key, Zach thought, and that reminded him of loops again. Had some kind of homicidal loop been set in motion in Trevor's head? And if it had, how could he interrupt it? He felt Trevor's sharp hip bones pressing into his buttocks, Trevor's arms wrapped tightly around his chest. For a moment, the contact was nearly erotic. He thought Trevor felt it too. His penis was stirring against the back of Zach's leg, growing half-hard. Then Trevor lowered his head and sank his teeth deep into the ridge of muscle between Zach's neck and shoulder. The pain was immediate, huge, hot. Zach felt fresh blood trickling over his collarbone and down his chest, felt muscle fibers twist and rip, heard himself screaming, then sobbing. He tried to drive his elbow back into Trevor's chest, but Trevor had his arms clamped tightly to his sides. He tried to kick, and Trevor lifted him off his feet and dragged him into the bathroom. He's taking me to his hell, Zach thought, and he's going to eat me there. He's going to rip me apart looking for the magic inside me, and he won't find it. Then he'll fulfill the condition of the loop. He'll kill himself. What a stupid program. Trevor kicked the door shut. The tiny room was dark, but for the fragments of mirror in the tub, which seemed to suck in light, infect it with noisome colors, and send it swirling back over the leprous walls and ceiling. The sink was stained black with blood. Zack wondered if the cum was there too, dried to a translucent scale. The pain in his shoulder ebbed a little. Zack stopped struggling. He felt dizzy, remote. Trevor's hold on him was shoving his ribs up and crushing them inward, making it difficult to breathe. He was going to die right now. These sensations of pain and disconnection were the last he would ever feel. These fleeting, panicky thoughts the last he would ever have. Stupid fucking program. Then Trevor slammed him into the wall face first, and Zack grayed out completely. Yielding flesh in his hands, hot with fear, sticky with sweat and blood, and already smelling of heaven. Helpless bones, his to crack. Helpless skin, his to rip open. Sweet red river, his to drink from. He had to do it. He had to know. With his eyes and his hands, with all his body, he had to see. Trevor shoved Zack into the space between the toilet and the sink. His space. He clawed at Zack's chest with his fingernails, ripped furrows in that smooth white skin. Blood sparkled on his hands, sprayed across his face. He pushed his mouth into the spray, lapped at it, then tore at the skin with his teeth. It was easy. It was right. It was beautiful. Zack's hands came up and tried to push Trevor's head away, but there was no strength left in them. Trevor slid him farther back into the corner, into the cobwebs, felt tiny multi-legged things skittering away. He ran his tongue over the long, shallow wounds his fingernails had made on Zack's chest. They tasted of salt and copper, of life and knowledge. He stroked the concavity of Zack's stomach. All the body's bountiful secrets, cradled between the pelvis and the spine. He would sink his hands into the wrists, to the elbows. He would reach up under the rib cage and make the heart beat with his fingers. He would find the source of life and swallow it whole. "Trev," said Zack. His voice was weak, paper-thin, barely there. "Trevor, I can't fight you. But if you're gonna kill me, please tell me why." Trevor closed his teeth on Zack's earlobe and pulled at it. Wondered how the soft little mass of flesh would feel going down his throat. Why what? Why pain is better than love. Why you'd rather kill me for the thrill of it than try to have a life with me. I thought you were brave, but this is some pretty cowardly shit. Tears were trickling down the side of Zack's face, into the fine hair at his temples. Trevor traced their salty path to the corner of Zack's eye, flicked his tongue over the lid, then sucked softly at the eyeball. It would burst in his mouth like a bonbon. He wondered if that amazing green would taste of mint. "To see everything," Zack whispered, "you had to be alive. If you do this to me, you're going to die too. Tell me you're not." Maybe he was. Of course he was. But hadn't he always known this would be the last panel, the crucifixion and conflagration, the way his life was supposed to end? And wouldn't it be worth it? But suddenly Trevor remembered something Bobby had said to him in the other room, in the other house. Birdland is a machine oiled with the blood of artists. He looked down at Zack. Blood had run down over Zack's face in thick black rivulets from a wound in his scalp. Blood leaked from his nostrils and his torn mouth. He had a lurid purple knot on one shoulder, an encrusted bite mark on the other. His chest was crisscrossed with furious red scratches. Where it wasn't cut or bruised, his skin was absolutely white. His eyes held Trevor's. His expression hovered somewhere between terrified and serene. "Whatever you want," said Zack. "It's up to you." The words jarred Trevor completely from his dream of rending flesh, of crawling inside the body to find its secrets. Because it wasn't just a body, he realized. It wasn't a puzzle, or an anatomy lesson, or a source of mystical knowledge. It was Zack. The beautiful boy he had watched strutting and moaning on stage tonight. Smart-ass and criminal anarchist and generous soul. His best friend, his first lover. Not a box of toys to tear apart. Not a rare delicacy to rip open and devour still steaming. And Zack was right. Whatever Trevor did next would be his own choice, and he would have to live with it until he died, even if that was only a matter of minutes. And if he died, would he go to Birdland? He thought of Bobby, alone with those two broken bodies forever. What if Trevor ended up in his own house, trapped with his own dead? Yet Bobby had put the hammer in his hand and told him to go find out what it felt like. Trevor imagined a crisp new autopsy report. Zachary Bosch, transient, 19 years. Cause of death, blunt trauma, exsanguination, evisceration. Manner of death, murder. Was that what his father considered art these days? Or was Birdland thirsty for blood to grease its cogs? He shoved himself off Zack, out of the cramped space between sink and toilet. He stared at his hands, and for a moment he thought they were slicked with Zack's blood, that he had sunk them deep into Zack's insides, that he had really done it and woken up too late. If I have any talent, any gift left at all, he heard his father saying, it's in you now. Fuck that, he thought. I'm not doing your dirty work. He turned away from Zack and stepped into the bathtub. Broken glass gritted and scraped beneath his bare feet. Trevor stared down into the fragments of mirror, into the swarming light. I won't do it, he said. I don't need to know what it feels like. I don't need to draw it. I can live it. He made his right hand into a fist and drove it straight through the wall. The damp old plaster splintered, sifted away, disintegrated beneath his knuckles. It hadn't hurt at all. He wanted it to hurt. He wanted the pain he had been so ready to inflict on Zack. He fell to his knees and began slamming his fist again and again into the hard porcelain, into the broken glass. Zack thought he heard a bone crack in Trevor's hand. He tried to push himself up. His head felt numb and leaden, his vision blurry. He could not get off the floor to go to Trevor. So, with the last of his strength, he crawled. The tub seemed very far away, though Zack knew it was only a couple of feet. He had to grab its edge and drag himself the last of the distance. The porcelain felt loathsome, slick as teeth and cold as death, shaking with Trevor's blows. Trevor's fist hitting the tub sounded like raw meat slamming into a stone floor now. Zack clung to the edge with one hand, reached out and touched Trevor's back with the other. Trevor whirled on him. His face was contorted, his eyes crazed with grief and pain. This is it, Zack thought. He's going to kill me now, and then beat himself to death like a moth against a window pane right here where Bobby can watch. How stupid. How utterly useless. He felt no more fear, only a great hollow disappointment. But Trevor didn't grab him again. Instead, he just stared at Zack, his face almost expectant. Something I said made him stop hurting me, Zack realized. What can I say to make him stop hurting himself? Listen, he said. Bobby killed the others because he couldn't take care of them anymore, and he couldn't let them go. Then he killed himself because he couldn't live without them, right? Trevor made no response, but he didn't look away. Suddenly, Zack had a flash of intuition, the way he sometimes did when hacking a troublesome system. He thought he knew what was on that loop in Trevor's brain. Is it about love? He asked. Trev, do you think you have to make all this keep happening to prove you love me? At first, he thought Trevor wasn't going to answer. But then, ever so slowly, Trevor nodded. We're so fucked up, Zack thought. We could be the dysfunctional family's poster kids if either of us lives long enough. Thanks, Joe and Evangeline. Thanks, Bobby. But I know you love me, Trevor. I believe you. I want to stay alive and show you. I don't need you to take care of me. I can take care of myself. And if you come away with me, I won't leave you ever. Hal. Trevor's voice sounded husked out, used up. How can I know that? You have to trust me, said Zack. All I can tell you is the truth. You have to decide the rest for yourself. Trevor looked up from the hypnotic swirling pattern in the mirror shards, looked into Zack's battered face. The pain in his right hand was enormous, hot as a skillet on the burner, then cold all the way to the bone. His knuckles were torn to bleeding ribbons. He thought he had broken at least one finger. The feeling of it made him heartsick, but the terrible anger was gone. He had been ready to go plunging down, 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 and he had nearly taken Zack with him. Zack was kneeling before him, naked and bloody as if he had just been born. Pain needled through Trevor's legs as he stood. His feet were sliced up pretty badly, too, he realized. He had been grinding them into the broken glass, trying to obliterate some image he could not piece together. The mirror fragments were opaque with his blood now, reflecting nothing. Trevor climbed out of the tub and helped Zack up with his good hand, grabbed him with the other arm, and buried his face in Zack's stiff hair. "What can I do?" he asked. The question seemed terribly inadequate, but he could think of no other. "Leave with me, now." Trevor expected to feel the house clenching like a muscle around him, trying to hold him in. But he felt nothing coming up through the floorboards to mingle with the blood from his feet. Nothing in the walls around him. He looked over Zack's shoulder at the buckled shower curtain rod, and felt only an echo of the old sorrow tinged with dread. That was where Bobby had ended up, where he had chosen to end up. Trevor could choose to go anywhere he wanted to. The realization was like seeing infinity suddenly unfold before his eyes. 1,000,000 mirrors, and none of them broken. 1,000,000 possibilities, and more branching out from each of those. He could leave this house and never see it again, and he would still be alive. And it was by his own hand. He had chosen to be with Zack, had chosen to eat mushrooms and go to Birdland, had sought out the house and turned the knob and walked in on Bobby's eternity. They were all choices he had made. It was up to him. Zack opened the bathroom door and pulled him into the hall. The house was full of a clear, still blue light. The night was over. Trevor looked down into Zack's ill-used, blood-smeared, weary face. "I choose you," he thought, "but I can't believe you still want me." They stumbled into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed. Zack found his glasses unharmed on the floor and put them back on. Trevor saw the gouge in the opposite wall where he had tried to hit Zack, saw the bloodied hammer in the corner. He stroked Zack's hair with his good hand, kissed his eyelids, his forehead. He hoped an electrical current would have run up his arm and shocked him to death if he had violated this wondrous brain. Zack leaned against him. His head lay heavy on Trevor's shoulder. "I need to get out of here," he whispered. "Okay. Where will we go?" "I don't know." Gingerly, Zack touched Trevor's right hand, which he was cradling in his lap, trying to keep still. "This looks bad. You need to get it set. And I think I might have a concussion." "Oh, Zack." "You didn't do it. My dad did." "Your dad?" "Yeah. Look, we have to talk, but I can't right now. I feel like I'm going to pass out. We need a hospital. The closest one's 20 miles away. Can you call Kinsey on your cellular phone?" "His home phone's cut off. I heard him say so last night." Zack trailed off. His eyes were half closed now, his breathing quick and shallow. His skin felt cool, slightly damp. "Can you drive?" Zack shook his head. "But your car has a stick shift." "I know. I'll shift for you if I can stay awake. If I can't, it's going to hurt you like hell, and I'm sorry."
But I can't even see straight. I'd run us right off the road. All right, then. Trevor tried to flex his hand. Great bolts of pain shot up his arm. The two middle fingers were stiff, swollen, shiny, suffused with blood. The skin felt as tight and uncomfortable as an ill-fitting glove. His knuckles were so badly abraded that he thought he could see a pale glimmer of bone beneath all the red, though he didn't look too closely. I can't hold a pencil with that, he thought. But he was too worried about Zack to care much. Zack helped Trevor dress, tugged his sneakers on, and tied them for him. Trevor felt the linings tugging at the cuts on his feet, blood soaking into the soles. Then Zack dressed himself and helped gather their belongings. Trevor took nothing but his Walkman, his tapes, and his clothes. If his hand healed, he would get new pens and sketchbooks later. He couldn't imagine using the old ones again. After some consideration, he held a match to the envelope containing his family's autopsy reports and burned them in the kitchen sink. It felt a little like smashing his hand, it felt. But he thought they belonged here. He helped Zack out through the living room, half holding him up as Zack carried both bags. The air was thick as syrup, sucking at Trevor's legs, pulling at his feet. You could stay, it whispered. There is a place for you forever here in Birdland. But Trevor would not listen. It was only one of a million possible places, and it wasn't the one he wanted anymore. Zack clung to him until they were out of the house and off the porch. The sky was a deep, watery blue streaked with rose. A few stars were still visible. They seemed too huge and bright, their glitter too intense. The whole world was silent. Wet grass brushed their knees as they made their way to the back of the house where the car was parked. Trevor helped Zack into the passenger seat, then slid in behind the wheel. Zack fumbled with his seatbelt. Trevor wanted to wear his too, but he didn't think he could fasten it himself, and he was afraid to ask Zack to lean across the seat and help him. Zack looked sick and sweaty, on the verge of blacking out. Trevor fitted the key into the ignition with his left hand and turned it awkwardly. The engine roared into life. Pain flared in his foot as he stepped on the clutch. The Mustang began to roll through the yard and down the overgrown driveway. Zack? Yeah? Put it in second. Zack groped for the shift stick and pulled it down into second gear. The car picked up speed. They were at the end of the long driveway now, turning onto Violin Road. Trevor steered with his left hand, braced his right forearm against the wheel. He glanced into the rearview mirror. The house was barely visible through the shroud of weeds and vines. It looked like an empty place. Trevor wondered if it ever would be. He let the car coast down the rutted gravel road. Okay, he said. Put it in third. No response. Trevor looked over at Zack. He was slumped back against the seat, eyes shut, glasses sliding down his nose, bruises blooming like dark flowers on his pallid face. Zack, he said. Zack! Trevor slowed the car to a crawl, made sure Zack was breathing, speeded back up to 20 or so. If he rolled through stop signs, he could drive all the way to Kinsey's house in second gear. It would be hell on the clutch, but he didn't care. If anything happened to Zack now, Trevor might as well go right back into that house and nail the door shut behind him. Stay awake, he told Zack. I don't want you slipping. Zack, sing with me. Trevor tried to think of a song whose words he knew. The only thing that came to mind was one he had been made to learn at the boys' home. It would have to do. Yippee-ki-yi-yo, he sang loudly. Get along, little doggies. Come on, Zack, please. It's your misfortune and none of my own. Yippee-ki-yi-yo, sang Zack in a ghostly voice, barely a whisper. Get along, little doggies. Come on, louder. You know that Wyoming will be your new home, they finished in unison. Trevor glanced over at Zack. His eyes were open, and there was a tired smile on his face. Trevor, he said. What? You're a lousy singer. Thanks. And Trev? What? That song really sucks. So? So, you want this thing in third gear? Take it up to fourth, said Trevor, and pushed the pedals to the floor. 23. Frank Norton chewed on a stale glazed donut and regarded the improbable figure that had just appeared in the doorway of his office. The kid looked 17 or 18, his skinny body awkwardly put together and slightly hunched. Dirty brown ringlets of hair hung in his face. The lenses of his glasses were as thick as Coke bottles. His beady little eyes peered suspiciously through them. "Is Agent Cover here?" he demanded. Should have known he was looking for Ab, thought Norton. Who else has teenage nerds in his office at 7 in the morning? Nope, he had a rough time chasing down a Chevy pickup yesterday, and he's not in yet. The kid stared blankly at him. "Can I help you?" he added. "My name is Stefan Duplessis. I'm assisting him with the Bosch case." "Ah, the stoolie." "Sure, Stefan, what can I do for you?" "I found a very important clue." Duplessis held up a sweat-stained piece of newsprint. "I think Zach Bosch planted this article in the Times-Picayune. Furthermore, I think he's in North Carolina. The first article said so, and this one does too. I've even figured out the name of the town." "Furthermore, Jesus." "Is that so?" Norton asked politely. Ab was really grasping at straws on this case. That hacker was probably living it up in Australia by now. "Well, Stefan, I'm afraid that's not my case. You'll have to leave it on Agent Cover's desk." "But I need to talk to him now." The last word was pronounced now, like the noise his sister-in-law Siamese made when Norton pulled its tail. "Sorry, kid, you can't." "Then I'll wait till he gets here. This is too important to leave on his desk." "Suit yourself. There's a bench in the hall." Duplessis made his exit with an air of wounded dignity. Ab Cover isn't a Secret Service agent, Norton thought. He's a goddamn babysitter. A few minutes later, he got up to get a cup of coffee and saw the hacker sitting forlornly on the hard wooden bench, still clutching his section of the Times-Picayune. Norton's curiosity got the better of him. "Hey, kid, can I take a look at that?" Duplessis handed him the paper. It was smudged with the gray whorls of his fingerprints, and he had circled the article in green felt tip. Travis Rigaud of St. Tammany Parish accidentally shot himself while cleaning his collection of handguns, 5 different times with 5 different guns, twice in the left foot, once in the right calf, and once in each hand, severing 2 fingers. Norton handed it back. "That's real nice, Stefan. He'll be happy to see it." Ab Cover isn't even a babysitter, Norton decided, with vast amusement as he poured himself a cup of coffee and settled back down with his donut. He's a fucking lunatic. Kinsey Hummingbird was having a nightmare. It was a dream he often had, in which irate rednecks kept dropping off decrepit, barely running cars and pickups at the Sacred U, telling him to have them ready by 6 o'clock this evening. Kinsey would look up at the club's sign and see that it had been repainted to read SU Garage and Auto Parts. Someone was leaning rudely on a car horn now, demanding service. Wonk! Wonk! The sound blared loud and long through his bedroom. Kinsey opened his eyes. It was just getting light outside, and he thought he could still hear the horn. The sound had never carried on after he was awake before. Perhaps he was going slowly insane from overwork. No. Well, maybe. But someone was blowing a horn outside. It sounded again, sharp and clear in the hush of dawn. Kinsey sat up and twitched the curtain aside, peered out the window above his bed. He saw Zach's black Mustang in the yard, wheels cutting deep swaths through the unmowed grass. Kinsey slipped his bathrobe on over his pajamas and hurried through the blue-lit house. He realized too late that he had forgotten his slippers, let himself out the front door, and crossed the soggy yard to the car. Trevor was behind the wheel,
his face drawn with exhaustion and pain. He finally looked his age, Kinsey thought, perhaps even older. Beside him, Zack was alternately pulling at his own hair and beating his hands on his knees. His face was a bruised, bloody mess. Kinsey saw crisscrossing stripes of blood beginning to soak through the cloth of his shirt, adding random touches of gore to the exploding Kennedy head already printed on it. "I'm keeping myself awake," Zack said, when he saw Kinsey looking in at him. "I have a head injury. We kinda could use some help." "What happened?" "Could we tell you on the way to a hospital?" said Trevor. He held up his right hand, which had been hidden in his lap. Kinsey stared at it, aghast. The hand was purple, swollen to 3 times its normal size. The 2 middle fingers were twisted at dreadful angles. It looked like Wile E. Coyote's hand after he'd managed to smash it with the giant wooden mallet intended for the Roadrunner. Kinsey opened the car door for him, and Trevor climbed out carefully, as if his whole body was sore. Zack got out the other side by himself and promptly fell over. Trevor and Kinsey hurried around the car, but he had fallen on the soft rain-soaked grass and was only lying there cussing helplessly through his tears. "I can't think straight," he said as they helped him up and led him to Kinsey's car. "It's the worst feeling in the world. It's like opening a bad oyster. It's like, shit. Keep talking," said Trevor. He helped Zack into the back seat and climbed in after him. "It's like a bad oyster? Why?" "'Cause my thoughts feel all slimy and rotten, but I've already swallowed them and I can't, regurgitate them?" "Yeah." Kinsey listened to conversation in this vein for more than 20 miles. Occasionally he interjected a comment or question to help Trevor out, but he did not press them for details of what had happened, though he was madly curious and more than a little concerned. They would tell him when they could. The emergency room in Raleigh was nearly deserted at this early hour. Kinsey sat in an orange plastic chair designed to conform to no human ass in existence, paged through an assortment of magazines that no one would ever want to read. He listened to Trevor check himself in, then helped Zack check in under the name Frederick Black, telling the nurse only that they had been in an accident. "How would you like to pay for this?" Zack fumbled in his pocket. "I have some credit card numbers." "Cash," said Trevor hurriedly. He had Zack's entire bankroll on him, and it was considerable. "Marital status?" the nurse inquired. Zack stared wildly up at Trevor. "Single," Trevor told the nurse. "He's with me." The nurse looked at them for a long moment. "Brothers?" Yeah." Trevor nodded at Kinsey. "That's our uncle over there." "All right, you can go back together." The nurse handed them their forms and waved them down the antiseptic green corridor. Another nurse washed the blood and plaster off Trevor's hand, then picked 17 slivers of mirror glass out of his knuckles with a pair of tweezers. He was given an ice pack to hold while the doctor looked Zack over, probed the wound in his scalp, shone a light into his eyes, and finally pronounced his concussion genuine, but not serious. "Make him rest," he advised Trevor. "Don't let him move around a lot." "I have to," protested Zack. "I'm a professional rock star." "I won't," Trevor promised. He helped Zack down from the examining table with his good arm. The doctor glanced at the gash in Zack's head again. "Jesus, kid, maybe we ought to stitch that up." No stitches." "Well, it's your head. What hit you, anyway?" "Diamonds." "Couldn't have been diamonds. You'd be dead. That's one of the hardest substances known to man." "It was diamonds," Zack insisted. The doctor glanced at Trevor. "He may not be, real lucid for a day or so." "I understand." Trevor squeezed Zack's arm. "I believe you," he thought. "It was diamonds, just like the one skeletal Sammy pressed into my hand." He had no idea what the significance of diamonds might be, but it meant Zack had been in Birdland, too. The only bad part for Trevor was when the doctor pulled his fingers straight to splint them. He gripped Zack's hand and made himself ride the waves of pain instead of sinking beneath them. He had done this to himself. He would endure whatever he must to fix it. And when it was healed, he would draw whatever he wanted to for the rest of his life. On the way back to Missing Mile, they huddled together in the back seat, Zack lying with his head in Trevor's lap. Trevor tried to give Kinsey a comprehensible version of the night's events. Kinsey didn't say much, but seemed to believe everything. "I don't know what we're going to do," he told Kinsey. "Could we hole up for a couple of days with you?" "Sure, as long as you want." "I don't think it'll be very long." I like everything else about Missing Mile, Trevor thought, but I don't even want to be in the same town with that house anymore. I know what I need to know now. And Zack has to fly soon. He glanced down to make sure Zack wasn't falling asleep. The doctor had said not to let him do so for another hour. But Zack's eyes were open, watching Trevor steadily, the color of jade shining in the clear morning light. He looked wide awake, and very glad to be alive. The morning Red-Eye Express took off from New Orleans International at 8:20. Agent Cover had just enough time to scrape together the bare bones of his original raid team and notify the special agent in charge at the Raleigh office that they were coming. The SAIC was supposed to meet them on the other end with cars. A stewardess pushed a gleaming cart of drinks along the aisle and stopped beside their row with a saccharine smile. "Can I get you something?" "Coffee," said Loving, Schulman, and DiFilippo. "Coffee," said Cover. "Cream and sugar?" "Black," they said as one. Cover flipped open the Bosch file and stared at the newspaper article. His heart had sunk this morning when he arrived at the office and saw the pasty, sniffling boy waiting in the hall. Duplessis pored over the papers until they were soft and sweat-stained, unpleasant to handle. And all his discoveries so far hadn't amounted to shit. But when Cover read this one, he got excited right away. The other article had mentioned North Carolina outright. This one seemed to hint slyly at it, which could mean Bosch was there and had decided to stay for a while. And there was a town called Missing Mile. And no one could really shoot himself 5 times with 5 different guns. The clincher came when Schulman delivered the news that Joseph Boudreau, Times-Picayune reporter, had never even heard of the goddess Kali. Agent Cover thought Bosch had finally fucked up. He stared out the window at the bright blue morning sky, at the sunlight washing over the creamy tops of the clouds. He always felt safe at 20,000 feet. He took his mirror shades out of his breast pocket and put them on, then glanced back down at the file. The little photo of Bosch stared up at him, lips twisted in a punk sneer, eyes accusing. "I'm coming for you," he thought. "I hope you had a ball in North Carolina, because you aren't going anywhere else for a long, long time." He was a little surprised to find himself elated. He was supposed to be a Granite agent. Instead, he felt like a kid on an Easter egg hunt, closing in on the big chocolate bunny. Terry drove his Rambler into town around 2, sent his afternoon worker home, cranked up REM's first album, and sat behind the counter at the whirling disc, staring contentedly at the shifting patterns of sunlight on the opposite wall. He always felt wonderful the day after doing mushrooms. The visuals took about 24 hours to fade completely from his brain, and they gave the next day a distinct psychedelic edge. Even his throat felt better. RJ, who still preferred to live like an 11-year-old kid most of the time, had just said no and gone home to bed. Terry tripped with Victoria, Calvin, and David, the red-headed boy Calvin had met at the show. David turned out to be a brilliant 20-year-old exchange student from London, who entertained them all with witty banter until Calvin dragged him off into one of the bedrooms. Terry and Victoria took the other one. There was nothing quite like sex on hallucinogens to strengthen a relationship. Around 4:30 a.m., they'd all met back up in the kitchen, bedraggled and happy, and managed to make a batch of popcorn. Then they put Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory on Terry's VCR, snuggled up on the couch, and thrilled to the sinister tale until dawn, rewinding it again and again at the part where Gene Wilder said, "We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams." After that, Terry and Victoria crashed, while Calvin and David went zooming off to breakfast, still full of crazed fungal energy. Terry suspected that psychedelic drugs affected the body chemistry of gay men differently than straights. He could never eat greasy diner food on shrooms, and though he'd enjoyed ecstasy the couple of times he'd done it, he hadn't felt remotely like dancing to disco music all night, or techno, or rave, or whatever was the current noise of choice. Calvin and David had kept wanting to drive to Raleigh, where they imagined they could find some glamorous after-hours club and do just that. That made him think of Trevor and Zach. Terry had hoped they would show up again, but they never did. He wondered if they had spent the night tripping in that house. The thought made his nuts crawl. Terry remembered scaring his younger friends with the story of the murders as a teenager, wondering aloud if the McGee's ghosts still lived in the house, daring them to go inside with him. Eventually, of course, they had. At first, it had just looked like any old abandoned house, all sagging wood and ancient dust and shadow. But as they approached the blood-stained doorway to the hall, the shadows had seemed to shift around them, to change, and for a moment they were no longer in the house at all. He didn't know if it had been a group hallucination or what. He doubted so, because it didn't seem to have anything to do with the murders. Terry had seen a city street around him, a boarded-up slum, wavering like a mirage, but definitely there. RJ had seen a dark, deserted bar with shattered glass on the floor and cracked mirrors on the walls, so dusty that he could not see his face in them. And Steve would never say what he had seen, except that it had legs like a bug. They had all felt that the place was sucking at them, that they could get lost in here and never come back. What Terry hadn't admitted to the others, but suspected they'd felt as well, was that for a moment the idea of getting lost had tempted him. Here were sweet poisons and twisted dreams. Here were things he could never touch with hands of mere flesh and bone. They had run out yelling, slapping high fives, but not fooling each other for a second. They had tumbled off the porch and across the weed-choked yard toward the small, stubborn figure of Ghost far away on the other side of the road. None of them had ever gone back. But Terry had dreamed of it, that strange, seductive slum. And he would be willing to bet Steve and RJ had had dreams of their own. Terry realized he had been wool-gathering. 2 kids were standing by the import section, eyeing him speculatively. One was a lean black guy wearing a yellow man's shirt and voluminous multi-pocketed fatigue pants, long color-threaded dreadlocks pulled back in a thick ponytail from his amiable, slightly horsey face. The other was an absolute knockout, a stunning Asian girl with short hair that accented her large tilted eyes and exquisite bones. She wore a lot of earrings, but no makeup. Terry hadn't seen either of them around town before. "Help you with something?" he inquired. Probably they were looking for Steve and Ghost. Kids from the fringe had started drifting into town over the past year, since Lost Souls had managed to get their tape distributed to record stores up and down the East Coast. Most just wanted to see a show. A few wanted to camp out in the band's yard, or thought Ghost was their true soulmate due to secret personal messages they heard in his lyrics. It was a little unnerving, but it had brought in tons of business when Steve worked at the store. Even now that Lost Souls was touring, when Terry pointed out that he had played drums on their tape, these kids would always buy a Whirling Disc t-shirt. The girl stepped forward and, to Terry's surprise, pushed a photograph of Zach across the counter. The photo had been taken at night, and Terry recognized the locale as New Orleans, probably during Mardi Gras. Zach was hanging onto a lamppost with one hand, clutching a Dixie beer with the other, wearing a purple jacket and a shirt made of black fishnet and a huge, shit-eating grin, obviously drunk within an inch of his life. "We're looking for this boy," she said. "His name is Zachary. He's a good friend of ours, and he's in a lot of trouble." "He looks like he might be." Terry picked up the photograph, pretended to consider it. "Nice young kid, though. I'd hate to see the cops get hold of him." "We're not cops. We're trying to warn him about—" The girl shut her mouth, as if she thought she'd already said too much. Her companion approached the counter. "We come in peace," he said, holding out a large, slender hand. "We are his brother and sister. My name is Dougal. The lady is Edwina." Eddie. Terry took the hand and shook it. Dougal spoke with a thick Jamaican accent, and his eyes were sharp, kind, stoned. The girls burned like embers. Terry believed they were Zach's friends, though probably not his actual brudda and sista. They smelled faintly sweaty, as if they had been driving all night. And the photo was worn, rubbed around the edges. Someone had spent a lot of time looking at it, and Terry was willing to bet that someone was Edwina. Eddie. Still, it was one thing to trust people based on a gut reaction. It was quite another when the feds might be involved. He was glad they hadn't happened upon Kinsey first. How come you to ask in here? Because Zach's a freak, Eddie said simply, and freaks tend to frequent record stores. Terry couldn't argue with that. Well, look, you understand I want to be sure you're cool. Give me something I can trust. How about we all relax a little first, said Dougal, and pulled out a straw pouch and a package of rolling papers. As soon as he opened the pouch, the sweet, sticky reek of absolute primo weed filled the store. Terry saw a double handful of tightly packed bright green bud bristling with tiny red hairs. Dougal pinched off a generous amount and started rolling a huge spliff right there on the counter. Okay. Terry jumped up. Hang on. Let's go in the back room and talk this over. He locked the door, flipped the sign to the side that read back in 5 or 15 or whenever. In the back room, among piles of records, tapes, and CDs, stray equipment stored here by various bands, and posters rolled into unwieldy, unstackable paper tubes, Dougal fired up the joint, and Eddie gave Terry a quick rundown of their situation. She didn't offer many details, only that Zach had managed to get himself into an awful lot of trouble with his computer, and they wanted to help him get out of the country. Terry had read about computer hackers and been intrigued by them, but he didn't know they ever ripped shit off on the scale Eddie implied Zach had. He hit the joint, which tasted even better than it smelled, and held the smoke in for a long time. He didn't think so much of theft, but it was hard to feel sorry for vast, bloated corporate entities like Citibank and Southern Bell. They loved to talk about how the cost of such theft was passed on to the consumer, Terry reflected. But when was any cost of big business not passed on to the little guy at the bottom of the ladder? Whatever Zach's morals, or lack thereof, Terry genuinely liked him. If there was even a slim chance that feds were heading for Missing Mile to nab him, Terry knew he had to help Zach get away. Okay, he said. Truth. Zach's in town. Eddie's face lit up with a beautiful, delighted smile. She was obviously crazy for Zach, along with half the world, it was beginning to seem. Terry refused to be responsible for breaking the news of Trevor to her. It wasn't his damn business anyway. But he had a hunch that the plane out of the country was going to be carrying an extra passenger, and not the one Eddie probably hoped it would be either. He's staying with a friend, Terry said, in an abandoned, haunted house. Now, I'm not going out there, and I don't guess you better go by yourselves either. But I'll take you over to my friend Kinsey's. He doesn't mind ghosts. He'll go tell Zach you're here. Someone pounded on the front door. All three heads jerked up. All three faces snapped toward the sound. Wait here, said Terry. Don't come out unless I call you. If you hear any other voices, go out the back door over there. He picked up a can of Glade air freshener and tossed it to Eddie. Here, spray some of this crap around. Terry ducked under the curtain and went to the front of the store. Two broad-shouldered guys in suits and mirror shades were at the door, already pounding again. Hold your fucking water, Terry muttered. He unlocked the door and opened it a crack. Can I help you? Absalom Cover, U.S. Secret Service. The taller dude flashed a badge at Terry. He was lean and hard-jawed, with dark hair slicked back from his narrow face. Terry thought he could make out the bulge of a pistol beneath that well-cut jacket. This is my partner, Stan Schulman. May we step in and ask you a few questions? Actually, no. Terry slipped out through the door, pushed it shut behind him. The sidewalk was bright and dazzling, and he realized he was about as stoned as he could be. But he knew his rights. If they didn't have a warrant, he didn't have to let them in the store. I'm doing inventory, he explained, and there's stuff piled up everywhere. I can't have a bunch of people walking around knocking my stacks over. You want to ask me something out here? Your name? Terry Bucket. I own this place. The other agent, Schulman, reached into his jacket. He looked dumpy and unkempt next to the sleek cover. Terry could see oily beads of sweat standing out on the man's scalp, clearly visible through the thinning hair. There were even a few in his mustache. Terry tried to imagine what it would be like to have a job that made you wear a jacket and tie in the heat of a Carolina summer. Schulman pulled out a small photograph. Have you ever seen this person before? Terry studied the photo, managed not to laugh at Zach's "fuck you" scowl. No, I don't think so. You must see a lot of kids in your line of work, Schulman urged. Try to be sure. His name is Zachary Bosch. He's 19 years old. And he's a dangerous criminal and a menace to society, right? Nope. Sorry, I haven't seen him. Terry folded his arms across his chest and stared at the agents. He saw himself reflected in their sunglasses, 4 little images of his ratty hair and faded blue bandana cheering him on. Bosh. It figured. We know he's in town, said Schulman. They gave us a positive ID up the street at the diner. We've got this whole place blanketed. If you know where he is and don't tell us, all sorts of bad things could happen to you. Excuse me? Terry tapped the side of his head with the heel of his hand. I must be hearing wrong. I thought I woke up in America this morning. You did, Mr. Bucket. Cover leaned in menacingly. And possession of marijuana is illegal in America. Aren't you a little stoned right now? Shit. I don't know what you're talking about, but I gotta get back to work. If you want to waste your time getting a warrant and searching my store, go ahead. You won't find anything. I thought you guys were supposed to guard the president, not harass innocent citizens. He saw both agents' jaws go stiff when he said president. We do our jobs, Mr. Bucket. That was Cover, cold and deadly. We expect innocent citizens to help us out when they can. And the rest of us are guilty, huh? Of something, Mr. Bucket. Even with mirror shades on, Cover managed to look smug. Everybody's guilty of something, and we can find out what. Good afternoon. And a terrific afternoon to you, said Terry, as he went back into the store and locked the door behind him. He stood there for a minute watching them walk away, cold shivers running up his spine. He couldn't help but wonder what in hell he was getting into here. But he knew which side he was on, and that was about all he needed to know. Terry looked at the phone, thought of calling Kinsey. But what if the agents were hiding around the corner, waiting to see if he would jump on the phone as soon as they left? He stuck his head through the curtain. The back room reeked of pine air freshener. Bad news. The spooks are here looking for him. Eddie's eyes went very wide. Did they follow us? Did we lead them here? I don't think so. They didn't seem to know you were around. I got the impression they were acting on some kind of tip. The newspaper. Shit! God damn that fucking fetus! Eddie pounded her small fists against her knees. Angry, with her jeweled ears and spiky haircut and elegant Asian face, she looked like some sort of feral-eyed Tibetan goddess. A couple of extra arms and a lolling tongue would have capped off the image perfectly. Look, said Terry, I'm gonna sneak out and make a call. Dougal reached into a pocket of his baggy fatigues and pulled out a cellular phone. You want to use this? Well, sure. Terry examined the sleek little gadget. Where do you turn it on? Dougal showed him. He dialed Kinsey's home number, heard a truncated ring, then a piercing electronic voice. The number you have reached has been temporarily disconnected. God damn, I wish that guy would keep his bills paid. I guess we better get over there. Eddie tapped his arm. Was one of those spooks named Cover? Yeah, the spookier one. I can't go out there.
He'll recognize me.
I think they're gone.
Our car is parked all the way down by the hardware store. I can't take the chance.
She was right, Terry realized. Okay, wait here by the back door. We'll pull up in the alley and get you. Terry and Dougal left the whirling disc together and walked with elaborate nonchalance along a series of back streets, gradually winding toward the other end of town. Terry imagined agents lurking behind every telephone pole, peering through every tinted window. "Doesn't your car have Louisiana plates?" he asked Dougal. "Won't it be dangerous to drive through downtown?" "No, man. We stop on the way here at a... what you call the toilets by the road?" "Rest stop?" "Yeah, man. We find a car broken down, but still have the license plate, and I take the liberty of borrowing the plate." Terry nodded, marveling. He had met plenty of freaks in his time, complete fuck-ups and brilliant artists and everything in between. But for sheer resourcefulness, he thought, these kids outdid them all. Still, they didn't have the U.S. government on their side, weighing the scale down with money and power. Street smarts wouldn't be much use against a loaded Uzi. Terry didn't stop sweating until they had Eddie safely in the car, crouching in the back seat with a towel over her head, and they were well on their way to Kinsey's. Even then, he couldn't quit looking in the rearview mirror. 24. Kinsey moved Zach's car into the driveway and parked his own behind it. The Mustang wasn't exactly camouflaged, but it was less noticeable than it had been sitting in the middle of the front yard. He settled Trevor and Zach in his bedroom, then folded himself onto the couch. He had only been in bed for 2 hours when the Mustang pulled up in his yard, and he had to open the club later. Soon he was asleep again, his dreams blessedly free from blaring, whining horns and the smell of engine grease. In the bedroom, Trevor lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. His splinted hand felt heavy and remote. Zach was nestled into the crook of his left arm, legs thrown over Trevor's, fingers idly playing with Trevor's hair. They had each taken one of the painkillers the doctor had prescribed for them, and they were numb but contented. Enough so eventually to talk about the night before. "What were you wearing there?" Zach asked. "A suit with wide lapels, a tie, and fancy shoes." "Me too. But I had a beret." "You were Dizzy." "Huh?" "Dizzy Gillespie. Bobby used to look at pictures of him and Charlie Parker to draw his characters' clothes. They always wore these real sharp suits." "We were in the same place, weren't we?" "We were in Birdland." "What does that mean?" "It means we were inside my father's brain. Or we were in hell. Or we were hallucinating. How the fuck should I know? You were there. You saw it." There was a silence. Trevor wondered if he had spoken too sharply, but he did not want to pick apart what had happened in the house. Not yet. He wasn't sure he ever would. Finally, Zach asked, "Where should we go next?" His voice was beginning to fade out. He pressed his face into the side of Trevor's chest and closed his eyes. "Have a dream," Trevor told him, "and make it be about a beach. It has pure white sand and clear turquoise water, and the sun feels like warm honey on your skin. Stop someone on the beach and ask them where you are. Then remember it, and we'll go there." "Oh, yes." He felt Zach's body relax completely. "Love you, Trev." "I love you too," he whispered into the cool silence of the room. It was true. It was all true, and they could both be alive to believe it. Trevor was still amazed by this knowledge. You could kill someone because you love them too much, he realized now, but that was nothing to do with art. The art was in learning to spend your life with someone, in having the courage to be creative with someone, to melt each other's souls to molten temperatures and let them flow together into an alloy that could withstand the world. He and Zach had used each other's addictions to hurl themselves into Birdland. But addictions could fuel talents, and talents surely fueled love. And what else had brought them back but love? Zach's breathing was slow, even. a wholly peaceful sound. Trevor wondered if he might be able to sleep too. He let his body settle into Zach's, synchronized his breathing and his heartbeat with Zach's. Minutes later, he was as deeply asleep as he had ever been, and his sleep was dreamless. Dougal's ancient station wagon pulled up in front of Kinsey's house. Eddie saw the black Mustang in the driveway, and her heart leapt. "That's Zach's car." Terry and Dougal followed her up the walk. Terry knocked, waited, knocked louder. Eddie could not make herself stand still. After a few agonizing minutes, the door opened a crack, and a bright blue eye peered out. Then it swung all the way open, and a very tall, very thin man in rumpled pajamas smiled blearily at them. "Morning, Terry." He nodded at Eddie and Dougal, then stood there rubbing his long, skinny jaw and looking politely puzzled. "Morning," said Terry, without a trace of irony, though it was just past 3 p.m. "Kinsey, it seems we got some trouble. These are Zach's friends from New Orleans, and his enemies aren't far behind." "Well, come on in. Sit down. Zach's asleep. Trevor, too." Kinsey ushered them through the door. Terry made introductions, then told Kinsey about his run-in with the agents. Eddie stared around the cozy living room. Her thoughts were speeding out of control. "Zach's in this house. I'm going to see him. I'm going to save him." "What did you do after the show last night, anyway?" Kinsey asked. "We ate mushrooms and watched a movie. Trevor and Zach went home, but Calvin gave them some shrooms, too." Terry frowned. "Why?" "Well, they met up with some kind of accident." "The car looks okay." "Something happened in the house." "I knew it." Terry slapped his forehead. "That damn place is haunted. I went in there once, me and Steve and R.J., and you wouldn't even believe what we saw." "What?" said a quiet, new voice. "What did you see?" Everyone turned. A young man with long ginger blonde hair stood in the hall doorway. His right hand was splinted and swathed in bandages. He was shirtless, and his cotton pants rode low on his hips, as if he had just tugged them on one-handed. His pale, intense eyes rested briefly on Eddie and Dougal, then moved back to Terry. "Hey, Trevor." Terry looked embarrassed. I'd rather not tell you what I saw, if you don't mind. I shouldn't have been talking about it." "That's okay," said Trevor. He glanced at the newcomers again. "Who are these?" "Well—" "We're from New Orleans," Eddie interrupted. "We're friends of Zach's. If you're his friend, too, we need your help." Trevor's eyes narrowed. He looked at Kinsey, who shrugged. "What do you want?" Eddie could tell by the way he said it that he had slept with Zach. What a surprise. "How much do you know?" she asked him. "Everything." "Prove it." "I remember now. You're Eddie. He left you $10,000 as a going-away present." He looked at Dougal. "And you're the guy from the French market. I don't remember your name." At least he mentioned me, Eddie thought bleakly. But something was odd here. This Trevor didn't seem like one of Zach's one-night stands. He looked intelligent and talked as if he had a brain. And Zach evidently trusted him a lot. "Is he all right?" she asked. "He will be." Trevor stared at her. "Tell me what you want." "Trev, what's going on?" A pair of skinny arms appeared out of the dark hallway and encircled Trevor from behind. A moment later, Zach peered over Trevor's shoulder. His face was sleep-webbed, naked without his glasses. From what Eddie could see, he wore nothing but a pair of skimpy black underwear. He squinted at the room full of people. When he made out Eddie and Dougal, his eyes went almost comically wide. "Fuck! I think I'm hallucinating again." "No, you're not. They're really here." Trevor guided Zach to the couch, sat him down beside Kinsey, then sat on his other side and put a protective arm around his shoulders. "They haven't said why, though." "We want you to leave with us," said Eddie. She looked at no one but Zack, though she couldn't tell if he was really seeing her or not. He seemed unfocused, not quite there. "The cops raided your apartment. They also arrested your friend Stefan, who ratted on you just as fast as he could. Now they're in Missing Mile. We can help you get away." "Hey, Ed. Hey, Dougal. It's great to see you. Where would you take us?" "Us?" Zack stared at the floor, then back up at Eddie. A fog seemed to clear from his green eyes, and she saw the old evil spark. He was in there, after all. "Yeah, Ed. Us. Me and Trevor. If there's a problem with that, I guess we'll have to get away on our own." He laid his hand on Trevor's leg, high up on the inside of his thigh, and looked evenly at her. There was no trace of guilt in his expression. She supposed guilt simply wasn't part of his genetic makeup. "Just tell me how you could do it," she said. "Do what?" "Fall in love so fast after refusing to do it for 19 years, you ass!" Zack shook his head. Eddie could see that this question honestly bewildered him, and that hurt most of all because she knew exactly how he felt. "I don't know," Zack said. "I just found the right person." She looked at Trevor, who met her gaze steadily. His eyes were so clear that Eddie thought she could look straight through them to his brain. Was that what made Zack love him? She imagined those lips kissing Zack, those graceful long-fingered hands touching him, Zack's head resting on that smooth, bony chest. There was chemistry between them, and passion. It was obvious just watching them sit together. "Okay," she said. "Fine. I hope it makes you happy. I'm going outside for a few minutes. You guys decide what you want to do and let me know." Eddie stood up and groped her way out of the room with tears blinding her eyes, found herself in the hall, then in a bedroom. She was sobbing now, unable to see anything, barely able to breathe. She stumbled back into the hall, nearly tripped over her own feet, then felt a large, gentle hand on her shoulder, a tall form looming behind her. Kinsey. "Back door's this way," he said, and guided her into the kitchen. Thank you. I'm sorry to freak out in your house." "No apology needed. I understand." He opened the door for her. "The yard's very private. Stay as long as you like." "I don't think we have long." "I'll try to get them moving," he promised. Eddie sat on the back steps for several minutes, staring into the jungle of the yard, letting the tears course freely down her face. She believed Zack really was in love. That was the hell of it. She could see it in his face and Trevor's, in the way their bodies touched. And she didn't think Zack would lie to her about such a thing. It was easy enough to understand. She hadn't been what Zack wanted. Trevor was. But she still didn't want to see him go to prison. She still had to help him. Eventually, her tears dried up, and she sat with her chin propped on her fist, watching a bee circle Kinsey's overgrown, zucchini-laden garden, savoring the country quiet. She loved the French Quarter, but sometimes it was difficult to think there, what with all the street musicians and exploding bottles and screaming queens and blaring traffic. And if there was anything Eddie needed just now, it was time to think. Left to their own devices, the ragged crew in the house would sit around talking until Agent Cover showed up with his minions. But by the time she stood up and went back inside, Eddie had a plan. "So where would we go?" Zack asked Dougal. Dougal favored him with a crooked white grin. "I fly you home with me, man. You always say you want to go get lost in Jamaica someday." "Jamaica?" Zack turned to Trevor. "That's where I dreamed about, like you told me to. I was walking down a clean white beach with bright green palm trees, and a guy said, 'Ganja, smart ganja,' so I stopped." "That's Jamaica," Dougal assured him. "Always got the smart ganja. I got some now if you want it." Zack and Terry nodded. Dougal rolled another bomber and passed it around. Soon the room was filled with sweet herbal smoke. "God damn it, are you all just going to sit around and get stoned?" Eddie stood in the doorway, arms akimbo, face tear-stained and royally pissed and lovely. He had missed her since he left, Zack realized, and he would miss her wherever he was going. She was so tough. "The Secret Service is all over town. The agent in charge of your case showed up at Terry's record store." She crossed the room to Zack, grabbed him by the shoulder, and shook him. "Don't you think you better get going?" Trevor knocked her hand away. "He has a concussion. Leave him alone." "Well, if you don't move your asses, he'll have plenty of time to recover in a jail cell. Is that what you want?" "You guys shut up, please." Zack scowled and rubbed his temples, trying to clear his head. "She's right, Trev. If they're already here, we have to go." Zack stared miserably up at Eddie. "I'm sorry about all this, Ed. I wish I could do something to make it up to you." "Give me your car." "Huh?" "You heard me. Give me your car. I've always liked it, and you won't be needing it anymore. Dougal can take you back to Louisiana to catch your plane. Do you think you could get into Louisiana DMV again and register the car to me?" "Well, sure. What are you going to do?" "Drive through downtown and try to lure them after me. I'll go east on 42 while you guys sneak out of town the other way. They won't be looking for Dougal's car." All 5 men stared at her with wide, awed eyes. Finally, Terry said timidly, "Won't they chase you down and arrest you?" "I'll lead them as far as I can. Maybe they'll arrest me, but maybe they won't have a damn thing to charge me with if they can't prove Zack was ever here. I'll say the Mustang was mine all along, and the computer will back me up, right?" "Right," Zack said. "After that, who knows? I may drive to California. I may meet William S. Burroughs in Kansas. I may wind up stranded in Idaho. I don't really care. I just want some time alone." She pulled her keyring out of her pocket and tossed it to Dougal. "You know where my apartment is. You and the rest of the French Market gang can have everything in it. Zack, do you want anything out of your car?" No, I've got my bag." "Then could some of you guys come help me unload it? I don't want to get busted with a hot computer and a bunch of boys' clothes." "I'll take everything to Potter's store," Kinsey offered. "Keep the computer," Zack told him. "It's got all kinds of good stuff on the hard drive. You'll never have to pay a bill again." "Thanks, but I'll pass." "I'll take it," said Terry. The others carried 5 loads in from the Mustang, while Zack dialed up the Louisiana DMV computer and made the necessary changes, plus a couple of embellishments. Eddie selected several items from the piles of Zack's stuff: a bulky army jacket, a pair of sunglasses, the broad-brimmed black hat Dougal had sold Zack in the French market less than a week ago. When she put these things on, it was obvious that, from a distance, she could easily pass for Zack. Eddie walked over to the sofa. "Excuse me," she said to Trevor, and leaned down and kissed Zack square on the lips. Then she turned and went to the front door and smiled back at them. It was a rather rueful smile, but not a bitter one. "It's been nice knowing all of you," she said. "Really, it has. Good luck to you. I think you'll all need it. Give me about 10 minutes head start." The door closed noiselessly behind her. A few moments later, they heard the smooth purr of the Mustang pulling out of the driveway. Everyone gazed uncertainly at each other. Then Trevor asked Zack, "Did you really dream about Jamaica?" Zack started to nod, winced, and said, "Yes." "Then let's go." They looked up to see Kinsey, Terry, and even Dougal grinning like proud parents at a wedding. "Maybe we got time for just one more little smoke," said Dougal. "I think we got something to celebrate." Eddie drove along Kinsey's road, stopped the car for a long moment at the intersection, then turned right at Farmer's Hardware onto Firehouse Street. She didn't know where the agents were or what their cars would look like, but she figured she could make them see her. She tugged the black hat down over her face, pushed the sunglasses up on her nose, and gathered every particle of her nerve. She was going to have to do some fancy driving, but the car could take it. Zack had once driven her down Highway 10 at 120 miles per hour, and she could take it too. She was sick of hot, humid weather that sapped the strength but teased the libido. For that matter, she was sick of the libido. She was sick of beautiful boys, geeks, and the assorted mutants that fell somewhere in between. She was going to have adventures she damn well felt like having, ones that didn't depend on some man. One way or another, this would be the first. She saw the whirling disc up ahead on her left. Halfway through downtown now. They'd had plenty of time to notice the car, plenty of time to read the license plate if Stefan had been able to give them that. Eddie revved the engine, stomped the gas, and went blasting through Missing Mile. The needle jittered up to 60, 75, 80. She glanced in her rearview mirror, saw 3 white Chevy vans pulling away from the curb behind her, and let out a howl of pure triumph. They hit the open road going 90. Eddie kept pushing the Mustang, watched the vans fall behind. She tried to keep the needle steady at 100. She didn't want to lose them too fast, not until Dougal's creaky old station wagon had had plenty of time to slip out the other way. Eddie turned on the tape player, cranked up the volume. "You're cheatin' heart," whined Hank Williams. She hit the eject button, risked a glance at the other tapes on the dashboard, tossed Hank in the back seat, and slapped on Patsy Cline. "Crazy, crazy for loving you. Not any more, kiddo." Maybe they would catch her, but they couldn't keep her. Her money and her car were no longer traceable to Zack. She trusted him on that one. And after that, she would go where she wanted. Eddie saw a wide, bright highway heading west, with the marvelous clean flatlands beginning to unfurl before her wheels. Prairie, mesa, desert stark and dry as a bone, stretching all the way to the Pacific Ocean. It was hers to have, and she wanted it. Thursday night and Friday morning were a long, confusing blur. Zack remembered getting dressed, Kinsey and Terry hugging him, then climbing into the back seat of Dougal's station wagon and promptly falling asleep in Trevor's lap. Somewhere near Atlanta, he thought, Dougal stopped the car in a pretty little suburb and ushered them into a house full of Jamaicans. A hefty garbage bag full of fragrant marijuana sat in the middle of the living room floor, and massive joints were constantly being rolled. They were given bowls of spicy goat stew and glasses of fresh ginger beer. From the boombox in the corner, Bob Marley sang that every little thing was going to be all right. Zack was beginning to believe him. They all grabbed a couple of hours' sleep. Then Dougal drove straight through to South Louisiana. "Lay low, Zachary." He thought he remembered hearing Dougal whisper once. "We're pretty close to New Orleans now, but we be at Collins soon." Then nothing but green swamp light for miles and miles, and Trevor holding him all the way. They arrived at Collins' place at dusk. It was a small shack deep in the swamp, surrounded by still water, bright green vines, and other vegetation, great moss-encrusted stands of cypress and oak. Out back, in a large cleared area, was the runway. It was built atop the mud, Zack thought, on the same basic principle as a cracker balanced on toothpicks sunk into a dish of thick pudding. On the runway sat Collins' plane, so small and spindly it looked like a toy. They would be taking off in the morning. They stared at the ramshackle contraption, then at each other. "Adventure," Zack murmured, and Trevor nodded. Colin was a wiry, jet-black Rastafarian with dreadlocks hanging halfway to his waist. The inside of his shack was a single large room with sleeping bags on the floor. Trevor and Zack crawled into a single bag and fell asleep. Dougal and Colin sat up most of the night, talking and smoking. They climbed the steps into the cargo hold at dawn. Zack's stomach dropped as he felt the wheels leave the ground. But once they were in the air, the motion was soothing, lulling him back to sleep with the weight of America lifting off his back. He woke up once on the flight to the sound of someone gagging, realized it was himself. Trevor was awkwardly holding his head up, while Dougal offered him a neat little plastic-lined bag to puke in. Colin keep these into plane, Dougal explained. It's just the Bermuda Triangle makes some people sick a little. Soon pass.
Zack felt horrible. His food-deprived body must have sucked up the goat stew already. He only had the dry heaves. Soon the nausea subsided a little. Dougal handed him a smoldering joint, and he dragged on it gratefully. "We're over the Bermuda Triangle?" "Just a little on the edge." Zack handed the joint back to Dougal, who crawled up to the cockpit to pass it to Colin. He closed his eyes and leaned back against Trevor. "What do you think, Trev?" he whispered. "Am I a fun date or what?" He was pretty sure he knew the answer, but he fell back asleep before he could hear it. Some time later, Trevor shook him awake and gripped his hand. The plane was full of light. Dougal motioned them toward the cockpit. Peering over the pilot's massive dreadlocks, Zack could see a calm, clear expanse of water the color of turquoise, a stretch of beach like a wide white ribbon unfurling out of sight, a lush green country in the distance. The place he had seen in his dreams, a place for him and his lover to get lost together. "Welcome home," said the Rasta man. 1 month later. The asphalt of Firehouse Street had begun to soften in the July heat by the time Kinsey let himself into the Sacred U. The summer had gotten hotter and wetter, until all the days seemed to run together in a long, soggy blur. It would continue like this straight on through September. Kinsey could not bring himself to concoct any dinner specials. One did not want to cook in this weather, did not even want to eat. The Secret Service agents had come back at the end of June to ask more questions. It seemed they had been mistaken about the car Zack drove, and were now looking for a tan Malibu registered in his name. Of course, no one in Missing Mile knew anything. None of the kids had ever seen that pallid, raven-haired boy, whose picture the agent kept flashing around. No one remembered the night Gumbo had had a guest singer, especially not the ones who had been in the crowd at that show, galvanized by a wild voice, now tragic, now raucous, now joyous. Kinsey grabbed a natty boho from the cooler and stood at the bar, sorting through the day's mail. Electric bill, surprisingly low. Gas bill, collection agency notice, and 2 postcards. One was postmarked Flagstaff, Arizona, and read, "Kinsey, you forgot to pay the phone bill. Love, Steve." Below that was scrawled, "Crazy Cat lived here," and an amorphous swirl that might have been a G. The other card was creased, smudged, ragged at the edges. But Kinsey thought it still bore a faint breath of sun and salt. The picture side was a close-up photograph of some ackee, the peculiar Jamaican fruit that was deadly poison before it burst open, but could be scrambled like eggs afterward. Creamy yellow curds of flesh bulged from dusky pink 3-lobed skins. Embedded in each fruit were 3 glistening black seeds as large and round as eyeballs. Kinsey had read about ackee in his cookbooks, but never actually tasted any. He imagined it would be rather like brains. The other side of the card was bordered with tiny faces and hands, graceful, gnarled, screaming, grinning, serene. All sorts of hands and faces, exquisitely drawn in ink of black ballpoint. The postmark was too smudged to read, but the message said, "K. I drew for 3 hours today. It hurts like hell, but who cares? And Dario is growing dreads. Play some bird for me. Your friend, T." Kinsey put on his favorite Charlie Parker tape, propped open the doors, and let Bird go soaring out over Missing Mile for the rest of the afternoon. Trevor opened his eyes late one night and found himself staring at a vivid green lizard on the wall, inches from his face. The shack was so bright that its scales seemed to shimmer. Trevor blinked, and the creature was gone in an iridescent skirl. He turned his head and looked at Zack, asleep on the narrow mattress beside him, naked atop sweat-dampened sheets in the steamy tropical night. The moonlight turned Zack's skin pale blue, his knotty hair and the shadows of his face a deeper indigo. The nights here were as blue as the days. The sky deepened in color, but never truly darkened. They were living in the countryside near Negril, which was something of a hippie mecca on the western coast of the island, deep in the heart of ganja country. They had no electricity, no plumbing, and they didn't care.
When they missed these comforts, they hitchhiked into Negril and spent a night or two in a luxurious hotel room for about $20 American. Sometimes they visited Colin's friend's farm way up in the hills and spent a couple of days getting ridiculously stoned. Zack would amaze everyone by eating fresh Scotch bonnet peppers right off the bush. The Jamaicans thought he was showing off, but Trevor knew Zack loved the pretty little globes of fire. Trevor himself had already put away gallons of Blue Mountain coffee, but not as much as he used to drink. He didn't have to keep himself awake anymore. More often, they lounged on the small cove of white sand beach a few hundred yards from their shack. Zack lathered himself with the strongest sunscreen he could buy, then lay for hours in the brilliant blue water, his head cushioned in the soft sand. He stayed as pale as ever, but his cheeks took on a faint tinge of color, and some of the dark smudges around his eyes began to fade. He wanted to learn to sing reggae. The sun had bleached Trevor's hair pale blonde. He had to tuck it up under a hat when they went into town, else Jamaican women would descend on him stroking it, praising its beauty, wanting to braid it. The first time this happened, Trevor had endured the reaching, grasping fingers for about 10 seconds, then flailed out from under them with an enraged snarl that sent the ladies scattering and left Zack sprawled on the ground, helpless with laughter. His right hand ached all the time, but it was a healing ache, the feel of bones knitting back together and muscles remembering how to move. He drew every day for as long as he could stand it. Then Zack massaged the stiffness from his hand, gently tugging the knots out of his fingers, rubbing the cramps out of his palm. The muscle at the base of his thumb sometimes throbbed until Trevor wanted to drive his fist through the wall again. But he was through hitting things forever. He sent a postcard to Steve Bissett, asking him to donate payment for Incident in Birdland to the production of Taboo or other comics. They talked intimately and obsessively, fucked as often as their bodies could stand it, sometimes combined the two. It was difficult to remember how short a time they had known each other. But at the same time, they were starting to realize how much they had yet to learn. They began to unlock each other like puzzles of astonishing intricacy, to open each other like marvelous gifts discovered under the Christmas tree. Sometimes Trevor thought about the house. Sometimes he dreamed about it, but remembered only frozen images from these dreams. The shape suspended from the shower curtain rod, slowly turning. The terrible dawning recognition in Bobby's eyes as he looked up from the bed of the sleeping son he had meant to kill after all, but could not. Had Bobby meant to die already? Or had the sight of his elder son grown in Birdland driven him to his death? Trevor would never know. He no longer worried much about it. Sometimes sensations came back to him as well, the impact shuddering up his arm as the hammer crashed into the wall inches from Zack's head, the 1,000 tiny pains of the mirror fragments sliding into his flesh. He never wanted to forget those. He remembered what Birdland had meant to him when he was small. It had been the place where he had discovered his talent, the place where he could work magic, where no one else could touch him. Trevor believed in magic more than ever, but he had learned that living in a place where no one could touch him was sometimes dangerous and always lonely. Birdland was a mirror. You could shatter it and cut yourself to ribbons on it. You could obscure it with blood. Or you could be brave enough to look into it with eyes wide open and see whatever there was to see. He realized Zack was awake, had been watching him for some time. The moonlight turned his green eyes a strange underwater color. He did not speak, but smiled sleepily at Trevor and reached for his hand. The night was silent, but for the distant shush of the sea on the sand and the sound of their breathing. The air smelled of flowers and salt, of their bodies' unique chemistry. Yes, Trevor thought, he could have ripped himself apart on the jagged edges of Birdland just to learn how Bobby had felt doing it. He probably could have dragged Zack down with him, and he could have deluded himself into believing he did this without choice, that it was his destiny. But it was all choice, and there were so many other choices to make. There were so many other things to learn. He wouldn't mind living for 1,000 years just for the chance to see a fraction of everything in the world. Trevor could not be grateful to Bobby for leaving him alive, but he could be glad he had not died in that house. with all those possibilities untapped, sights unseen, ideas unexplored. He could make that choice. He had made that choice. It was all up to him. The boy whose hand he held was living proof. Zack had shown him that anything was possible. Zack was the one who deserved his gratitude. Trevor found ways to show it straight on through till morning. End of Drawing Blood by Poppy Z. Brite. Read by Ray Foushee, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, July 1995. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Delacorte Press, Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated, 1540 Broadway, New York, New York, 10036.
End of book.